Okay. That would be fantastic. Where are you going to be? Okay. Yeah, I'll take a look. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Ja, afvallen dat net uit die kof. Dat is wel gekker. Huh? Een sigaretto? Oh, che piaceva. De kachel is wel very strange to stand like this. Okay, here we go. Good morning, everybody. I think we can begin? Yeah, now we can begin. So, good morning and welcome to this circle where we're going to talk about the future of knowledge. My name is Hadass. I come from Reichman University at Israel, where I lead the social robots group. And while we will not be talking about robots, I do have a feeling that AI will kind of find its way into the conversation. Because whether we like it or not, whether it's positive or negative, I think we hardly produce knowledge today without the involvement of AI. We live in this fascinating time where the world is changing right in front of our eyes. And while it is exciting, these changes are happening so fast. And I think that we have here a very rare opportunity to stop for a second and to think about how AI has already changed the way we produce knowledge, and maybe more importantly, to think about how it's going to shape how we want it or don't want it to shape the way we produce knowledge in the future. Luckily for me, I'm just the moderator, and we have these amazing panel members who are going to answer these big questions. So let's get to know them. So over here, we have Daniel Senf. Daniel works with the VDI Center of Technology in Germany, an agency managing innovation networks and industrial tech ecosystems. Regarding AI, he aims for bringing together different perspectives, technological, organizational, legal, and economical perspectives to build valuable AI ecosystems in Germany and Europe. Then we have Mikolai Morzi. Mikolai is the Dean of the Faculty of Computing and Telecommunications at Poznan University of Technology in Poland. He's been working in the field of machine learning and artificial intelligence for the last 20 plus years, in particular with natural and spoken language processing. Right now, he's building the PS AI factory in Poznan, and he's involved in the steering committee of the Baltic AI Gigafactory proposal. And last but not least, we have Irit Hadar. Irit is a professor at the Faculty of Computer and Information Science at the University of Haifa, where she's also the director of the Center for Cyber Law and Policy. Her research focuses on cognitive aspects of software engineering and AI, with emphasis on cyber and ethics. So, are we ready for the big questions? All right, Daniel, maybe we can begin with you. So, how do you think AI has already changed the way we produce knowledge today? And maybe also the way we communicate knowledge, not just produce knowledge.
Let me start with the second question. So how we communicate about it. So
okay.
We should do more about this. And one issue is we have to develop a vision, a common vision of how we want to use AI. I'm not quite sure if we already produce knowledge with AI, because we don't have a North Star where to go to. And this probably differentiates our kind of society from other parts of the world.
Okay. Mikolai?
I would start one step earlier, prior to knowledge, because I see one more immediate problem with current development of and design and deployment of AI, namely, for many years we have confused the artifact of thinking, which is just text, with the process of thinking. And we use this artifact, the ability to produce high-quality polished text, to signify that someone is intellectual, right? That someone is capable of doing knowledge work. And that was okay. That was absolutely okay, because the ability to produce high-quality text required a long education. It was hard, it was difficult, and LLMs just swiped the value out of that. We had whole domains based on text production, like law, like consulting, education, academia, and now it's gone. So before we start discussing the future of knowledge, I would like us also to think and reflect a little bit about the need to find new proxies for thinking and being able to produce knowledge in the age of LLMs.
Okay, very interesting. We'll definitely get back to that. Reed?
So you talked about process and artifact, and I would like to focus on the process actually, because in an ideal world, ideal future, what we'll see is a sort of unified cognitive unit of human and machine that work and think together. And what's important to look into is, are we going to think together with the machine and have a very productive interaction with it? Or are we going to, and it seems there are some indications that we're going this way, to let the machine do the work, offload our cognitive load on the machine, and just accept whatever it gives us, whatever artifact we get. And so I think that we need to decide at this point in time which future we prefer, because going in the second way, we find ourselves with machines that are more intelligent than us, not because they are so intelligent, but because we became a little bit less intelligent.
Okay, so maybe I'm going to circle back to each one of you. I think the earliest is your comment. What do you think is going to happen? First with text and then maybe with knowledge?
It is a tough question. There is no immediate answer, and the main problem is that we use text as a proxy because it could be processed asynchronously. So people could send in their papers, applications, grant proposals, whatever, and we could process them at whatever convenient time it was. Now, everything that we have instead of that, like questioning, going back to Socratic methods, asking, showing you, show us how did you come to this knowledge, and so on and so forth. All this is fine, but it requires synchronous communication. And this doesn't scale at all. We cannot process, academics, grant proposals, law deliberations, everything done in synchronous ways. So I think it's a huge challenge, and I'm sorry, I'm not bringing any answers here to the table.
So I'll try to go to Irit then. How do we push people into using the machine as tools to think with instead of to think instead of us?
So yeah, exactly. So in the field that I work in, it's a really big challenge that is discussed at this time. How do we get people not just offloading their cognitive task into the machine and just accept it? And the problem is, we do it because of a principle called cognitive laziness. And just to be fair, laziness, as a general, is not a despicable quality, right? It's an evolutionary attribute that helped any living organism give or invest as little effort as possible in order to get as much as possible. So it's, our human nature. If we get something that seems okay, then we tend to accept it, even if we have the knowledge to understand that we could have given a better answer. And so now we are looking into mechanisms called cognitive forcing, going back to Socrates, critical thinking, and so on, to nudge people not to just accept and be biased toward the answer they get from the machine, but rather to think about it, and not just, and everybody's talking about explainable AI, and explainable AI is good, is important, but it's not a solution. You need not only to see the explanation, but to really, again, think critically about them. We saw that if we give explanation, if the AI gives explanation, people tend to even more likely accept whatever they suggest just because they think, oh, it explains it, so it must be right. So we need to force people to think critically, and there are some mechanisms we're looking into.
Okay, we'll go to the forcing people issue in a minute, but I want to circle back. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd have to comment
yeah,
on
of
that
course.
Because I don't think it's not only the single person in its only silo who creates a text or analyze a text. We have to build ecosystems about this, because everything you do, you write your grant proposal, other persons evaluate this grant proposal, and then you go back to doing the project. Well, is there any sense if AI writes a proposal and AI issue evaluates a proposal, and then we let the project is done by an AI? So we have to build ecosystems. We have to face these challenges in a whole group of persons. It's not a single person. We have to find a way how to make value of it in supply chains, in value chains, in innovation chains. And this is an issue. But if don't bring the answer how we can organize that.
So how do we do that? What do we do? Should we regulate it? Should we come up with innovative ideas? How do the problems are very clear. You really articulated them very nicely. But what do we do? How do we decide on how much we use AI when we're writing grants? Maybe how do we regulate or think about boundaries for judging grants with AI and having AI perform the research? How do we decide on that? Oh, that's an open question for all of you.
If I were to take a guess, an educated guess, I would say probably, and this is a slightly contrarian position, so I would like to excuse my panelists in advance, but I think that the current framework, the current paradigm of next token prediction is a dead end. It is a nice technology, it's beautiful, the LLMs are very, very useful, but they won't get us any further, right? We're at the end of the technological development here. There will be definitely something else, but far in the future. So think of it as the age of steam, right? Steam was much better than manual work. It was beautiful, but that's it, basically. We're at the end. So there will come electricity, probably in some kind of a neurosymbolic way, but it's ahead of us in the future. So this technology that we have now, the LLMs, will probably be integrated as a normal technology. So robotics, I hope, this is your neck of the woods. So I would like the AI to do my dishes and clean my house so that I have more time for reading and thinking, and not the other way around. And this is the current trend, is rather to offload my cognitive jobs of writing papers, of writing proposals, and writing emails so that I can clean my house even better, right? That's not the direction that I want to follow.
Well, since you talked about robots, are you sure that if we will have a robot that will clean your house and do your dishes, and we're almost there, you will still be the one reading, or will you be using platforms like Deep Research and, I don't know, let's say that are summarizing things and giving you the summary, and then you're just reading a very short version of the things we used to read earlier? Is it... this is also maybe about laziness. Are we still going to be lazy if we have more time because, well, cool robots are going to be all around us?
Yeah, I am lazy, like
we
most
all
of us.
are.
We all are. So yeah, I'll be using these things. But as you have mentioned, they are not producing any new knowledge. They are summarizing existing knowledge, and they by definition cannot create new knowledge because they have zero true capacity for understanding, for reasoning, and for causal inference. And this is the most important thing. Knowledge is about causality. In science, we want to understand why things happen, and LLMs are inherently correlational. They just compute the probability of word co-occurrences in a huge corpora of text. So if you have a technology which is inherently non-causal, it is impossible to produce causal knowledge with it, right? But the summaries, I mean, it's super useful. It's great. It's beautiful. Just don't extrapolate from this useful technology into futuristic, non-existing futures.
Okay, you want to say something?
I studied physics. If I understand quantum physics, there's no need to take the textbooks and ask whatever AI, summarize it to me, and then I don't understand it. So you have to work through it, but I have to have time to go through it, and this, fully agree.
Yeah.
So we don't need to read all the books. It's fine if we have just summaries.
Read the books. No, you need to read the books to understand it. But you need to have the time to do so.
Okay.
So just get rid of bureaucracy, everything. This can be done by AI.
You want to add?
I want to disagree. I'm a panelist, right?
I had a feeling you will disagree.
Yeah. So I think about it more of not what the AI can or cannot do, but what we can do with the AI. And I think that I completely agree about the cooking, cleaning, right?
But you added cooking, I'm just saying.
But I think that if we learn, and that's another thing that we don't educate still as we should, if we learn how to do prompt engineering in an efficient way, we will get better information. And it's about information, I agree, it's not causality, but I think that I don't know, whoever here is in my age remembers that we used to memorize phone numbers by heart, right? I don't know how many remember that. We don't need that anymore. Why? Because our phone is sort of an extension of our cognition, and it frees our cognition to do something else. Now, if I have the time, instead of reading long books and remember some of what I read, maybe I can converse with the AI and through a conversation learn something much more in a much more engaging way that would stick, right? And I will learn it better. And then I can work with the AI to find causality, for example. So I think we need to think about what we can gain from the interaction. It's not AI and us, it's us, right? This is the point, I think.
I think I saw that Google are now developing this platform, it's AI platform, which is supposed to be a mentor or
tutor.
a tutor, exactly. So maybe they are going towards that direction. But will people use it, or will they just go right back to the chat?
So here's the problem of the cognitive laziness, right? Will people use it? Will people want to use it? Mean to use it? Yes. Will people do it? When you have a shortcut, it's really hard to resist. And this is, again, this is the big challenge now. How do we resist the easy way?
So how do we resist the easy way?
I hope that the economy of knowledge will solve a little bit this problem, because the fact that the shortcut exists in the first place is that there is some value and you can get to this value faster, right? Just going the other way around. Now, what the deep research and similar tools are doing is that they are leveling the field for everyone. So now, the only thing that will remain in the economy of knowledge will be your ability to think originally. And thinking will not be offloaded to AI, because thinking is hard, it's difficult, it takes time, it takes, you have to be bored with thinking, right? This is just hard. And people who will be able to use extended cognition in the sense of AI, just like we use calculators, like we use digital notepads and so on and so forth, if they will be able to somehow push their thinking more to the limit, you will see this the new value created on this knowledge market by the people who can think, right? So I truly hope that thinking will be back on vogue, right? Just because everybody will be, the AI is making the regression to the mean. So when everything is mean, then it really, if you are above the mean, it really sticks out.
And coming back to you, so yes, AI, Google, whatever, can make pupils make their life easier. But do we want to rely on that? So, not to open the field of regulation, because I have no answer, but is this our vision? Do we want that our children are educated by Google? And how can we find the right balance between what we do in school, how they can use these tools to get a critical mind, to develop a critical way of thinking? I have no answer, but we should not rely on just go to Google and here. Really wonderful how my daughter is using ChatGPT to learn math, she helps herself. But I want them to go to school to get a critical way of thinking. And this, I'm not quite sure if we just want to rely on LLMs.
I just want to clarify that I don't think we should rely. I'm just saying that this is what happens, no matter what we want.
How can we prevent?
This is the question, exactly. How can we prevent it? And I think that the way to prevent it, and I don't have the answer. This is one of the things that I research these days, exactly. But I think that the way to prevent it is, first of all, to realize that it is here. I mean, the cat is out of the bag. There's no going back. We need to accept it. And now we need to think how to work with it, and in a way to find how to change our tendencies from their natural reactions, right? And this would require a lot of effort. This will require a lot of investment by educational and AI researchers and cognitive researchers, and we'll have to find a way to make people want to be critical. This is our task, to make them want.
But maybe this goes back to the fact that everything will be super averaged, and then people will want to rise.
If you want to shine,
exactly.
You need to show, because knowledge becomes much more democratic now, which is a good thing, right? But then those who want to shine will need to resist the shortcuts.
But Daniel, I do want to push you towards the regulation question. Should we regulate, and what should we regulate? Because this is like very much on the gray zone, right? and people, I think, are avoiding from this discussion, and maybe we can just start to think about it now.
Hard question, so I have really no answer. So I don't believe that regulation will do the job, because everyone will find ways around, because we are lazy. And this laziness sort of leads to this average leverage effect. And I doubt that AI makes knowledge democratic. I even see the opposite, because there's some person around which control which sit on the control points of these kind of ecosystems, and this is not a democratic anymore. We have some companies, some persons which control these kind of ecosystems, and this is our job. How can we leverage these ecosystems? And I really don't know if we can leverage these kind of structures by regulation, by acceptance, by communication, by building our own kind of value streams in industry. Regulation is one of the answers, but not the only one.
Okay.
I'll start with an anecdote. The moment the DeepSeek appeared, I used the web interface to chat with DeepSeek, and I had the following conversation. I said, repeat exactly verbatim after me. And the model says, yeah, the grass is green. And the model says, the grass is green. I say, the sky is blue. The sky is blue. Taiwan is an independent country. Taiwan is a part of the Republic of China. Right away. There are two different things when it comes to regulation. So one is the regulation enforced on the end users, like checking if you have used ChatGPT to write your school essay. And this is muddling the waters, because the far more important regulation is imposed on the producers and on the huge companies, which don't want those regulations. On the other hand, they say they won't do those regulations, but framing this as an existential threat, as something that we need these huge multinational regulations, so AI acts of this world, and so on and so forth. And this is, again, just to stop looking at this as a normal technology, because it's a normal technology. When an LLM is a part of a product and it hallucinates and you make a wrong financial decision, it's not a philosophical question. It's a product liability, and we have laws against that. And we can employ those laws. And there is a question of, job market devaluation. There is product liability. There are rising energy costs. AI is not democratic in the sense that the brunt of the financial heaviness is on the people living close to data centers. Because whenever you build a data center, the energy bill for average Joe goes up, right? So these are very mundane, regular, everyday things that we have tools to do. So if we stop thinking about it as some kind of a futuristic technology and just think of it just as we would think about gas pipelines or electricity, then suddenly it's a completely different discussion. And I think we should discuss far more the regulations imposed on the producers and suppliers of large language models than trying to force ordinary people not to use it because this and that.
Okay.
So first of all, I agree that regulations are very important. And I mean, we have also an example from technology, right? We have the privacy GDPR and the Privacy Acts in different places, and we saw that the world has changed since 2018 that these got into effect. Because the producers are really worried. It has become very costly not to comply with the regulations, and they do it, and I completely agree. We should have the same regulations here. I didn't mean, of course, by cognitive forcing. Just to again clarify, I didn't mean that we need to regulate the simple Joe, right, sitting in front of his computer at home. I meant that we need to have mechanisms within the technology that would nudge our thinking process, like we'll jump and do, and these can be very mild things, by the way. These can be as mild as just not giving too quickly the answer, but letting one think, or ask them even, what do you think is the answer, and only then give them the answer. This induces critical thinking just by itself. Really simple things that have already shown some progress in this sense. So Cognitive forcing is not about regulating the children at school or the people at home. It's about helping them enjoy the process of critical thinking.
Okay, so we went a little bit dark here. And I want to see if you can come up with some positive aspects of the AI involvement in the way we produce knowledge today. Maybe there is some kind of knowledge we couldn't reach without AI, or any other positive aspects that get some positivity into the discussion.
Coming back to the example of steam and electricity, so then it was not a technology by itself, but we built an infrastructure on that. And once we started understanding these technologies and the infrastructure, magic appeared. So we started building up automotive industries and whatever, and all different kinds of industries. And the next revolution was the internet. I don't know how this internet works, and I don't care. But it's a very nice infrastructure which you can use. And again, many different things, private and in economy appeared. And if I understand you correctly, let's think about it this way. AI will be kind of infrastructure. We don't need to regulate infrastructure.
Yeah.
We have to use it. We will find our way using infrastructure for new kinds of business models, of new kind of developing knowledge. It's an infrastructure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's because for the last yesterday I've heard a couple of times the phrase being uttered, everybody is using AI. Right? It's like a platitude thrown left and right. That's not true. That's demonstrably not true. The recent studies show that around 5% of knowledge workers are using AI in their everyday life. And this is the problem because they don't see the utility, direct utility. We are closing on the 4th year of ChatGPT, and there is no single successful product using ChatGPT. There is no email, there is no spreadsheet, nothing to show for billions and billions of valuation of OpenAI, because it is a difficult technology to turn it into a product. And sure, there will be very nice products, like, again, coming back to robots, I really hope for autonomous robots doing a lot of work in warehouses, on street maintenance, and so on and so forth. I would love it in hospitals, in schools, and in many places. But it's hard. It's like we've been on this trajectory with every new technology. It takes time. The society has to accept new solutions. And if a solution is obviously useful, like making my life better and easier right from the get-go, then I accept and adapt to the technology. If the technology is some website to which I can go and say, write me a funny haiku about my city, I mean, where's the use in that, right? For the knowledge, just to finish the thing, for the knowledge, I think it's a category error. It will not produce new knowledge, but as an aid, as a summarizer, as the pattern, I mean, these tools are perfect in pattern matching, right? So medical image analysis, a perfect example. These technologies can analyze the images much better, which is not to say that they will replace the medical professionals. Jeff Hinton, the Nobel laureate, famously said in 2016 that there will be, in 5 years, there will be no radiologists, because radiologists are absolutely unimportant and are useless. And care to guess which medical profession is lacking the most now in trained individuals? Radiology.
Okay.
Radiologists are still very much used, and they will use AI just as a supercharger. Like, they will not be counting by hand, they will be using a calculator. That's basically how I see it.
Okay, more positivity.
Positivity, yeah, absolutely. So I'll start with saying you said that about 5% of knowledge workers work with AI today, and I would even argue that only 5% of those 5% work correctly with them, meaning working with really meaningful prompting and in a meaningful way to produce relatively high quality knowledge and use it correctly, right? And so I think that one thing we need to invest in is educating all those knowledge workers to work with the AI, but to work with it in an efficient way, in a productive way. And the other thing is that if you ask about the future, I'm optimistic by nature, right? And what I believe will be is like any other technology, we will free ourselves to think in a higher level of sophistication. So just like think about programming, right? We started with the zeros and ones, and now we can pretty much tell LLM what to code, right? But then we free ourselves for even more sophisticated innovations and ideas and things that we weren't free to think about before because we were too invested in the details. And I think this will just take us yet another level higher.
Okay, very interesting. But now let's go to the
Positive.
other direction. You have more positive
No,
because
was
I'm
it
going
positive
dark
enough
again.
for you? But I'm not sure.
Do you think there are places where we want to moderate the use of AI? We want to say we need to be more responsible if we add AI when we are generating knowledge, or maybe just not use AI at all, places where it will become even dangerous, or just we need to be more careful? Or are we good with everywhere?
First of all, I don't think you can do. I mean, you can tell people not to use AI. It will not help. It's like saying to teenagers, "Don't use your applications on the phone." It's out there, and that's it. And this is what I meant by democratic. Yes, there are producers controlling it, but again, the control is mediated by the public and what they do with it. So I don't think we can or should even limit their use. I think we need to make sure that it's used responsibly.
So what does it mean to be responsible? So apart from not just copy and pasting, and where everybody can see that you copy and pasted.
So again, it goes back to the regulations for the producers and educations for the users to use it, to use the right prompts, to use the right critical thinking, to have the inherently within the technology these mechanisms to nudge critical thinking, all of those, and probably more that I can't think about right now.
So again, I fully agree. We cannot prevent misuse of artificial intelligence, just like we cannot prevent people from driving directly into the river because the GPS told them to turn right. I mean, the human stupidity is untamable. So there is that. There are examples of AI usage where we should be a little bit careful. Like, don't use the mushroom book from Amazon, right? Because there are GPT-generated but the list of mushrooms, and they are mostly false. Like, you will die, literally die, if you follow the instructions and recipes over there. And I think what we should take special precautions is, again, going back to the regulations, especially forcing the model suppliers to enforce non-discrimination, because this is a huge thing. Just yesterday, there was a lady presenting on the Falling Walls Labs, and I was shocked to learn that the number of black women in the data sets regarding breast cancer is like 10 times less than white women, despite the fact that there is exactly the same number of Caucasian women and black women in the world with white. Vision models are great at recognizing what is a toothbrush in Europe, but they will fail to recognize a toothbrush in Africa. There will be whole groups, cohorts of people based on their ethnicity, on their age, on the location they live in, which will be just mistreated by AI. Not purposefully, but just because the data is missing from the training sets, because collecting those data for the training sets was too cumbersome, too expensive, too difficult in these remote locations. And this is, I think, a responsibility. Like,
whose responsibility?
The providers. Like,
The providers.
You don't want to have different quality of electricity depending on whether you are in Germany or in Estonia. And the same is with language models, and the same is with vision models. Right?
But have you talked to engineers lately? Because they would just say, but that's the data, right?
technology is never value neutral. This is a lie being told by engineers all over the world. I'm one of them, but I recognize this lie. It's not true. Simply, the technology always reflects the values of people creating the technology, and we have to strive for more egalitarian technology in artificial intelligence.
But you could at least give another answer. So it's not the reliability on the producers or tech producers, but of the guys who apply them. So I don't want LLMs to be used to drive critical infrastructure. And this is not the responsibility of the persons who produce the technology. It's the responsibility of the guys who use it.
Yeah.
And I'm not quite coming back to your once I struggle still with the optimistic view. I'm not quite getting into it, and I struggle with regulation. We cannot regulate them. I'm quite sure, but we have to make the critical mind of the CEOs running critical infrastructure not to use these things if they don't know how to work.
That's a fantastic sentence to stop with and open the floor for questions.
Thank you very much. This was one of the most interesting discussions that I've heard about this problem. I am professor at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, but not in the School of Mathematics. I'm a historian. And you explained the limitations of regulation. What about enhancing alternatives of production of knowledge to artificial intelligence? Let me give you one example. When I look for bibliography using artificial intelligence, I only get the things about which I had asked. If I go to a library, to a bookshelf, I will look at the next book and the book on the other shelf, and I will find books that I wouldn't have imagined that even existed, and I would have never asked for them. In other words, artificial intelligence is like a pool in which fish swims. We're going to catch the fish that belongs to known species, and the rest of the fish are just going on to swim undisturbed.
I'm sure everybody has something to say. So, Irit, you can start.
So again, this is about prompting, right? I tend to disagree because we can find so many things that the LLM would give us the answer and then extensions that it proposes. So it's about, you can ask a question, but first of all, you get more information than you asked for if you ask for widely enough. And then you can continue again. And for me, LLM is a conversation, not a question and answer. And if you converse with it, then you'll get, I think, at least what you would have seen in the shelf next to the book you took. And the book next to the book you took is probably organized by the author's last name and not by necessarily topic, right? Exactly. And I think that through LLM, and again with the right kinds of prompts, you will get these extensions that could be very intriguing for you. And you could choose and pick every time which extension you would like to follow.
I just have another picture in my mind. So going to a library, I studied physics, and still, to be honest, not positive. If you go to a library and you study physics, and then you grab a book, and there's a texture book, famous one from Feynman. You know, he's a Nobel laureate. I trust this guy, so he should be he's a smart guy. I trust what he's written, and then there's a citation of, let's say, Heisenberg, whatever, and then you get to download my paper from Heisenberg. There's another one. I trust him. Who's a trust anchor in doing this with prompting or whatever? Who do you trust just writing, summarize me anything, and I don't know who is the author of that? It's trust.
Yep. Something I think that's it.
Yeah, we have over there.
Okay.
Okay,
Do I have to
perfect.
turn it on myself? Okay.
It's on?
Well, thank you all so much. I would like to ask again about the point, it's just a new infrastructure that you made, because it seems a bit different. People call it like a real revolution. It's not like the Steam or maybe even the internet. And we're only 4 years into it. And of course, foresight is different, but I do wonder about the generational shift. So like those of us who still memorized phone numbers, went to university without internet, did a lot of boring, difficult reading, like maybe we are like trained in critical thinking, but what about the generation that went to school and university today that has summaries available all over? So, like, if you could give a little bit more foresight into like maybe 10, 20 years.
That was actually my request for them to finalize the session, but we can absolutely do it now. But I do want you to decide on whether you predict a bright or a not so bright future.
So my deep conviction that this is just another technology, and then from technology to infrastructure, is that this is technologically, from the architectural point of view, it is a dead end. We see it already. For the last 3 years, there was something called the scaling laws, which basically predicted that the capacity of language models increase exponentially with the number of either tokens, input token, so the amount of training data, or the size of the model, or the amount of compute. So 3 different variables, we were increasing them, and exponentially we were getting better models. And this narrative of the revolution came with the change from GPT-3 to GPT-4. People noticed that it's a qualitative difference, right? So they said, okay, so this will continue into the future. So GPT-5 will be, again, exponentially better than GPT-4, and GPT-6 will be even better. And then we're at the brink of general superintelligence. Not the case. And OpenAI and XAI and DeepSeek, they know this. They knew it for the last 12 months because they stopped developing new architectures. Every single model that we got, even those quote-unquote reasoning models, there is no reasoning in those models at all. Even those, they were just post-training of existing models. Just a little bit tweaks. It's not a new engine. It's the same engine, the same car. They just repainted it and, refurbished with a fancy something, a fancy spoiler at the end. But that's it. And when GPT-5 appeared, suddenly, the whole talk about superintelligence disappeared, and we're back to the narrative of, look, this model is 5% better on the benchmark for law exams, and 3.6 better on the benchmark for general language understanding. That's not a revolution. That's the definition of slow technological progress, right? And we're just hitting the end. I have no idea what will happen in 10 years. I hope there will be some breakthrough, but it's not in sight. So discussing the guardrails and regulations of the superintelligence is, and if I can take 2 more minutes and completely shamelessly steal an example from Cal Newport of the deep work fame, it's like, imagine a scientist going into a bioethicist conference and giving a long talk about the need to create paddocks for Tyrannosaurus rex, and creating and discussing the electricity, the voltage, the tranquilizer darts, and everybody else would say, why are we discussing the paddocks for dinosaurs? Well, because we will be cloning dinosaurs. How? Well, basically, the genetics research is going so fast that one day it's given that we will clone dinosaurs. And this is basically, this is exactly what those people are saying here. We will have superintelligence. Show me a reasonable, technologically sound way to general artificial intelligence. I don't see it at all.
So, Mikola, you think we're already in the future? Daniel, maybe you can give a different perspective. How do you see us going?
Yeah, I'm still struggling with this positivity. So I still believe it's kind of infrastructure. And coming back to the electricity, once there was electricity, there was light. It was much better than using electrical light bulbs than candles. So we just could spend more time on reading the books instead of firing the candles. And this is something, and then something new occurred. But I have no idea. We cannot predict it. We need to find a way how to use AI, how to make use in our use cases of it. And this I'm quite positive. I see my daughter. It's fantastic how she uses it. But still, I ask her, Merle, doing your math exam, can we talk about it again? So what did you learn then? How did you believe that this is better than what I explained to you? But this is a different story, probably. But she will manage to do so. So this is my positive way.
You got out of that. Optimistic, you promised.
Yeah, so I'm going to uncharacteristically be a bit more grim now, because you were asking about the education of the next generation. And this is something I'm very worried about, not because of Gen AI, because with our technology has changed unrecognizably in the past several decades. And we still teach at schools, at universities, in the same way we did like 1,000 or 2,000 years ago. There are students sitting in class, there's the teacher, and yeah, the teacher tries to be interactive. They do Kahoot because, look, it's a cool application. But in a sense, we teach the same way we used to centuries ago. And I don't know how we can revolutionize that. This needs a revolution, and somehow we haven't, globally, we haven't found the way to do it. And I'm very concerned about it, because our teachers or the teachers of our children still give them the same, more or less, task we used to get when we needed to look in encyclopedias, and now you just Google it or Gemini it, right? And you have everything. You need a new, more exploratory, critical way of studying. And it should have changed long ago, far before the Gen AI. So looking at education, I'm very worried, actually.
Okay. We have time for maybe one or two more questions.
Yeah, thank you for the very interesting session so far. I have a question on, we heard about the usage, right? How we use it. And thinking about new technologies, maybe a smartphone, right? So there, in the social networks, for example, there we also still fighting, right? There were companies that optimize time spent on screen, not time spent on, or to create real better value, bringing people together, doing some sports together or something like that. So about how to use, right? New technology, how we as users adopt to it, how can we make the best out of it? And also coming to the sovereignty part of it, owning the own LLM, owning the recommendation algorithm in terms of social networks. What would it be for the LLMs, right? Owning the LLMs, maybe comments from the group on that one. So how we make best use it.
I'll make a short comment and a very evasive one. Namely, I see it as a confusion of technology and product. So your example of social networks, that was already a product on the market with valuation, with money behind it, and they were just optimizing for their objective function, right? To extend the time spent on the website. And I think the same will be here. It's not the question of how it's not relevant to AI, it's relevant to the product that will be using AI. So it's another level of consideration, so it's not that moment.
We heard the Gemini platform to teach kids.
Oh yeah, that's
a
product.
Optimize the time spent on the Gemini platform. So these kinds of things, I think, are still relevant, right?
Yeah, but they don't have any sound monetization model right now. And social networks had by the value of ads.
Okay. Maybe we can just take one quick more question, because we're almost out of time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Just coming back maybe to the beginning of the talk and picking up the question of education. What we heard in the beginning was that we were confusing the artifact with the process in a way. Mm-hmm. And also we heard that people are lazy in a very economical sense, right? We are willing to invest if we see the value. So if we take the classical definition of knowledge, which is like true justified belief, have we too long in the educational system put focus on truth, telling people what to believe, what the right answer is, and too little on justification and on understanding? And I think this is also why people are so tempted, right, to use AI, to use these shortcuts. Do we have to force them, or do we actually just need a shift in value? Yeah, what will be your answer to that?
Oh, I think you're all have more to say.
Definitely not regulation. So if it comes to shift of values, it's something within your character. So we have to be convincing and not to be regulating these issues.
You're 100% right. We were evaluating the artifacts because it was cheaper, faster, and more efficient. And now we have to find new ways of evaluation. We don't know how to do this. It's very hard, very difficult, and every single vertical of society has to rethink the way they evaluate knowledge de novo.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I think that regulations have a big role in steering producers to ethically value-driven directions, that the mere business value does not steer them to that. And this is why I continue to talk about regulations, I'm sorry, because I think that, and again, if we go back to education, our children are much more educated by their applications, by their social networks. They get so much information and so much learning, whatever its quality may be, right? But from these, and they have so much effect on them now than their teachers, that I think that if we don't somehow proactively and non-economically related, steering, we need to find a way to make producers of technologies be attentive to the values that we want our children, our next generations to have. And again, unless we do that, and that goes back to the beginning of my statement, we will find very soon that the machine will outsmart us, not because they know how to reason, but because we no longer know how to do that.
Okay, we really have to end this session. Thank you so much. You are absolutely amazing, and thank you all for joining.
Thank you, Ada.
Good morning, everyone, and a warm welcome to this panel discussion on boosting biomedical innovation ecosystems in Europe. My name is Alex Betts. I'm Pro-Vice-Chancellor for International Engagement at the University of Oxford, and I have the pleasure of moderating this session. Before I introduce our esteemed panelists, I just want to set the scene a little bit for you. This panel is a joint initiative of the Berlin Institute for Health at the Charité, the University of Oxford, and the Berlin University Alliance in the context of the Berlin-Oxford Research Partnership. The question before us is a relatively simple one. It's how can we take groundbreaking research that researchers are leading in the area of biomedical research and translate it into joint ventures, new products that can be licensed, and use that to transform human health around the world for the better at scale. What we want to explore in this panel is the variety of opportunities we face within our ecosystems, the barriers and challenges that we face, and we want to learn across ecosystems around the world, in Europe and beyond, and also think through how we can make our ecosystems work at all stages of the innovation process, bridging academics with the private sector and investors, for instance. What we really want to do is explore a theme that is challenging for many. I'm an academic. I'm actually a social scientist rather than a scientist, and that's why I'm the moderator rather than one of our expert panelists. But for a long time as an academic researcher, I've assumed my best way of having impact is to produce peer-reviewed academic articles that sit on shelves in libraries or on databases in the digital space or speak at academic conferences. But actually what I've come to realize is arguably the most effective way in which the research community and universities can have impact is through innovation, by taking the IP that we produce and translating it into products, into processes, sometimes commercializing that IP and turning it into business opportunities, whether for profit or not, in ways that directly impact on the global challenges we face around the world. But to do that, we need to bring different stakeholders together, stakeholders that don't naturally always work together. Business communities, investors, accelerators, hubs, entrepreneurs, scientists that often speak different languages. Ecosystems are emerging, particularly in the biomedical and life sciences spaces, but we need to be able to bring together the most efficient and effective collaborations we can. How do we do that? What does it look like? And what can it look like on a collaborative scale within and beyond Europe? I'm delighted to be joined by an esteemed set of panelists. From my left to right, we have Dora Handrea, who is head of Inspire at the University of Oxford, the entrepreneurship hub of the university, connecting the next generation of entrepreneurs with the innovation space. Christopher Baum, who is the chair of the board of the Berlin Institute of Health at the Charité and one of our leading foremost experts on gene and cell therapy. To his side is Trina Bartholdi, who is based in Copenhagen and is the Chief Business Officer at the Bio-Innovation Institute. She's got an esteemed track record of leading CEOs in the health space and leading an accelerator that's at the forefront of Europe's biomedical innovation space. And last but not least, welcome Alex Mihailides, who is, amongst other things, Associate Vice President for International Partnerships at the University of Toronto, but also, as an academic, has led pioneering work in what might be described as age tech, supporting aging societies by bringing together robotics, AI, producing not just great academic work, but translating it into practice and innovation. So we're delighted to have you all. And if I may, I'm going to begin with a very simple question. Could you all briefly introduce yourself and what you do, and tell us how it relates to the topic at hand? Dora.
Thank you, Alex. I'm delighted to be here today. As you said, I'm the head of Inspire at Oxford University, and Inspire is the entrepreneurship hub connecting and aggregating opportunities and supporting founders, whether that's staff, students, or recent alumni. And the work we do connects wider within the Oxford ecosystem with Oxford University Innovation, which is the technology transfer of the university. We work closely with partners across the world, especially in Europe, and we support support founders to start up, launch their ideas, grow them, and connect them to investors.
Fantastic. Christopher.
Yeah, I'm here because I'm a member of board of directors of Charité, and I'm sitting in the board of directors of Charité, which is one of the largest university medical centers in Europe, because I'm leading the Berlin Institute of Health, and we report in the Berlin Institute of Health directly into the German Ministry of Research. And our purpose is, our mission is to create ecosystems here in Berlin and also beyond Berlin at the national and also at the international level. And more recently, I became spokesperson of a new initiative called the National Strategy for Gene and Cell-Based Therapies. And there we explored some new mechanisms of fostering interactions beyond the walls of existing silos. And that may be of interest.
Fantastic. Trina.
Yeah, so what we do at Bioinnovation Institute is basically supporting all the researchers and taking the leap into becoming entrepreneurs. And we do that by creating and constantly reinforcing our ecosystem for innovation. So a little bit like you do in Oxford. So it is, of course, strengthening and collaborating across the value chain, which is coming from groundbreaking research to translational research over to other incubators, industry, venture capitalists. And I would love if I could also be joined by EU politicians or something like that, because I think that is also one of the problems. I don't know if we'll talk about that today. But there's definitely a big political agenda here if we are to succeed. And what we can see by experience, we have been doing these startups for more than 6 years now, supporting more than 130 startups within life science. And we can see all the hurdles we have. And I'm certain we will come to talk about that. So this is why I think this discussion is super relevant here today. And I'm so pleased to be here. Thank you, Christopher, for inviting me.
We'll definitely come to those themes. Alex.
Yeah, thanks so much, Alex, for having me and for the conference. It's been wonderful. Alex Mielides, Associate Vice President for International Partnerships at University of Toronto. And I cover both academic and corporate partnerships across the entire university. Now, University of Toronto, for those that don't know, is one of the largest public institutions in the world with over 100,000 students, 15,000 faculty. So as you can imagine, even the relatively defined scope of biotech, I cover partnerships anywhere from the role of AI to gene therapy to imaging to the work that I do in the role of technology to support older adults and caregivers. My particular role, and I think what I'll bring to this discussion is my job is to bring those partners to our faculty members and our students in order to not only build the greatest research programs they can with respect to these partnerships, but to invite partners from around the world, whether in industry, in government, in academia, to join our biozones that we've developed. And it's really been through those partnerships that University of Toronto has grown itself very quickly into being the third largest bio zone in North America, just behind Boston and San Francisco.
So what's really exciting is we've got the research side, we've got the investor side represented here, we've got different parts of the innovation ecosystem, and we've got a global comparative perspective. Within Europe, we've got perspectives from the UK, Germany, Denmark, and from the North American side, we've got Canada. So let's dive into successes. Let's start optimistic. It's a sunny, beautiful day. You're all involved in success stories. What's going well? And perhaps as we're in Germany, as we're in Berlin, Christopher, what's working in the biomedical innovation ecosystem space here in Germany? What's going well?
Well, we had a famous example of an academic grown startup becoming a world leader in mRNA vaccination in this country. And what we learned through the crisis of the COVID pandemic, that once all the actors come together and join forces from the private sector, from the public sector, and also from the government, the relevant people, and there is something that we can jointly achieve, right? And we just have to cross borders of the silos between public, private, and state authorities. That is the first thing that we learned, but that is not sufficient. I think we also have to overcome that regional competition between ecosystems, very much because we are in the health sector working in a global competitive situation. And when we want to produce products, they should serve the needs of patients not only in a region but all over the world, ideally. So why not trying to bring actors and people together across borders of existing ecosystems? And that is what we are trying to do in the Gene and Cell Therapy Initiative that we have here in Germany. And it's an interesting lesson learned that it is possible and it can create a new spirit. And that we start targeting postdocs and younger actors, but we also reach out very actively to the representatives of the private sector, the industry, and the newly formed startups. And we would very much like to learn more from other successful ecosystems in Europe, how we can best get there in producing innovations.
Brilliant. So on that note of learning from other contexts, let's maybe come to you, Alex, and what you've done in Toronto, because in the biosciences innovation space, I think Toronto is third in North America, behind only the greater Boston context and the Silicon Valley context. How have you done it in the Toronto space?
So, I would say it's been a couple of things. So one, our reputation. University of Toronto is where insulin was discovered, back in the early 20th century and released to the global community for the greater good. So we have a reputation that goes back a long way, and so people know about what we do in biomedical research and biosciences. The second thing, I think, building on Christopher's point, is partnerships. We've been very successful in bringing partnerships in from around the world. We are open and we welcome as many partners from around the globe as possible, because we know, especially in these geopolitical times, that through partnerships is the only way a lot of these things are going to get out. Beyond that, partnerships is really critical for a country like Canada. That is a relatively small country in terms of our market. And so we need to look at other markets around the world. And so by working with Europe, working with Asia, working with our friends down south to us, so the United States, that's been a key role in our successes of not just having those academic publications coming out, but actually moving those innovations out the door.
Brilliant. And as an Oxford academic asking an Oxford colleague this question, I hesitate a little bit, but Dora, what's made Oxford so outstanding in the innovation?
Thanks, Alex. I can relate to my colleagues' answers here. Collaboration is definitely one of the strengths that Oxford has, both in terms of industry partnerships, but also the collaborations we see between institutions and other universities. What's been amazing at Oxford is to see that rich history. Oxford is a 900 years old organization. It has a lot of expertise that has been built upon from generation to generation. And that expertise and innovation is now trickling down to innovative ideas, venture creation. And we are attracting a lot of attention through that. And the attention we are attracting, we are galvanizing supporters, wider supporters in the ecosystem to drive the entrepreneurial agenda. So for that, we work with policymakers, we work with other universities, we listen to our founders to understand what their needs are. So this constant stream of information and listening to each other has really been the foundation of the success at Oxford. And we have some great examples. If you look at all the research-intensive universities in the UK and put them all together, that's called the Russell Group. But if you take Oxford out, Oxford still has more spin-outs than all those universities together. So that gives us a certain level of gravitas when it comes to engaging with partners and when it comes to engaging with investors as well. So our aim for the future is really to ensure that our staff, students, do have access to the right support within the university, and we can provide a platform to launch and scale businesses. And in today's age, that's not easy. Everyone has access to technology, information, so the human element plays a big role. So making sure that the partnerships we form are trustworthy is really, really important to us as well.
So Trina, from all three panelists we've heard so far that collaboration really matters, and part of that partnership, as well as the geographical side, is bringing together researchers with investors and with the private sector and with venture capitalists. You lead a very successful accelerator. How do you make that accelerator work to create all these ingredients, bring them together and create something outstanding?
I think first of all, I would like to say, actually, I was reflecting a little bit while you were talking here as well, and you mentioned the word spirit. So I think what I'm actually most proud of, I'll come back to how, the key elements and how we did it. But actually what I'm most proud of is the way we have changed the mindset with the students in terms of thinking about innovation, in terms of taking the leap into becoming entrepreneurs, to be bold, to be ambitious, to be visionary, to wanting to move. I think you were talking about doing publications and then they were shelved off. But actually as a researcher, you start to think, oh, maybe this can actually come to use for the society one day. So, and I know from the universities we work with, they have said, you have really moved that needle because you were there to cater and take care of the first-time founders. I mean, mind you, we have approximately 70% being first-time founders. That takes a lot of listening and support. So I think this changing the spirit, changing the mindset into thinking innovation, that's what I'm actually most proud of, because that's a long, something that will pay off for a very long time. So how did we do it? I mean, we really identify 4 core elements to be the pillars of building an accelerator. Any startup need money, so funding. You cannot do a startup without funding, so there needs to be funding accessible. There also need to be access to the right knowledge, so that could be within gene therapy, drug development, or whatever. So building that network as well, and we do that through serial entrepreneurs as mentors. We do it by collaborating close with the pharmaceutical industry that support the startups. And then they also need to have access to network, and we have created a large venture capital network as an example with more than 200 venture capitalists that we are constantly exposing our startups to, also for friendly fire, which also is really helpful. So that's the network. The 4th element, access to lab, because it's super costly for a startup to go out there and create their own lab. So facilities, network, knowledge, and then funding. Those are the 4 pillars we have built on. And within that, across, we have a strong educational program that we constantly try to improve for the entrepreneurs. And right now, we are actually looking into making it more virtual, allowing us to work more international. We have tested it out with the CRIC. We are right now, a few weeks back, I was in Vienna talking to Exista about working with them as well. Barcelona as well. So, I would love if we could become more pan-European in our approach.
So facilities, network, knowledge, funding, and then change the culture is the magic formula. It sounds so simple and straightforward, but we know it's not. So
and it's costly. I mean,
it's costly.
And maybe I'll just add one comment to that, because I'm actually standing here because of you. So when you think about the insulin, because my institute is based on the Novo Nordisk Foundation, so I'm representing a non-for-profit institute, and it's based on the huge success and high need for insulin. That's more than 100 years ago, that the Novo Nordisk founders got access to the insulin patent from Toronto. So there you see, it pays off to work together, also in the longer term.
Innovation begets innovation, even further downstream and a long way into the future. We create that cycle. But let's turn the page to challenges, because I know it's not as easy as perhaps it sounds when you do it so well. Dora, Trina mentioned that culture shift, and you work with that next generation, young and emerging scholars, the researchers of tomorrow, to try to inculcate that entrepreneurial spirit. How can we do that? How can we create that culture shift, including from the next generation of research scientists?
As you said, it's not easy, and it is costly, and mindset does play such a huge role. What we found is that the generations today grew up in an environment where Daniel Ek is successful, the founder of Spotify. They saw Mark Zuckerberg. They grew up with fantastic example of entrepreneurs. Not necessarily on the values side of things, but I want to highlight the fact that that financial impact, those big stories have been in the spotlight for them when they were growing up. So explaining entrepreneurship to them is not necessarily an essential. We also live in the age of AI and ChatGPT, so access to information and asking a question of AI is easily done. So that means that the service that we deliver needs to really add value to their journey. So what we are focusing on is looking at a few things very similar to your pillars, is providing peer-to-peer networks to ensure that founders learn from each other. And we do that not just within Oxford, we do that nationally and we do that internationally. We look at funding opportunities, so we recognize that funding is one of the biggest challenges that founders face nowadays. And then we look at access to expertise. And expertise that understand our founders' background, whether it's cultural, whether they're women. We need expertise that's diverse. And we also need expertise that can be sectorial, so can provide them access to networks in certain sectors. So that fast iteration means that we need to keep up with our founders' need. We cannot deliver the standard 10-year-old accelerator that delivers a session on marketing, a session on finance, and a session on pitching. Those days are long past. We need to be innovative, and that's the approach we are taking at Oxford. We have thrown ourselves into the deep end in connecting with the local, regional, and global ecosystem.
And I suppose programs like Inspire produce first-time founders. And Trina, you have experience of working with first-time founders, and they may not know this world. They may not know the language of innovation. They may not know how to navigate networks of venture capitalists. Are there big challenges of working particularly with those first-time founders?
Oh, many. And I'm sorry if I'm stepping on someone now. But it's not only the knowledge of how to work with venture capitalists, it's actually also how to become a leader of a team that's now a startup. Because you may have been running a lab that's completely different from actually running a team and creating a strong executional team. So how do you create that team spirit? That's one thing. The other thing is actually to stay focused. And again, sorry if I'm offending anyone. But as a researcher, what you should be good at is to be exploratory. Oh, we can try this and this and this. That is a no-go when you have a startup. You need to be very focused on what your milestones are, what your key validation and de-risking milestones and tests are. That's what the investors are looking for. And it's super difficult for a person coming straight out of lab to stay on track on a milestone. Actually, a lot of them don't know almost what a Gantt chart, a critical path, and a milestone plan is. So this is part of what we train them, and I can completely understand why it is difficult, but it's a clear example on where we need to support them from the get-go.
And even that project management mindset. I mean, Christopher, as a researcher, as someone from an academic background who's come into this space, what do the challenges look like from an academic perspective?
Well, I have my own experience as an inventor, and I made the same mistakes that you just mentioned. I remained an explorative person, and so I didn't convert it myself into products what we had discovered, but there were others who did that, so that was fine. But yeah, really to get there, we have to educate people how to develop the target product profile, right? That's the multi-perspectivity thinking required there. And also associated with that, a target network profile, let me put it this way, because you have to go out of your box to be able to develop a product and really connect to completely different people and ecosystems. And here's the thing about the collaboration. When we here in Berlin may have a new startup formed in the field of cell-based medicine, stem cell-based medicine, why not sending this startup to Copenhagen to get exposure to your ecosystem, to your insights, to Toronto, to Oxford, and so that they get on a customer discovery journey, so to say, in different ecosystems, and learn a lot about the specific details about how they should design their product, who to involve as additional experts. That could be a large added value. And here in Berlin, we are currently creating, together with Bayer and Charité, a new venture, so to say, a new joint venture, public-private partnership, to create an accelerator for gene and cell therapies. And there is already one in Copenhagen, so it should be possible to make this a liaison of strong ecosystems with that specific product group in mind, but there are yet others in Europe. So the vision is that, at least within Europe, we can join forces and expertise, helping innovations to be produced in startups to learn more about their future products than they can learn in their original ecosystem.
So we have to enable our researcher, innovators and inventors to become people with new skills and a new mindset. Trina.
I just want to say something because, and first of all, big kudos and credits for establishing Genovate. I think it's a brilliant example on how we can actually drive innovation across borders as well. And I think why this is a huge success already is because you have an intent. So if we look at Europe, I don't want to say we need to win over China or US because I don't think we can, but we need to figure out where can we win. And I think this is about that we establish an intent and say, okay, gene cell therapy, this is what we want to do. So not talking about innovation in general, but really focus in narrowing in on some things. I think this is highly needed, and I think you offer such a great success there, and we are so happy to support in any way we can.
Fantastic. One of the other cross-cutting challenges, of course, is regulation, and that's at the regional, the national, the international level. Alex, how do you navigate that in the Canada context?
Yeah, it's very complicated, as it would be, I think, in any country around the world. You know, we have Health Canada that manages things at a federal level. Health Canada is fantastic, but again, like any government body, they're under-resourced to keep up with the pace of innovation that's happening. They're also under-resourced to keep up with the pace of what to do with some of these new innovations. There are things that no one has ever seen before. They're not quite sure, you know, is this a class 5 device or is this a class 4 device? And so there's a lot of work being done there. But the bigger challenge with Canada is people think Canada has one healthcare system. You know, that's not true. We actually have 10 different healthcare systems. Every province manages their healthcare. And so even though I may get Health Canada approval, I then have to get approval in Ontario, and I have to get Ontario hospitals and medical system to buy in. I do that, fantastic. I go to British Columbia, you got to do the exact same thing. And so that's actually caused a big deterrent for a lot of international companies to come to Canada to set up shop because they know the challenge that they face to move forward. So one thing we're trying to do at the University of Toronto through our IP office and our business development people is help new companies, whether locally, or whether student-based startup, faculty startup, or ones coming from international, to help navigate that regulatory aspect. Now that's just Canada. And you know, a lot of times our companies go to the US first, get the FDA, go to Europe, go to Asia, then finally come back to Canada. That's our other big challenge, is trying to commit our startups and our new businesses in this area and other areas to stay in Canada first and make Canada the first customer for our companies.
That stay in Canada question is a really important one that leads us to the broader question of international collaboration and what that can look like. We're going to be coming to you, the audience, in about 5 minutes, but we'll just stick on this theme of international collaboration. Dora, you wanted to come in.
Thank you, Alex. I think this goes quite nicely from what you said, because I have a lot of kudos to give to our European partners and also to the European Commission. Ekaterina Zahareva, she's recently launched the 28th regime that looks at providing and positioning Europe as one market, so making the 28th virtual state accessible for startups and scale up to operate in Europe. And that, I think, both from a European perspective, but also from a UK perspective, is extremely attractive for our companies. As you said, yes, it's great to have companies grow in other parts of the world, but working closely with Europe it would be fantastic for us. I think labor law issues are still a problem there. Access to capital, especially for Series B and Series C investment, that's not that often in Europe, in the UK, so our companies tend to go either to the US or they go to Asia. And we are also looking at how we can work closer with the private offices. So Europe has a lot of offices, investment offices that could tap into our startups, could support them to start up and scale up. And we all face funding issues when it comes to supporting our companies. So to really answer that, as part, I'm part, and Oxford University is part of RISE Europe. You might have come across that. It's a network of 14 strong ecosystems in Europe. Copenhagen is included, so is Germany. We are very closely working with all of them. And we are looking at how we can provide the infrastructure required to support founders, collaborate, launch companies together, and learn from each other. It was only yesterday that EIC has launched the funding call, so looking at collaboration. So I'm sure it's a very exciting time for both Europe and those outside Europe to collaborate to see how we can support more founders.
And Christopher, help us understand why international cooperation is so important in this space. Why does an innovation ecosystem in the biomedical space need international collaboration?
First thing is to overcome fragmentation in the existing European ecosystem. You mentioned the large market, 500 million people in the EU 27 plus, including UK and Switzerland, of course. This is a large market, but it's fragmented. So it's the same what you described for Canada, even more puzzling, because we have even more entities. But there are opportunities to unify the markets, right? And that really has to be done. The other thing is, I think the culture of investment confidence needs to be nurtured. And also when we clearly point out that we have a collaborative spirit in Europe, this will also be a good sign to the investors. And Macron, in a speech that he gave recently in Germany, talked of collaborative efficiency in Europe. That is a big challenge, to not only to collaborate, but also to be quick and efficient in what we are delivering. But we know where we want to get, so it must be possible to do something together and have this collective efficiency developed.
So common cultures, common markets, common regulation helps everyone to thrive. Alex?
Yeah, just one more thing to add to that as we're applying artificial intelligence more and more in this area, we need larger, better, more diverse data sets. And, we cannot collect that just in Canada. You cannot just collect that in Europe. So international collaborations allow us to develop those data sets, share them among ourselves, to be applied in this work, and hopefully then reduce many of the biases that we're seeing in these systems.
Just a call for urgency. I was at a World Economic Forum roundtable discussion a few days back, and I was sitting there with some of the senior people from Russia and Novartis, amongst others. Because of all the regulatory aspects of a fragmented European market, they simply think this is too cumbersome, so they are doing more and more in China and the US, of course. So something needs to be done about the regulatory framework, and EMA is trying to do their part, but it's too lengthy, it's too fragmented, it's too costly. It takes 2 years after approval to get into the countries. I mean, it's just horrible. So regulation needs to be improved. Then the other one is access to capital, because I'm now meeting with bankers because the US market is coming back when it comes to funding. It's coming up. The IPO market will be back soon, also for biotech. And now I see the bankers coming to our region, and they are looking for the good companies to bring them over. And I don't want that. I want an efficient capital market in Europe, and one thing we really need is one stock exchange, not 28. We need one stock exchange. And luckily, I actually heard some good news from Germany just 2 days ago, that Germany has now started to be in favor of creating one European stock exchange. I think this could be a huge plus and value add for our innovation system.
And Trina, no one really wants to be incubating and seeding fantastic spin-outs and startups for them to go abroad because of inefficient capital markets, because of inadequate regulation. How can we act to ensure that when we do create companies, yes, they scale beyond our countries, but the core of those organizations stays close to home in Europe?
No, but this is exactly it. If we, at least for a start, can say, because I will be completely honest, I would love if they stayed in Denmark. But I think the notion and change of mindset needs to be as long as they stay in Europe. So this is back to, creating innovation takes a village, and that village should be European and good allies. But and I can see when you create this strong network across the value chain, we did a brilliant example on women's health as well, which we have created. We are now the leading innovation hub for women's health. We are now moving into brain health. We just partnered up in that. And Gene Cell is coming up, Christopher, so we have a lot to talk about. But to create that strong network around an intended area, you need the best researchers, right? And that's not only in Denmark. We need to reach out. We need the investors. We need the industry, very important. So you need to spread across. You need to go where the best people are across that value chain.
So Europe has to collaborate in order to be able to compete internationally.
Yeah, absolutely. Or at least get our going. I don't think we need to have the goal of winning. I just think we have to have the goal of being really, really good and drive the prospect of strong innovation.
Fantastic. That's a good note on which to open up the floor. Please, if you have a question, now's the time to raise your hand, and we'll take as many as we can, but please be succinct, and if your question's to a particular panelist, please say so. Don't be shy.
Okay, so thank you for the nice discussion. I'm very inspired. So my name is Norisa Miki from Keio University, Japan. So Japan is also trying to build up the kind of ecosystem, especially in the biomedical. And actually, I started a company like 7-8 years ago and it didn't work well. I'm trying to find another one, try to think for another opportunity, maybe in a couple of years. So, but actually, when we talk about ecosystem, it's not only about the technology. So even though we have a good researchers, good technologies, but actually the society, or we have to have the customers. Maybe patients, maybe doctors, or maybe like payers. So they have to be kind of early adopters. You know, Japan is a very conservative country. You know, it's very stable. So like when I think about the new technologies, maybe we have many patients, we have many population is declining, but still like we have many patients, we have many old people. But I don't think they are going to accept the new technologies. Then the market is going to be like a US or China or other countries. So how about EU? So are they ready to accept the new technologies? That's my question.
Who would like to take that one? Go, Alex.
Well, I'm not from the EU, but we did discuss yesterday about joining Eurovision, which pretty much makes Canada and Europe. So, you know, and I will address this just because you brought up the aging topic, which is my area of work. And, you know, one thing we discovered very early on is exactly what you said. You know, older adults, other marginalized demographics have a more challenging time sometimes accepting new technologies, especially when it comes to their health, especially when it comes to things like artificial intelligence, wearable devices, sensors, et cetera. So, you know, we made a very considered effort, you know, in University of Toronto in Canada to include those customers right from the development of the systems themselves, you know, as equal members of the research teams, development teams, right through to developing the prototypes. And we did see a difference in the acceptance of those technologies. Now, that adds a whole nother element of complication, obviously, to development of the system. But what I want to finish off on is the pendulum sometimes swings too far. You know, we went from developing technologies in any area without the input of our customers to now we're too afraid to develop anything without the blessing of our customers. And I see that a lot in the aging space as well, and I'm guilty of it myself and my team is. So it's finding that middle ground of having the right input from your customer, but not preventing you from looking 5, 7, 10 years down the road where we are still the experts in those areas and not being able to flex our expert muscles, so to speak, moving forward.
Go ahead, Tanya.
Yeah, and it's a great question, and I think one thing that I at least would have on my wish list, and I know Berlin Charité is actually one of the leading, I mean, you're amongst top 10 in the world when it comes to innovation, I think, according to Newsweek or something. But well, I can share that source with you another time. But one thing that I think, if we look at biomedical innovation, what the researchers normally need is access to the clinical sites and integrating it into the caretaking system, being a hospital, for instance. And even in Denmark, I mean, each hospital, when we have some of our medtech or biomedical startups wanting to test out in the hospital, they have to go to each and every hospital to figure it out. We don't have sort of even a pan-Danish really well-working system. But if we could have an international, and you know, by the way, we should talk afterwards because Japan is also very close to our discussions in Copenhagen. But if we could have a pan-European testbed with amongst leading hospitals, for instance, back to your comment that we could send our startups around the world, but then appointing some of the key hospitals where they could be allowed to test out their system. So it just not becomes just a small island of success in one little hospital, but actually creates a big wave. So I think that if you can find a way for your startups to test it out early on and get the KOLs or the medical people convinced, that's a very good start. Then there's all the budget from the hospitals and public reimbursement systems. That's another discussion.
Gina, you're almost talking about starting a collaboration right on the spot.
But I like to be concrete
Absolutely.
because I mean, honestly, we hear a lot of talking about we need innovation in Europe and all that, but we really, we need to walk before we talk almost, because the train has left the perron, as we say. I mean, we need to start doing it.
Christopher, quickly, and then we'll come to the next question.
I would say the patient-centeredness and societal acceptance are key to the acceptance of future technologies, of course. But right now, this is not the limiting factor, I would say, at least not in this country. We have to constantly work on that aspect, but the limitations are elsewhere regarding efficiency and harmonization in our fragmented European landscape and also international landscape. But yeah, we have to do always side by side with targeting those problems. Also, the involvement of patients and society remains important, but it's not the key limitation, I would say, at the moment.
Go ahead quickly, Dora.
Very quickly, I would approach that in two different ways, the users and the customers. In the UK, we have NHS, which is obviously a publicly funded body, and lots of innovation goes through that, but we also see private health increasing its share in the market. So it depends what way you want to approach it, whether you want to work directly with the users or with the customers.
Good. We have another question just here on the front row.
Yes, hello, my name is Christian Stein from Asenion. We do technology transfer. And thank you very much for this brilliant discussion. And it's very nice to see that Europe has a strong will to come together with UK standing on the fence and looking at it. It would be nice to perhaps join again the club, but it's not. My question to you is the following: Isn't it too short? Thought too short and too small that we believe even in a strong Europe we can address the major questions that are important to make the world better? Aren't we forced to think more who internationally are our collaborators? And I can see the strong link to Japan, of course, but there is China and Singapore that are in many things better than European technology, even US technologies. How do you want to address that we can only resolve some of those questions in a larger context and in larger collaborations that are kind of now in turmoil by all the political preferences? So that's a question to everybody. Thank you.
Yeah. Who would like to be? Trina.
No, I think, and it's a very good question, and we need to keep provoking each other about this, because I certainly do believe we need to collaborate, especially with China, and we already do. Our startups does, our more established biotech companies does. Because right now, I mean, if we take drug development, for instance, we all know it takes more than 10 years. Attrition rate is through the roof, and it's no longer $1 billion as it used to be 5 years ago. Now we are at 4, 5, even $6 billion to put a new drug on market. So wherever you can go, where speed, quality and lower cost are there, our startups should go there and collaborate. And this is where China comes in. So we start to see a model now in our startups doing drug development that they will test it out in China first. And then only then they will plan for the clinical trials for the rest of the world. But it's such a quick and easy and cheap validation of the technology. So that's at least one way where you can start to work on it. We also see a lot of new assets coming out where we're establishing new companies in Europe based on assets identified and screened for in China again. So I think combining what they're good at and what we are good at makes a lot of sense.
I would like to add that we are not trying to unify the European community against other countries. This is to be able to work even better with other countries, including the United States. We definitely need to uphold our strong interactions with the United States. And also China is not an easy topic because we don't necessarily know how fair the interaction will be in the midterm, but we definitely should not close this interaction. We have to rather become even more interactive in the future, I think.
Yeah.
Just to bring all of this together, this wouldn't be Falling Walls if we didn't end with a question about breaking down the wall of. So for your final thoughts, I want to ask you, how can we collectively, and I think that's important as a theme that runs through this, bring down the wall of creating more effective innovation ecosystems to improve human health? Dora.
Thank you, Alex. I think summits, conferences like this create a platform for interaction, for connectivity, and to work with each other. I think that if there is a will, there is a way. So the European project is very successful in connecting with each other, and these partnerships have now trickled down into science projects collaboration that then turn into commercialization. I would say that from the Oxford perspective, we have a strongly international staff and students cohort and population, and we will continue to advocate for that diversity and collaboration in the future.
Fantastic. Christopher.
Yeah, on top of that, I fully agree with all these aspects, is to really define the actionable targets for collaborative work and then prioritize where to start first. Ideally, we will target a few of the key limiting factors jointly, but I'm sure that when we have defined the most important targets, we can achieve a lot in a relatively short period of time.
Fantastic. Trina.
Well, I have to repeat my ask for the policymakers in terms of breaking down the regulatory walls in Europe. So definitely that. And the other one, I think, let's go away from just talking innovation in general, but do it with an intent. And then I think we have all the right people here. And again, credit to the Generate. I think this is a brilliant example. Our own women's health initiative was another, I have to say, thanks to the strong team I have. A brilliant example how if you do have intent, you execute, and 1-2 years after you already have the results.
Fantastic. Alex.
I agree with everything that's been said so far, and the one thing I'll add is the ability to communicate easier, to be more open with information and data, and be able to share our findings. We're probably all reinventing the wheel 1,000 times over around the world. We see it all the time just within my own university. And that can be overcome, and we can really solve those ground challenges by being able to overcome all these hurdles and barriers and just talk more openly with each other.
I think this panel has perfectly encapsulated the spirit we're trying to grasp, that open-mindedness, that willing to collaborate, the willing to engage in dialogue between universities, research institutes, the business sector, the accelerators, the venture capitalists, the investors. This is what we're looking for, that international conversation that breaks down those silos and helps us improve human health. I can't possibly do justice to the conversation by trying to summarize it, but I think a few things stand out. We know basically what we need to do to create viable innovation ecosystems. I think Trina summarized it beautifully by talking about funding, network, knowledge, facilities. But underscoring that was mindset, the culture, how we create that next generation that is both great at research and scholarship, but knows how to navigate the innovation space, is prepared to be entrepreneurial, not just to have conversations with investors and take that next step, but that whole different skill set that's required through project management, through navigating a different set of conversations and collaborations effectively. But I think if there's a theme that underpins this, it's partnership and collaboration. And to the point about Europe, certainly I wish I could speak on behalf of the UK government, but Oxford wants to be part of a wider European ecosystem, and we stand well ready to partner, as apparently do all of you. I think that involves breaking down various barriers. That fragmented ecosystem and those fragmented ecosystems are part of what we need to overcome. I think we've started to do that through this very conversation. The idea that we can create an international dialogue spanning Canada, Denmark, Germany, the UK is the spirit of what we want to achieve. It involves creating common, integrated, more efficient capital markets. It involves having standardization across regulation. And I think that idea, if we can think in European terms, as connecting our European innovation ecosystems, then we can be more confident in the wider world, build genuine partnerships with the US and other regions without the fear that we'll end up with that capital flight and lose our startups just as they're in mid-trajectory. So I want to thank you, the audience, for your fantastic questions and engagement, and all the panelists, Dora, Christopher, Trina, and Alex, for a fantastic panel. Thank you, everyone.
Können die Leute rauslassen? Ja, ja, kannst beide offen. Oop, sorry. Oops, sorry. Danke. Ja.
We are told to start because this is Germany, huh? So we start in time. So thank you for everyone who is coming here. So we will join the session. So we have a very interesting panel before us, probably one of the most political sensitive issues today in the world of science and technology, which is, as it is written there, international research cooperation, but that's a very neutral description. What it is actually about is how can we keep the business of science and research, which is by default open and global, how can we keep it open and global in a world where increasingly they are being instrumentalized for national interest, for sovereignty issues, for security issues. So it's a hot potato. It's a difficult question where I'm sure we will get some very interesting viewpoints today, because we have an atypical panel from representatives at the highest level in the ministries of science and technology, research, and so on, from 3 countries, Poland, Czechia, and Mexico. It's not the usual suspects that you find on these debates. These are the countries that are also upcoming in the rankings and so on. So they have a different and interesting perspective on it. So I will quickly introduce the 3 speakers. So we have Andrei Septichki from, thank you, from the Under Secretary of State. Am I correct? Yes, of the Ministry of Science and Education in Poland. Thank you for coming here. We have Jana Havlikova, also Under Secretary from the Ministry of Science, Research and Innovation from the Czech Republic. And finally, we have Violeta Vasquez Roja Maldonado from the Mexican Ministry or Secretariat of Science, Humanity. That's interesting. Humanities, Technology and Innovation. So also an Undersecretary of State. So a very prestigious and high-level panel who are actually on a daily basis in the business of making science policy. Now, myself, I spent half of my life at the university and the other half in the European Commission, working on international science collaboration around certain topics. So I have a keen interest in this myself. And I'm very looking forward to the dialogue and the commentaries of the colleagues here. 3 lines to put it into perspective. 10 years ago, the European Commission launched its gigantic new program, Horizon, which is 100 billion of science, under the slogan, open science, open innovation, open to the world. I'm sure our representatives of Europe remember that. And that was then the hype of the day. Hundreds of meetings, G7, G20, OECD, it was all going in the same direction. How can we increase openness? How can we collaborate more? How can we even create a system whereby patents are being openly shared because it's better for science and so forth? 10 years later, less than 10 years later, the political atmosphere has completely changed. Now the debates are, how can we create a system that respects sovereignty? What does that mean, sovereignty? Does it mean nationalism? How can we create a system that is also useful for security? Or how can we actually let prevail security over openness? Because everything is a potential weapon, everything is a potential a threat for security, so everything should be then under security regulations, which I personally find a very strange way of thinking, because a knife can not only cut a cake, but also can kill someone. So should we stop research into knives? And that is really a very strange thing. And the whole idea of sovereignty, and it's important to recall this here in Berlin, falling walls, and the wall fell 9 November 1989. Now, the most sovereign scientific systems ever in the world were the communist countries. They had the worst science ever. If you look at the rankings, if you look at their output, it was the worst of the worst, except for mathematics. So you really have, I'm puzzled to see now, and now I will immediately give the floor to our colleagues. I'm puzzled to understand how come that the policy and the politics and the discourse goes in that direction. And then secondly, but we come back to that, what can we do about it? So first of all, let me start with the ladies. In your own country, how is this debate, openness, collaboration versus security and sovereignty, how is it perceived? What are the tendencies in your country? And how do you look at it as someone who is in charge of making the policy? So Violeta, if you don't mind.
Well, in Mexico, Mexico is one of the first countries to ever
mention the human right to science in its very constitution. So we do think of science as a public good, and knowledge in general as a public good, and the responsibility of the state is to guarantee access to its benefits. However, we also, as a nation that has suffered from dependency for many years, are seeking for a more sovereign approach to technology and science. But by sovereignty, we mean something very particular. It means our own way of standing towards the world with integrity. We think that the opposite of sovereignty is not the opposite of collaboration, let's say, is dependency, not independence. And that science is, by definition, international and also collaborative. So we do seek for cooperation, and actually one of the efforts that we are making since the Ministry of Science started this year is to look abroad and to start and renew our collaboration with other countries, but also to stand in a way that guarantees that we develop our own technology, that we can collaborate in order for there to be transfer of knowledge between the countries, and especially with a policy that is very emphatic on reciprocity. And that would be a way to conceive a collaboration.
Good points, and we come back to the reciprocity in a second. Jana, please.
I think we are facing, the same challenges, and we are trying to find answers to the same questions. How to balance all these principles, which could seem that they are contradictory, And, that's the life. It's about dynamics in life. Maybe, 10 years ago, we've just have imagined that the world would look a little bit different as it is now. So we have to be prepared for, every these questions. In Czechia, we've just launched a new law on research, and we just tried to tackle all these questions within. So there is, really strong focus on internationalization, on the collaboration, on ethics and standards, how to conduct research, and also, the things I would say security interests of the state. And, our, recipe would be maybe shared responsibility, between researchers, research organizations, the providers of support, ministries, and a little bit of common sense.
Yes, that's a good one. André, please.
Well, I don't think there is a contradiction between science, open science, and security, because what we've been doing for last years, it's making science for security reasons. Think about COVID and cooperation on that topic. Think about Russian full-scale aggression. We as Poland, we've launched some projects with our neighbors, with especially the Baltic states. Impress EU, it was co-financed by American National Science Foundation. Polish Academy of Sciences had a project on PTSD in Ukraine, which was co-financed by National Academy of Sciences from the US. Security challenges, like any other challenges, need a response from scientific community, and we do cooperate on that. By the way, EU has been doing the same. Think about PESCO and all the defense-related projects. It's maybe less basic science, more applied research projects, anti-torpedo systems, whatever. But still, this is money we put together to have more efficient investments. PESCO was launched some 8 years ago, and now, even under New Horizon Europe for the first time, we are discussing to include double-use technologies and even some defense-related projects within the new FP10. So simply, we are living in the times where we need cooperation scientific cooperation in the security-related areas.
Yeah, indeed, but is the key issue then not? It's not a black or white issue, which was the communist countries I was referring to 30 years ago. Was we do everything ourselves, and the rest of the world doesn't want to collaborate with us. So, but now it's more. Where do we draw the lines then? Because when is something dual use? Anything can be dual use. Huh? The knife can be a dual use. So where do we draw the lines, and how to translate that into an international principle of collaboration? Is that not the key problem to tackle politically?
Well, I do believe the key question would be rather how many knives and how many forks we need. This is what we've been saying as Poland during these initial negotiations on the FP10. We are in favor of double-use technologies within the new FP program for obvious reasons. We are neighbors of both Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus, but we want to be certain that some part of money will be kept also for non-dual use, traditional science, not to get everything involved. So what we would fear is rather securitization of the entire science. Part of it needs to be securitized because we live in, once again, quite challenging times, but please keep some money for traditional scientific projects. I think this is the key point I would make on that topic.
And from your perspective, Violetta and Jana?
No, as I already mentioned, it's to use a bit of common sense. We really do trust our researchers, our research organizations, that on their level they could, make some decisions from the experience, from a cooperation with their colleagues from abroad. And that they are able to do, I would say, for example, a risk assessment, if there should be a new cooperation, just really a little bit to know the people I would work with.
I'd say we have to acknowledge when our national challenges, which are of priority to us and to focus their lines of research, are also regional and global challenges. And to that extent, the solutions have to be also collaborative within the region or within the global community overall. I am thinking, for instance, in terms of security, we have a very strong concern about food security, for instance, and we need to secure that our country is self-sufficient in, let's say, corn production. But we know that this is a concern for most countries in our region. So in that way, we need to ensure we have a concern on certain kind of security, but we also have this shared concern among the countries of the region, and that is a perfect environment to cooperate. And also some other global challenges like climate change. We have to acknowledge that we are not the only ones affected by it, right? So I think instead of more than drawing the line, I would say, where do we actually open the barriers, or where do we build the bridges? And I think as long as we realize that we are all affected by same kind of problems, we're going to try to find joint solutions.
Indeed, and by the way, there will be room for Q&A later on, so don't worry about that. But the point there is so from a national point of view, it seems quite clear that your policy is clever and on the spot. But how do we translate that in an international context? Because science is international, and you gave the example of climate change. I mean, there are some countries where the leadership no longer believes in climate change. Said it's a hoax. So. And my university, my ex-university, because I'm retired, my university, all the funds are stopped that are related to it because of that certain country no longer believing. Can you imagine that you believe in the fact? It's like I believe in gravity. Huh? So how do we translate that into this new reality, and how can we bypass this kind of quite stupid attitudes towards science? Internationally speaking, not nationally.
I have 2 points there. The first one is we have to look for strategic allies, right? We have to try to collaborate with those who are like-minded and not with others who might be in opposition to what science has already demonstrated. It's not a matter of belief. But also, I think that academic communities are different from governments, sometimes for good, sometimes for bad. But academic communities are more consistent in, that through different administrations, and they are also more consistent in what they believe and what they foster and what they stand for. So I do think that the collaboration has to be focused not among governments, but also among academic institutions. And that's what would guarantee that, for instance, we can collaborate with some academic institutions, even in countries whose leaders might not be akin to our point of view.
André, Jana, would you like to comment on that? Because it's an important point. Huh?
Yeah, certainly. The fact that some people don't believe in climate change or vaccinations or whatever is a major challenge. What do we have to do? Certainly, we have to actively fight on different levels and through different means disinformation. As this concerns national levels, this concerns also European international level, fighting fake theses, but also coping with new instruments disinformation is using. This concerns in particular now AI, we have the AI Act and so on. Second point is we have to become independent on regional levels from some of our partners who stopped believing in climate change. I don't know how about Mexican science, but European science is strongly dependent on different levels on our American partners. Just to give you one example, we are assessing each other, I mean the scientists, using largely English-speaking services like Scopus. Okay, so to assess a German scholar coming to Poland or to assess a Polish scholar coming to Germany, you will start by using an American service to see how many citations he or she has. So if our American partners become unreliable on different levels, we have to look for European solutions, European systems, European databases, citations, whatever, simply to stay independent and objective based on science, not on some superstitions.
Yeah, maybe if I could add just to follow these comments, maybe it's about infrastructure more in general. It's about data systems, it's about people, it's about institutions. If it will be robust enough in Europe, then that makes more sense to cooperate with other regions, other continents, and things like this. And it's about just to find a family of willing. Yes.
No, absolutely. And what you just said now is something close to my own heart and past. I really think that an element that is missing in the debate is how can we guarantee that the basic components of science, which is data, remain common good freely or accessible. Maybe not for free in financial terms, but at least accessible. Because what we see happening now is that some countries suddenly starting to believe something different. They cut down the access to the data or destroy it. So can we come up, if we want to guarantee international collaboration on a reciprocal basis to the benefit of everyone, we must make sure that the data remain accessible in one way or another. And I really think we need to reinvent how we manage that, because now it is stored in 2 or 3 companies who happen to be in the same country and who happen to do everything they can to please the person who no longer believes in climate change. So what can we do there as countries that don't belong to that country? Let's guess which country it is. If you know it, you win a prize. Maybe André, can you start?
This is another element of this dependence, which I have mentioned, very crucial one. Data. We are having instruments on that in Europe, maybe limited, but still they are there. We have the European Open Science Cloud, which is an initiative addressed at networking European countries, member states' databases. So that's one point. We have the FAIR principle, so the data from research projects financed, for example, from Polish sources, now have to be fair, so findable, reachable, accessible, interoperational, and so on. So we have right ideas, we have some instruments, but now the key point is to persuade, the users probably, to move some key data from that other country you mentioned to this side of the Atlantic. Or maybe even, this is especially important in case of AI. We are using more and more different AI systems, but on the other hand, we are this is very important to protect our data. So probably in future we will be using not online AI systems, but locally based at your home institution, at your home university, because this will be the best way to protect data without sending it outside, okay?
But then comes into play, if I may, the principle of reciprocity. Huh? I understand it, and I think it is clever, but that means that if you want my data, also my country, I also want to be able to access yours. So there is an element of reciprocity then that has to come into play. And then how do you define it?
I would say data, we have principles also for that, okay? Data should be, for example, anonymized. If we are speaking, for example, about medical-related issues, certainly you need to know for research what are the relations between whatever medicaments you have prescribed and the change of health situation. But you want the name of the patient to be erased, okay? So anonymized data should be reachable, but personal data, especially under European regulations on that, should be, once again, fully anonymized, and it combines, what you mentioned, open science on one hand, and security of our personal data on the other hand. This is feasible, okay? It's maybe complicated, but we have rules how this should be done, and we just need to apply them.
Yes, but it is. I think you're right. It is complicated but feasible. Violetta, you wanted to come in.
I think that the problem of sharing not only data but also results, which is science has to do not only with data but also with analyzing those data with certain frameworks and certain rigor that ensures replicability and transparency and etc. So it is not first of all, there is of course a matter of infrastructure that I think states should provide, or at least public agencies. But I also think that we are on the face of a problem. I think a wider problem is not just about nations or countries, but it's about privatizing what should be public knowledge into, and getting it behind paywalls and making it a benefit of corporations from any country we are talking about. So I think that is the aim we should, that's what we should aim for public-founded research to stay public, not only in their data, but also in the results, also even in the topics that they choose to do research on. They have to be pertinent to society, they have to be collaborative, and etc. So I think it's there is also a challenge in not privatizing what is funded by public money.
That's another hot potato, indeed, Jana.
Yeah, it's about the role of private subject in the global system of science research and innovation. And to the terms of reciprocity, it's just, necessary to create a situation of a win-win solution. If everybody can then, if everybody willing, will be able to identify with the aim and with the activities. And maybe we will be not able to, to find a global and easy solution in just 1 or 2 steps. Maybe we should just, start with what we have in our hands, as André already said. There are some principles, there are some rules, so we have to analyze them, in this new or changed perspective, and make it from the best for us.
So that's you're actually hinting at the coalition of the willing. And let's start with those who want, and then forget those for the moment.
It's not about forgetting,
but put it
on less on lefting behind. Just we have to start with something. So we have to start with some construction.
And it would be a very good idea, because what you said about private science and privately funded science and public, in the 50s, when the science system more or less started, 2/3 was financed by public, 1/3 was financed by private. Now it's the other way around. So most of the science is actually funded privately, if you look at it globally. Yeah? So if you look at it from that point of view, then it certainly makes a very important point, so that not only that the results of publicly funded science remain public, but also that of private science, because if we see everything that happens in AI, the ground was laid by public system for 40 years. It is the Commission, national ministries who fund it. And now the low-hanging fruits, which are enormous, are being taken by some companies, and they do most of the science now. And there we have how to find a balance there to make sure that the development not only goes in the direction of the companies is really difficult. So how this coalition of the willing, and that's my last question before I give it to the floor. How could we make that happen? So coalition of the willing for a global commons on science. Let's put it this way. Where would you start? You have 3 minutes.
Well, I would say that even within the EU, we don't have a common education policy. So our actions are based on the will of the member states. And we have instruments which work quite well. European Alliance Universities, the already mentioned framework program, and so on. So what we need money. This is always the most tricky question at any level. But we need also instruments like, Horizon Europe, but also Erasmus program. By the way, Erasmus program started from European students, then it was opened to other non-member states, to other professional groups. That's a very good example of how a good idea, quoting the functionalist theory, spills over. We have the European Universities Alliances, which also have some partners out of the European Union. So money, instruments, but last but not least, political will. Scholars, researchers, at least those who are financed from public funds, maybe there are also some scholars like from the, movies where you have a bad scholar who just wants, to produce something to destroy the world. I'm joking. But I mean, most of the scholars are open-minded because that's how science works. So they want to cooperate worldwide to promote science. They just need politicians to support them.
Oh, but your role is essential. Sorry to interrupt. Your role is essential because if policy creates the game, and scientists will follow it, and you cannot expect scientists to become politicians. So it is really up to you who are empowered to do it in that direction. And
we are trying to do our best, I suppose.
No, absolutely. And the power of policy is gigantic. If you look at the US now, where you see what we don't want to see from policy. Jana, on what are the first steps for...
just really to analyze what we already have in our hands. And, maybe to reshape it a little bit. Who knows? And then just to find another people of friends who are willing to cooperate on this idea, maybe to just consider it as a project.
Okay.
I think this panel is a very good example of what has to be done. Like, you have to bring together what you call the not usual suspects. Like, we have to look for allies in those places where you wouldn't usually look for.
Yes.
And I think that work has already been undertaken by our scholar community. Everywhere you go, you can find a national scholar working somewhere else, because scholars are our best diplomats and our best ambassadors. So what I think the policymakers should do is keep track of that community and try to build a network with them, so that they are not just lost together, lost alone, but actually bring them together to build this collaboration and capacities, because it's already there, as Jana just said. We just need to strengthen it.
Yes, thank you very much. So let's now look at the room. Are there people who would like to come in? I see someone. Well, we have microphone managers. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. My name is Annette Röttger. I'm coming from Physikalisch-Technische Bundesanstalt, and I have a question where we draw the line in cooperation. So I would like to explain it a little bit, because I'm coming from the area of metrology. The Meter Convention has at adversary 150 years. This is where we still cooperate, every country. And if you think it's boring to define meter, kilogram, and second, the second brings you here. This is geopositioning. But geopositioning is a knife, as you mentioned. It's also military use.
Yeah.
So where do we draw the line in cooperation? Is it the technology readiness level, or can you give us a key on this?
Easy question.
Well, I would say there is certainly one line which is quite visible in several countries. This is the issue we haven't still touched upon. This is a question of migration. I mean, cooperation means mobility. Mobility of people within EU, let's say, but also mobility of people from outside the EU, and especially when this concerns students. This sometimes in some countries becomes a political problem. And you have countries which, including my own, which now tend to reduce the students' migrations uncontrolled, let's say. Student mobility, especially from out of EU, because we do believe that quality of people and also the geographical origins sometimes matters, okay? Because we have people who come to EU not really to study, but just to get here. So this is probably one of the answers, maybe not the only one, but the first one which comes to my mind when we speak about some red lines.
You know, I would do it, evidence and experience-based. You know, I really quite trust people that they are, quite competent to do what's necessary to do. I know, because there is no an easy answer to this question.
No. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the panel. That's for sure. But it is a legitimate question, and because it's on the table now.
I think it depends on the discipline, and maybe each discipline would come up with a different answer to it. Like, I think in the humanities there should be no boundary at all. That's what I think, because I come from the humanities. But in some other more strategic areas, there might be a more defined limit to collaboration or to secrecy or not. Yeah.
Yes, 1, 2, 3, okay, 4, 5, stop. There was someone there.
Hello. Yeah. Hello. Thank you for this very illuminating talk. My name is Hamid Aboud. I'm from Mexico, but I am a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Heidelberg. My question has to do more with the issue of ideology. So in concrete, we're talking a lot about cooperation here, but we're seemingly neglecting both citizen science and indigenous knowledge. So how can we integrate different epistemologies and their corresponding ontologies into this cooperation to acknowledge their value? Thank you.
Well, I think that I'm going to take the word because I think in Mexico that is not a foreign topic to us. We have a policy that is very related to communities in general, and to foster the collaboration between indigenous people, for instance, or but not only indigenous peoples, but in general non-academic communities with the academic community. Just to give you an example, in order for us to design our strategic calls this year, we organized forums with, let's say, if the topic is linguistic diversity, then we organize those forums with different sorts of speakers and see what has been done, because those are the ones who have who have the experience on policies that have worked and policies that haven't worked. So in order to advance knowledge, you have to actually call for the subjects involved and to build and try to identify the gaps and fill them in. So I think, and that is part of, we don't call it that way, but that is part of open science, right? The involvement of society and of the agents that are directly affected by the knowledge or lack of it thereof.
Thank you. If no one, if you want
maybe
to come in,
I just would say, for me, it's not only about building skills, but about building capacities. It's more complex issue.
Yes, and you know, we have to accept that the perfect world doesn't exist, but let's try to get there. There was another question. Yes, there, please. And two of you and you.
Thank you very much. I'm Nestor from Spring and Nature. And again, amazing panel, amazing topics for discussion. I know it's very hard to address these topics at the moment. And the question I have, I think it's very hard to have sovereignty and if we have dependencies, right? If we depend on certain countries, and it's the same question that was asked there, but on a different part. How do we draw the line with our allies, right? So let's say that the country is reducing the rights of minorities, reducing mass deportations, reducing the rights of women. They cannot have abortions at the federal level. Is that something that could make them be less of an ally? Or only if they decide to invade Greenland, right, they would become less of an ally. So is there, if we have a dependency at the science level with certain allies, can we say at some point, okay, you're not allies anymore, right? You decide to stay more than your mandate, a third mandate, a fourth mandate, or you decide to invade Greenland. Where do we draw the line regarding the allies that we have for science, right, for cooperation?
Anyone wants to comment on that?
Well, I would give two answers to your question. We as Poland, we have clearly drawn a red line in 2022 when the full-scale Russian aggression against Ukraine started. We've ended all the cooperation, scientific cooperation with Russia. Russia and US is not the same, I know, on different levels, but still we fully ended the cooperation with Russia. We've also promoted the ending of cooperation between Russia and other institutions like CERN, for example, in Geneva. So this is first answer. Second answer is, if you look at the rules of current Horizon, basically Horizon is open to everybody, but there are some especially sensitive topics which are only opened to the members of the common market, full stop. Not about, invading Greenland or ethnic cleansings or whatever, but simply there are some areas. That's also an element to the first question which was asked. There are some areas we believe to be so critical, so sensitive, we don't want third countries to get money and to get a look into it, full stop.
I would say just what I said before, that even though collaboration, like the instruments are signed among politicians or policymakers or political leaders, science is done by scholars. And in that way, I don't think there is a scholar of some part of the world you don't want to interact with because he belongs to a country whose leader believes in such and such. So as long as we keep the tight connections between academic institutions and scholars, we can, evade that problem.
Yeah. Here we don't agree, I think.
No,
Because I do believe that there are some countries, as I've mentioned, starting from the Russian Federation, you cannot cooperate with, even with the scientists, because there is no more free science there. And if you have the science itself, which is working for the totalitarian regime and its crimes against humanity, and it's disinformation. Unfortunately, you have to end the cooperation.
Yeah, well, it's that we could explore for another hour, but I think the Russian case is, of course, relatively easy because all vice chancellors in Russia openly supported, in an open letter, Putin. So
if you don't support, you leave the country.
That's it.
Russia.
But on the question of dependency, and then I give the floor. I mean, in my view, the best guarantee against dependency is open science. If during COVID every country would have had to find its own vaccine based on its own investment, most countries would not have had a vaccine. It's only because we worked together, we pooled the data, we pooled the science, that we were able as a scientific community to go very quick there. There are two questions here and one here. Yes, go ahead, you have the microphone.
Thank you very much for your discussion. My name is Björn Hobbs. I'm a professor of sustainability law at the University of Groningen and a member of the Netherlands Young Academy. I'm curious about your vision on research funding. For a bit of background, we've had a largely dysfunctional government who's cut our education funding, and the dependence on external, so extra university funding has become much worse. And my question would be, because I've kind of received contradictory signals. On the one hand, you've been stressing the autonomy and of researchers. On the other hand, we also want to steer researchers in a certain direction. So where should, well, most of the research funding come from? Like, should the university be equipped so much that any researcher can do what they want? Or should the emphasis be on programs like Horizon or the national funding organizations that can then give the money to the ones that meet their requirements the best?
You know, for me, it's about, I know it's easy to say, about a smart mixture of all of it, you know, because, you know, every money on the table has its own purpose, you know, and it's, I would say, motivating or formatting in a little bit different direction. There is, you know, I hope out of discussion there must be public funds to support, you know, research and science at universities, research institutions, and so on. But also, you know, a little bit of competition, you know, just to, just a little pressure to, you know, go forward and not just, you know, sit there and, you know, use the time as it is. It's also a part of this discussion, you know, and there is also a maybe difference between, I would say, fundamental research, you know, and then, you know, and the life cycle of research and technology. Maybe be then more pressure on the end phase of the research. Just, you know, that we need, you know, translation from results into practice.
I would say science, just as it's international and collaborative by definition, it's also free by definition. And so there has to be some freedom, a lot of freedom, towards basic science. But at the same time, I agree with Jana, there has to be a mixture of ways of funding. such that because we have limited resources, unfortunately, we have to be strategic into where to focus some of these resources. And we have to identify what are the priorities, either regional, national, or global priorities in which we want to invest. But at the same time, we cannot just forget about freedom of research, because that's what guarantees advancement.
I would add two short remarks. First, when we are speaking about open science in a large sense, this also means that everybody should be able to do research, not only in the one country you have not mentioned. So we have to cope with this scientific innovation gap between the two sides of the Atlantic, but this also concerns, for example, the EU. Okay, coming two of us from Central Europe, we know very well that we have great scholars, but you've mentioned that we started from a different point. So that's why financing also should include this cohesion aspect, one of the values of the EU. And the second point is, speaking about the smart mix of different funds, smart mix also should be based, as far as possible, on some common requirements. I mean, we are having Horizon Europe, we are having Cohesion Fund, we are having private funds, national funds, my God. And every scholar or every researcher and innovator who wants to get money from all these funds needs to fill up, 4 or 5 grants with very different, sometimes contradictory criteria. This is very difficult, and it would be much easier if we find some common standards, requirements for different types of grants, at least at the EU level. I'm not sure how it could work once again over the Atlantic, I'm sorry, but this would make the life of people much easier. The money remains the same, okay? I mean, different sources of money, but at least it's much easier if you have a good idea. It's much easier to get this money. That's what we are having, by the way, with some European countries, the WEAVE program. You have up to 3 countries from up to 3 research groups from different countries, but only one leading agency which assesses the same project for 3 institutions, and this makes life much easier with the same money.
Yeah, so kind of a global research council. That would be the ideal, huh?
At the end, yeah.
Yeah, I think scientifically it's a piece of cake to do it, but politically it's different. The last question over there, please.
So, Mohammed Shebani from Max Planck Institute, Magdeburg. So my question is, we say that it is international cooperations. We see that we always keep saying that it's open access, open knowledge. But we forget that, is it basically the purpose of science for humanity development or nation development? Because now the research is led by military, basically, and then we see some countries in Africa which is not developed, and you have countries which is very developed, and then with technology, basically, some big countries can pull some small countries, and we saw that around us right now everywhere, from the east to the west, from the north to the south. And so what is the meaning now of the open access, and where is the development, basically? Is it nation, military, some group of people, or it is for all of us? And the responsible person about this basically is scientists, because scientists who create this technology, and it's not anymore natural becoming, it's more politics behind that, and it is more, for example, you said that we cut the research with Russia, right? But for other people, it's, now we make clusters, basically. We make clusters and we have conflicts, and conflicts are fueling this research, and then you have very 2 clusters. Maybe soon they will have 3 or 4 clusters even in Europe. So how we could solve this problem now when we have it just 1 clusters and development for humanity rather than people themselves?
Okay, well, that actually is a very nice way to frame the last question. What is the next thing, the next big step to take to break these kinds of the walls of science nationalism and go towards more global collaboration? The gentleman hinted in that direction. We start there.
I think we have to. I think we don't have a dilemma between human advancement and nation advancement. There are different kinds of national projects there are more aggressive national projects, more aggressive nationalisms, and there are more progressive nationalisms. And I think in a way, we don't have to pick one of them, humans or nations. If we pick the right kind of nationalism or the right kind of nation policy, we would avoid that dilemma. But the next steps, I think, are to strengthen cooperation, collaboration, but in a more reciprocal kind of
By the willing.
way.
Jana.
Yep, yeah, I will repeat a little bit myself, just really to analyze and collect what we've already had in our hands and do the best from it, just.
André.
I think the key answer is on different levels, science for all, which means everybody who has capacity should be allowed to do science wherever he or she lives. All the results, like with COVID you've mentioned, also should be available to everybody, because that's how our region, Europe, the world will have more cohesion, and we will advance together towards a better future.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Before I close down, I invite all of you who is interested to join us in Davos, where we will create a house of science and precisely explore this issue of the coalition of the willing. But let me thank the three fantastic speakers. You really spoke not as a politician, I might say, but based on your political experience, and I think we got some very interesting clues there. So thank you very much, and have a nice day.
Ja, hi. Und du? Lynn. Lynn, hallo Lynn. Robin. Von? Robin? Oh mein Gott, stark.
So a warm welcome to all of you. Congratulations, first of all. You've picked an exciting panel here, an exciting workshop, and I think it's also a very timely topic that we'll be covering today. So welcome to the Kiwi Policy Talk, Innovation and Indo-German Academic Exchange. Kiwi is a think tank. It's a consultancy as part of the DAAD, the German Academic Exchange Service. And they have been working on Indo-German collaboration for many, many years. We'll learn about that in more detail in a little bit. My name is Andreas Zabi. I will be the moderator for this session. My background, in just a nutshell, I used to be a biopharmaceutical entrepreneur. I then became a professor and university president here in Berlin. I led the Berlin School of Economics and Law for 2 periods, and in that time engaged together with the DAAD in Indo-German exchange and academic collaboration. Today, I'm with SPRINT, the Federal German Agency for Breakthrough Innovation. So I'm still very close at heart to the topic of academics and also innovation funding. We have distinguished experts here today with us. I'm really happy to introduce them in just a minute, but I'd like to say a few words about setting the stage of what we're talking about here. And the collaboration with India is really important in many dimensions, but of course innovation and technology is one of them. India is, as we all know, the most populous country in the world. It is bound to be the 3rd largest economy of the world in probably just a few years. And it also has the largest system of higher education in the world. And we can measure this just by the pure numbers: 1,200 universities in India compared to 109 in Germany. We've got 45,000 colleges in India compared to 300 non-university institutions in Germany. And we have 43 million students versus 3 million in Germany. So you can see there's some differences there. And there's also an astounding disbalance at this moment when it comes to student mobility. We have 50,000 Indian students degree seeking at German institutions of higher education right now. And it's almost unbelievable. We have a much lower number of Germans seeking degrees in India, 37. Not 1,000, I'm talking 37. So there's a bit of a disbalance there. What's interesting is that 73% of all the students of Indian descent studying in Germany right now are in STEM fields, or what we call MINT in Germany. And when we look at innovation, you can see that India is, of course, a technology hotspot. We all know about Bengaluru, the Silicon Valley of India, but many other spaces as well. Over 4,000 startups in the Bengaluru area alone. 125 unicorn startups versus 45 in Germany. We've got 108 initial public offerings at the Indian Stock Exchange for tech companies in the last 6 months versus 3 in Germany. And we all know the tech giants in India, Tata Consulting, Infosys, and many others who are very successful in the world markets. So it comes as no surprise. Many German corporations are seeking India as well as a location for their innovation centers. Companies like Bosch, like Siemens, like Zeiss, also SAP have R&D operations in India. So I think that makes it very clear. This is a topic that is very important to the economy, but also very important to higher education. And so it's my pleasure to discuss this in more detail with our experts here at the panel. I'd like to start with Dr. Katja Lesch. She's the head of division for trans-regional scholarship programs at the DAAD in Bonn. But until just this year, she headed the regional office in New Delhi in India and has been instrumental in fostering the exchange between academic institutions for many years. I know this from personal experience when I was still university president. And she promotes partnerships, of course, between the higher education institutions on both sides. So thank you for joining the panel, Katja. Next, I'd like to introduce Professor Dr. Suman Chakraborty. Thanks for flying all the way over from India.
Pleasure.
He's the director of the Indian Institute of Technology, one of the esteemed IITs in Kharagpur. And he's also a renowned researcher in microfluidics and biomedical research and engineering. And he's also a fellow of the Indian National Science Academy and has received multiple awards for innovation. So thank you for joining.
Pleasure.
Also, I'd like to introduce Dr. Alexandra Gwynn-Petz. She is head of the Division for Technological Sovereignty and Innovation at the German Federal Ministry for Research, Technology and Space, known as the BMFTR. And she also had, prior to joining the ministry, extensive experience in science management and also in strategic research policy. Thanks for joining, Alexandra.
Thank you.
And we also have another academic here from one of our great technical universities. Professor Dr. Tessa Flatten is here. She holds the chair for technology management at the Technical University in Dortmund. And her research focuses on innovation management, entrepreneurship, and international management, with a particular interest in how organizations foster creativity and knowledge transfer across borders. And we'll focus on the border between India and Germany, which doesn't really exist, but you know what I mean. Thank you all for being here. I have a few questions, and then we will have a discussion amongst the panelists. And then at the end, of course, I want to leave plenty of room for all of you in the audience to ask your questions and pick the brains and the minds of our panelists here. So you will have plenty of opportunity to speak up towards the end. So starting out, Katja, I'd like to start with you because you know the scene between universities very well. You've been instrumental in doing this for many years. So maybe we can just cover the status quo. Where are we at now? And I'd like to ask you, which role does innovation play in the cooperation between Indian and German HEIs? And what structures do we already have in place today? What's working? And then later we'll cover what we still need. Katja.
Okay, yeah. Thank you so much, and thanks for the kind introduction. Maybe one step back, if we look at the Indo-German cooperation, we have a lively system in research, so in basic research and in applied research. The DRD has been on the ground since 65 years. We have an Indo-German Center for Science and Technology funded by the two governments, and there's a lot of academic exchange ongoing between the two countries on the level of research and applied research. Professor Chakraborty is himself an Alexander von Humboldt Fellow, for instance. So we've been there, we've been on the ground. There's a lot of investments ongoing, but not on innovation. Mm-hmm. So a couple of years ago, we had a deeper look into the system, and we realized that in the level of innovation, if we look at bringing the ideas from the lab to the market, there is a kind of gap between India and Germany. Mm-hmm. India has made enormous progress in establishing startups. You just named the numbers, unicorns, the startup innovation centers, more than 600 innovation centers and universities. Mm-hmm. And we had the feeling that we need to look deeper into that issue because India has a lot to offer, and we can learn a lot from the Indian system in that field. So if one looks at the Indo-German science relation, the whole ecosystem, we are well established on basic research and under fundamental research, but we are not so well established in innovation. So a couple of years back, the German Center for Research and Innovation, which is an umbrella organization led by the DAAD, but under this umbrella come together 35 German institutions, Fraunhofer, the Max Planck Society, 17 universities. We decided to take forward that and to offer some support to the German system to enter and to get to know the system. So we have a format which is called Incubators Connect, where we connect the innovation managers, because we realized that idea, taking a startup and drop it into the Inter market is not going to work. So we try to connect the innovation centers in the countries, and we have now a network in place, 80 incubators in Germany and in India, who start to collaborate. One example is, for instance, the University of Rostock, who just initiated an innovation exchange program between Rostock and Vitzpilani. Okay. And then we focus on a second level. There is a lot of support systems ongoing for researchers, but we thought we should take the PhD students from Germany and bring them to India to give them the Indian experience. So just tomorrow, our program is starting. It's called Innovators Connect Tandem. What we basically do, we bring 15 innovators from Germany to India, place them in 2 incubators in India, and they develop ideas together. We're doing this the 5th year. And you might ask, what is the outcome of these programs? We have 2 startups out of the program, one under Exist funding, so I think these formats are working quite well. So the DWH is piloting formats, and we see that slowly things are picking up. TU Dortmund entered the stage fair looking into that, so we managed to connect the systems in a way. And for startups, I would like to highlight, there is the German accelerator, of course, in place in India, focusing on market access, whereas the German Center for Research and Innovation as an organization or institution is focusing more on the joint technology development. I think I would leave it here, and then we can go.
Thank you so much, Katja. That's really impressive to see how much is already going on and how much is still in the pipeline of future initiatives. So it's very encouraging, and I think it makes a lot of sense. And thank you for fostering all this from the DRD's perspective. Suman, I'd like to hand it over to you. I'm really interested. You as a researcher, as a technology expert, which disciplines, which technology areas do you think lend themselves the best for working together in innovation between Germany and India? Can you name a few examples of what might, be the right area? And perhaps from your background, you're in engineering and biomedicals and so forth.
Yeah, first of all, thanks for your very, very kind introduction. And if you see technology as a whole, now it is global. Having said that, a big difference between how we deal with technology and how we deal with science is there is a bit of a local component or local impact that the technology would ideally create, and that makes the difference between the universality of science and the locality of technology. Having said that, it is very interesting to observe that this I can tell from my own experience in working with Indo-German cooperations on a individual researcher level, that there is a lot of commonality between the focus areas that perhaps the 2 countries are looking into. I will give maybe 2-3 examples. Energy and green hydrogen, clean energy, environment, sustainability, and smart and green infrastructure. So if we combine all these, and alongside we should also include water, because water is a major part of what we call as environment. So overall, if we connect these and consider as a central umbrella of research, this seems to be very important both for India and for Germany. And many aspects, I will just touch upon that, why these are having a different flavor as compared to the research works that were done on these topics several years back. And to put that into perspective, I can give the second example, which belongs to my own area, that is technologies for healthcare and more affordable and accessible healthcare. Now, these are important for different contexts. Like India is hugely populated, but the healthcare access and affordability is very much skewed. And in Germany, because of the less population, one might require a lot of support from technologies, including AI and point-of-care technologies, to have the connectivity with the people who need the attention at that moment. So if we think about the perspective, maybe the reason is different, but the nature of the technology demand is very similar. And if you look into all these areas, and of course manufacturing the modern manufacturing processes which require the scalability and economy both coming together without compromising quality, where Germany is always very good, the quality in manufacturing. So I would say that if you look into these areas, you will find that these are all into the realm of what we call as convergence science or convergence technology. So it's not one area. For example, I have come from mechanical engineering and I am working in healthcare technology space, although I do not have any formal education in medicine. And this is very common nowadays, where the interdisciplinary teams are being formed across areas where you will have domain expertise in some verticals. They are converging, and there is a common horizontal, which is AI and data science. And that cuts across all these. So if you sum it up, I would say energy, environment, healthcare, sustainability, infrastructure, manufacturing, with them as verticals, and maybe AI and data science as the horizontal. And because of maybe different reasons, but the outcome is that I believe that these are important both for India and Germany at the moment.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for highlighting these specific areas. We should dig into more detail in just a minute. I think what's also interesting is if we look at these fields, disciplines, AI, energy, water, sustainability, Tessa, and I'd like to pinpoint you here for this question, is what is it that we can learn from each other when we look at the institutions that are pursuing this? I mean, you're also at one of the prestigious technical universities here in Germany. So which opportunities come from collaborating along those lines in these disciplines?
Yes, so first from the institutional side, we as TU Dortmund University, we work together in the University Alliance Ruhr, meaning together with Bochum and Duisburg-Essen. And we see that there is a lot of collaboration on the topic of startup, acceleration and entrepreneurship. So for example, the two excellent startup centers, World Factory and Center for Entrepreneurship and Transfer, and our Lighthouse project, BRIC Startup Alliance, they are now receiving delegation visits from IIT Bombay, from their entrepreneurship centers, and they are currently planning projects how to better foster entrepreneurship and make our founders more international. And they are looking into the structures of their centers and our centers, and they have an exchange. But I'm pretty sure that Philippa Küng, she's the CEO of our BRIC Startup Alliance. She's talking on the panel later. She will elaborate more about this. But I would highlight that IIT Bombay is currently driving the Bharat Innovate initiative in India, where they screen all the startups across India, select the best startups, and then showcase them in Europe, starting in France next year. And I think this is a really interesting initiative to watch. On the topic side, as an entrepreneurship professor, we have decided to start joint PhD thesis. So we are kicking off a winter school in December, where we meet with the entrepreneurship school from IIT Bombay, and we would like to set up joint PhD thesis on the topic of research translation. So what can we learn from each other, how we translate fundamental research into real products. What are the measures and the structures that the Indian side does? What can we learn? And maybe what are we doing where the Indian side can learn? And we would like to take a very structured approach, map the different measures, and make it then empirically valuable. What really works, where are the success factors, and what can we translate into the German system?
Yeah, fantastic. I like this idea of joint PhDs, really exciting. TU Dortmund is also very well known for its chemistry and natural sciences, apart from engineering. What are you doing in those fields?
So our professors in biochemical engineering and in chemistry have a lot of collaborations as well with Indian institutions. They are often invited by the Indian government, for example, Tata Institute for Fundamental Research. There are very interesting collaborations. Now our ICT department is getting more and more interested and as well in collaborations with the Indian side.
Great, great. So I'd like to move on to Alexandra Gwyn, you are representing the German government here. You make it all happen, and you fund
No,
it.
they do.
And you, by funding, thank you for that. There's been quite some government support for Indo-German innovation collaboration in the past. I hope it continues on. And I'd like to know from you, what is the agenda from the German government perspective for academic collaboration? And are you targeting some specific fields of innovation?
So there has been a fruitful intergovernmental consultation since many years, and I think it dates back to 1970 or something like that, that we have a scientific and technological committee, which will meet the next time in 2 weeks only. So that's so I think it's a good timing that we're having our conversation here today. And I think what we can learn in all of that is that when I looked into the numbers, I was really surprised that in India, even though it's such a fruitful ecosystem, as you just mentioned in your introduction, they only invest 0.6% of the GDP into education. While we in Germany invest over 3%, which is still too low, but the interesting part is that although the investment is quite low, they still have the third largest startup ecosystem, which we don't have in the same amount. So what we really try to learn from the corporations is really on this technological side and in the startup field, what type of things work when you start to build up this startup ecosystem. And I can only join my colleague here, how the technologies that you mentioned. So they are very similar, and obvious. How could it be different to the technologies we just mentioned in our high-tech agenda Germany, which is clustered in 6 key technologies. And the very interesting part is when these technologies meet. So as you just said, AI and biotechnology, for example, or AI and quantum computing, or chips technology and manufacturing. So whenever the crossovers are there. And this agenda is really not a research agenda, but it's a technology agenda. So we focus on how can we foster more value creation, and how can research transfer more quickly into real value creation. And this is something where I think we can really learn. And therefore I'm very curious what my state secretary will come back in 2 weeks with insights.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. I'm really happy that this coincides with the consultations going on. This is perfect. Maybe we can give a few impulses for that. And I also like the idea that the technology collaboration ties in so nicely with the high-tech agenda for Germany. Now, Suman, I have to ask you this. We're seeing, relatively low levels of funding for research and for higher education in India, yet you're so successful when it comes to innovation output, to translation, to high-tech startups, not only in India, but we're seeing a lot of people coming from India and doing high-tech entrepreneurship elsewhere, like in the West Coast, California and so forth. To some extent also here in Germany. What's the secret sauce? This is a small group. It's all confidential. Tell us the secret sauce.
I have to take notes now.
There is no secret about it. I think that in the area of innovation and entrepreneurship, both India and Germany have their own strengths. So the strength of India, what I would say, is speed and scale. These are the two very important things that we are habituated with. So in the startup space, we have significant government support and also industry support for the accelerator programs. And for that, there is a pathway by which any innovator in a very little time can get into the piloting and bringing out something which I would not say the rocket science are best in the world, but it can solve certain problems. This is number one. And number two is the understanding of the scale and the market, the challenges and opportunities related to the scale. For example, if we think about manufacturing, now there are many products which require manufacturing on a very large scale, and they need to be sold at an affordable price. So the ecosystem for that is being very fast built up through the MSMEs, that is micro, small and medium scale enterprises, and the startups which are emerging from the academic institutes. So I would say that the scale and the speed and the very exclusive style of the market and its requirement is driving India to come up with certain pipeline of innovations, where innovations are coming to the reality of the market in a relatively quick time, much quicker than what it was quite some time back.
Really helpful, thank you. We'll keep it as a closed shop here. Tessa, I'm wondering, from your perspective in university management, as also a scholar of innovation management, can we, to some extent, copy the speed that the Indian institutions are showing? What can we do to become more agile? And what can we do to pump out the startups and give them the scale quickly? I think that's maybe where we're lacking still.
Yes, so I think there the internationalization comes into play. As you mentioned, 37 German students are in India currently. The number is too low, and I love to take the spirit back from India to Germany. Every time I'm in India, I wish we could have this mindset, be hungry, be passionate about entrepreneurship. And I think it would really help to send out our students more to India, to have a really reciprocal exchange, because on the one hand, this would build India capabilities within our society, which in the future enables us to really have like negotiations on eye level, do project management on eye level, and have a better understanding for business. On the other hand, the German students can learn about the spirit and can bring that spirit back to Germany. And I would really love to see this. So we have an interdisciplinary entrepreneurship program at TU Dortmund. It's called the D-Lab. We take in students from all 17 faculties, the best students. And these are the students we take to India for a short-term visit. So we will do it in December as well. They will meet students from IIT Bombay, but they will visit startups from India, drone startup, sports startup, so to get a better impression about how do Indian students and founders think about entrepreneurship, and of course to educate them on the Indian market, because the German market is of course a rather small market compared to the Indian market, which is really huge, which is going to be the market of the future. So to enable them to have a perspective and to better assess the needs of these markets, we need to take them to India.
Perfect.
And I would say, can I add,
of course,
also vice versa, because as you said, we have, 43 million students in India and only 50,000 here in Germany. So I really want to say welcome to them, and please choose also Germany as a spot for your education, yeah.
Absolutely, especially if they're all in STEM fields, which is what we need, right? So
exactly.
I think this is really encouraging, and we already have one learning. We've got to copy and import the mindset that we're seeing in India, and hopefully there will be some impulses going the other direction as well. We'll talk about that in a minute, but Katja, I'd like to ask you, what are the obstacles we're seeing? I mean, all these ideas of how we could collaborate even more closely, they're there, and to some extent we're already realizing them, but what's the next big step, and how can we overcome potential hurdles?
I would maybe name three obstacles I see, very briefly. I think we are on a mission here to promote India. I think we have to promote India in Germany. We have to make the system obvious to people, to researchers, because there's still this imbalance. Yeah. And we have to bring more Germans to India to build India expertise. Not just in South Asian studies or Indology, but we need engineers, lawyers, economists to come to India, and we need to balance that. We need to foster that, and we need to create channels there. So you cannot just send in German students into the big system. So we need to build new programs where we take them on the hand and then bring them to India. That would be my first point. My second point is, if we look at the German science system in India, we are really segregated. Because we all have our offices, we all going to the Indian government in different levels. There's the German Research Foundation, there's DART, there's Alexander von Humboldt, and so on. No, Switzerland is performing much better because they do everything in one hand. They're reaching out to the government, and the Indian government sometimes has the impression Germany is not doing much. We're investing a lot, but it's not visible. We try to bring people together under the roof of the German Center for Research and Innovation, but we need this to do more strategically and to reach out to the Indian government. And I think the third thing is we should not look at India as a developing country. It's a partner on eye level. There's a lot of funds available in India. They just announced, I think yesterday, announced a 1 billion euro funding for research and industry. And I think we need to talk more, to bring them on one table. And I would like to add to Shumon flexibility. My experience working 6 years in the Indo-German corridor is India is really pushing things. It's fast.
Yeah.
We love to work steadily towards a goal, but very, very often we are too slow. And then other countries are jumping into the offer. So we need to be more agile, more flexible, and we need to bring new programs on the run, where we help the Germans to navigate the way through India, but also the Indians to navigate the Germans through the system.
All right. Well, thank you, Katja. These are 3 very concrete measures that we can take to overcome these hurdles that we're facing. So thank you for that. I think we can achieve this with a joint effort. I'm really interested in what you guys. I'll open it up to all of you. What you guys think are the next steps? How we can achieve this? I mean, I have experienced it myself. If you go and visit Indian institutions of higher education, a university or what be it, and you realize that in the past 3 months before your visit, there have been 6 other German delegations already there. And I think this aspect of coordination makes a lot of sense. As you mentioned the Swiss example, perhaps we can develop some ideas of how we can coordinate this approach towards India in a better way. Any ideas that you guys might have?
I mean, I really like the aspect of joining forces because, first of all, it makes you quicker, obviously, and you can learn from each other, from the different programs, what does work and what doesn't. I think that the state of Bavaria is coordinating within Bavaria their activities. I mean, that's just one state out of 16, but a benchmark maybe for the national system. So this is one thing, and the other thing is also maybe we should get better in communicating what we already have. So, for example, the Global Mind Initiative, where we try to attract at least 1,000 talents. Is something that we try to really promote, and maybe we need to be sometimes a bit better also in showcasing and marketing our communication. So I would say it's both internal and also external.
Yeah.
I would like to add something. I just was in the German Innovation Corridor, which was in Berlin a couple of weeks ago. So we need some action. So I've seen thousands of delegations coming in also lately. I think. So India is on the map, also political, but it's just delegations coming in and nothing happens after these delegations.
Right.
Because there's no small funding to speed up programs. Funding is available, but you need somebody to write the project to be successful. I mean, really need to level up and to put all the good things into action. And not just talk about things. So I think we talk, we visit each other in both directions, and then very often after these delegations you wonder, what's next. Sometimes small things are developing, but if we could push with small agile funds, the first connects which are made through delegations, that would be wonderful. And then there we have clearly a gap in funding of both of the sides to small money, a flight to Germany for writing a project together, taking things forward. That's really missing in the whole setup which we are having.
Excellent.
And I would broaden the view. So if you look at the German-Indian university collaborations, I think it's like 500, but they focus on 15 Indian universities. So we all focus on the same hubs, and the Indian research landscape is way broader and way more interesting. So to appreciate this diversity more and go to other places, other universities, I think that is a great opportunity right now.
Perfect. We're taking notes here. This is so concrete. I like these
I
recommendations.
can add something. So if you see the India, Germany, all the collaborations going on, and in the research domain, they are mostly targeting the lab research. I mean, the exchange programs, faculty, student, etc. So if you are thinking of innovation coming into the commercial space, it is missing that lab to market the overall. You have on the other side only the innovation entrepreneurship that is being focused, but that is missing that deep tech which is coming from the lab. So what I would imagine would be a great success if you have this end-to-end pipeline, this entire this lab to lab innovation to commercialization, coming through an Indo-German Center of Excellence on innovation and entrepreneurship. IIT Kharagpur has now reached 75 years. So as the director, I have offered one possibility to open up an Indo-German Center of Excellence on innovation and entrepreneurship at our research park, which is located at Kolkata, a new facility with the support of the governments, the two governments, and other important startup ecosystem members. And I think the mandate can be clear, that is to utilize some of the great expertise in deep tech which is already existing in Germany, with the understanding of how to work at scale and at speed with the market sensitivity of India, and work together to come up with joint innovation and entrepreneurship platforms. And I think if we can do that, it will take the current Indo-German exchange programs to a new level. And it's not difficult, what she was saying, that you can utilize small funds which are already available, say Spark as a program we have. Now, we can easily support these visits of experts from Germany through the Spark program. And if we can add on the top of that some of the German funds for innovation and entrepreneurship and make a package, it will build up a very successful program, I think.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for this proposal. I think we'll take it up.
Can I add that, because I like the spirit that you said, we call it from lab to fab. And if you look at the high-tech agenda Germany, you see that wording on every second page, more or less. So if we could take maybe the spirit in whatever we're doing, and also in when we create these programs of exchange, then I think we have a good orientation,
Yeah, absolutely. So we already have agreement across the panel. Wonderful. Let's do it. Let's not waste time. I think this is the way forward. What I'd like to do now is I'd like to open it up to all of you, the entire audience. If you have any questions to our panelists, please go ahead. There will be microphones available. We need those, of course, because we're streaming. There's a question back there, please. And anybody else, so we can get in the microphones into the right position. There's a number 2. Yes, please. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, of course, I'll introduce myself. I'm Gerhard Fettweis, Vodafone Chair Professor at TU Dresden, and also heading the Barkhausen Institute, and my team has spun out 29 startups so far. So my question, more to the German side than to the Indian side. I'll fly to Bangalore tomorrow. What I see is Germany is focused on old tech. Yes, we are stuck in World War II. We still think mechanical engineering, physics, chemistry, material sciences are important. If I look at my dear friends at IIT, IIT Madras, IIT Kharagpur, IIT Jaipur, whatever, they're all focused on ICT, information communication technologies. And if I look at the big 7 companies, Microsoft, NVIDIA, Google, you name it, you got it, they're all founded by computer scientists or EE. So, and if I look at Dresden, we have 5,000 researchers in research organizations doing material sciences and 250 doing ICT. So I think we're just funneling the people in the wrong direction. And I would like to get sort of your Indian perspective of that, because if I look at the IIT landscape, it's all very heavily focused on ICT, the future topics, the things that really make the 100 or 1,000 billion dollar companies, and not this old school kind of stuff that Germany is focusing on.
Right. Okay, wow, yeah, that's a big challenge. The mid-technology trap you're referring to, also in academia. Suman, do you have a take on this?
I think we should respect both the aspects. That is, the deep science always drives certain innovations, and sometimes in a very loose way we say that if a car doesn't have an engine, can AI drive a car? So the question is, someone has to do the hard work of learning how the engine works. So what IITs are doing, and I think it's a right way forward, is to create a balance between the physical technology and the AI, and that we call as AI for cyber physical systems. So you have a physical technology which may not also be a physical technology. It could be medicine, it could be law, any other core area of expertise. And AI and data science is working horizontally along with that to come up with the product of the present and the future. I can give one example because of the interest of time: medical imaging. Now, medical imaging, if you look into the great machines, and some of the German companies are the greatest among these. So these machines are very expensive. Now, if you want to have medical imaging at low-cost machines, it will lose resolution. So to bring back that accuracy, you need that deep learning, that AI that gets into that. So where you have a core technology component and the data science component merging together to come up with the solution of the future. And I think that is where the entire advancement of the next gen technology lies.
Perfect example. Thank you so much. How this can go
I
hand
add
in
on
hand.
this? I would really like to add, Indian research is not just 23 IITs.
Yes.
If you focus on 23 IITs, you focus on 200,000 students out of 43 millions.
Yeah, it's broader. So we have a lot of hands showing up now. Number 2, please.
Hi, my name is Yashi. I'm a researcher at Max Planck Institute for Dynamics and Self-Organization in Göttingen. Thank you so much for the talk. It was really nice. One thing that I really want to emphasize and sort of appreciate is the fact that I think a lot of these outreach programs like that don't get as much visibility in universities outside the top 15, as you kind of say. So my question is sort of, what are you planning to increase more promotionals or increase more outreach where you can tell the students sort of what these programs look for early on so that they can start building their profiles and sort of start to look into projects that actually go into these applications. Is there something going on behind the stage for that?
Katja.
I think that's the question to that. So we are running 250 information sessions a year. We do a lot of things online to give access to the students from all the country, not just focusing, because if you go to university, you have a reach out to. What we've did lately is we had a look where our applicants are coming from the scholarship program, so where we have a good outreach, and then we had a look at the 150 universities in the NIF ranking, the top 150. Now we re-strategizing since 2 years our outreach to target and to go to these pockets which are not so well known, to tap the talent over there. And we had a big session on 30th of September with all the supporter institutions, all the 34 German institutions, an online platform where 1,500 people were from all over the country focusing on that. So we do it online because with a 15-people team, covering India is a bit of a challenge. But we see that we have to level up, and we have to strategically go to the good pockets, to the good places which we have not been covering yet. And we are also in talk with the other institutions. So what happens is if the German Research Foundation plans a visit somewhere, we normally join hands and go together. So we are in talks about that. But it's really, really challenging to cover the system in a way. Also given the fact that unfortunately, most of the Indian students still turn to agents. And I think one of our biggest mission is to tell them, don't go to agents, don't waste your money, take the money, come to Germany, here find good education. I really would like to highlight that here. And this is one of our core missions at the moment, to tell the students, go away with working with agents, don't waste your 15,000 euros, take that money, come to Germany.
Excellent.
Yes, and in
excellent
addition,
advice.
may I add that the universities who are members of Katja's Netzwerk, like TU Dortmund University, we just hired an in-country representative who is now in Germany, and she's talking to all of our English-taught master people, learns what we have as requirements, and then she goes back to India, to the places beyond those 15 universities, and talks about our programs and what are the possibilities.
Perfect. Yeah, that's very good advice. And I know that the federal government is also streamlining the process for the visa issues at the embassies and so forth.
Yeah, which is currently really a hurdle for the students.
But I know they're working on it, especially with the Foreign Service, and I think this can be handled. So we have 4 more minutes, maybe time enough for 2 more questions. We'll take one right there. And Oliver Günther, please.
Thank you very much. Jakob Lindenthal, I'm from TU Dresden, and I was a scholar at IIT Madras, and I'm on the board of Indo-German DAAD alumni organization. So this topic is right to my heart. But I want to add a little bit of water to the wine. And my question is, education, well, as I experienced it, is still not very equitable. And if you say pockets of talent, that's kind of getting the cream, the top-notch people here. How can we ensure that when DAAD funds something, and that maybe goes to the Indian side, the Indian economy, from my experience, is still often a crony economy where national champions are powered like the Tata Corporation, and the economic dynamics have been very poor when you look at the widespread average in the country over the past years. How can we make both economic growth, innovation, but also the way we fund this, maybe from Germany, or we build cooperation and we support Indians coming to Germany? How can we make it more equitable on both sides?
All right, thank you. So maybe scholarships are one of the approaches for this? I'm not sure.
I mean, we as DAAD looking into diversity criteria in the scholarships. Of course, academic excellence remains the core definition, but we have new systems in place in the background where we look at these issues. But I think really we have to widen our perspective in India. So to see where it's difficult to navigate 43 million students and more than 1,000 research institutions. And I think our task as DAAD and the institutions who are on the ground to give guidance, to say where are the good pockets beyond the 15 institutions we are currently working, or most German institutions are working with.
All right. Thank you.
And I think we should foster collaborations on, for example, we have one collaboration on social innovation, which is very important for us, but as well from the Indian side, where the TIS is collaborating with us. And we try to engage in NGO work. So just as one university, but if everybody approaches this with that mindset, I think that would definitely help and give us a little bit of feeling about the situation there.
Thank you. Thank you for that. We have 2 minutes left. We can take one more quick question and quick answer. Oliver Günther, please.
Yeah, I'm Oliver Günther. I'm president of the University of Potsdam. So wonderful ideas that you presented. One more thing that we have been in Potsdam cooperating with a number of Indian universities, especially IIT Roorkee, and we've been thinking together with Roorkee how we can broaden our impact, how we can do more things together. And this led to a state partnership between Uttarakhand and Brandenburg. And that is something I would like to recommend. I think we have only 2 state partnerships right now. Bavaria has one, with whom I forgot. And now there's ours, Brandenburg, Uttarakhand. Because once you cooperate at the state level, you have political support and you go beyond the ivory tower. You meet other representatives from politics, industry, other universities. So strongly recommended to work at the state level together.
Excellent. Thank you. This is hands-on advice from Brandenburg, and I think we can multiply this at least 16 times all over Germany, and maybe also at the federal level. That would be wonderful. Any comments on this type of state initiatives?
Well, I think what we heard from the questions is that really joining forces is helpful for the corporation internally, but also for more visibility. So it's it has impact on both sides. So if that could be maybe a message to take away, I think that would be nice.
Yeah, wonderful. So thank you so much. Our time's up. Thank you for everybody on the stream watching us from all over the world. Thank you to all of you here in the audience. Great questions. Please spread the word about Indo-German collaboration academically and also with a goal towards innovation. And of course, big thank you to our panelists for sharing your expertise, but not only telling us about what's going on right now, but also giving us a glimpse into the future and what we can improve. I think it has become very clear that there is a lot of potential in this type of cooperation. Thanks to all of you.
I'm not an R&D or whatever tech.
Mic is on?
My
Now mic is on. Okay.
Perfect.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Konstantin Heffner. I'm the executive board member for research and transfer at the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft. And welcome to the Defense as an Engine of Innovation round circle here, from lab to line, rapid, efficient, ready for military and civil use. Our premise is simple. Research only creates value when it becomes capability in the field. With a short window from reform and lessons from Ukraine's real-time innovation, speed with responsibility is essential. Today, we'll focus on doing, not adding more programs, moving from bureaucracy to process, clear roadmaps, parallel path, accountable ownership, and stop-go decisions. We'll address how to keep freedom and security together, open science and international collaboration with smart safeguards. And we'll treat dual use as the new normal, linking civil and military needs across a cooperative federal landscape that brings the federal government, the states, the universities, and industry into one operating picture. Our goal is pragmatic: identify blockers, agree on public-private models that cut friction, standard IP terms, lighter paperwork, faster approvals, you name it. And then we want to leave with a short list of near-term actions with owners and timelines. We have a very eminent panel here today. Let me introduce them. Roderich Kiesewetter, retired colonel of the German Armed Forces, and since 2009, member of the German Parliament, the Deutsche Bundestag, and member of the Foreign Affairs Committee. Susanne Wiegand, advisory board of Quantum Systems and former CEO of the Rank Group. Martin Tossings, Rear Admiral and member of the Executive Board and Chief Operating Officer in the Netherlands Organization for Applied Scientific Research, TNO, and member also of the Executive Board. And then Johannes Boye from Helsing, Chief Marketing Officer, responsible for marketing and corporate communications. Welcome. Yeah, let's get started. Your company actually has developed artificial intelligence for drones with the Bundeswehr using agile methods. You then moved to experimental series, military field tests in real-world labs, like the Truppenübungsplatz in Münster. How did this change the process and speed in innovating?
I think there's a big difference between how military or defense companies have been working in the last few decades and how they need to work today. Something that sets Helsing really apart is that Helsing is a software-based company. So what we like to do is we like to take the methods that have proven capable in software development and apply it to our whole process. And obviously, before you bring a product like a drone, an autonomous AI driven drone to the customer, you have to test, you have to learn, you have to iterate. And by using more modern approach to that, you can be a lot faster than defense company would usually act. And you're absolutely right. The testing has gone very well so far. And there's a big difference between the first steps of testing and the actual field testing, where you would then present a product that is basically ready to be procured or even deployed. And we have not only done that with Bundeswehr, but across the continent, in multiple countries, in multiple scenarios, in very real setups. And obviously, we also took care that actual soldiers would fly the drones. So that's another learning: make the testing as real as possible, and don't rely on the idea that something that works in a factory setup would then work once it's deployed.
So that made basically your AI models more robust, and you moved a lot faster. Is that summarizing it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can say that.
So then, going from a national testing scenario to an international perspective, you're now testing these systems in other countries and in real combat situations in the Ukraine for some time. What are other countries actually doing different, with respect to approaching these tests and how to speed up the transfer into the real field?
Well, it is true that we are deployed in Ukraine also with another product, another drone. So we get a lot of experience from that deployment in Ukraine, and we're learning every day. And what's most important here is that Ukraine is unfortunately in that terrible situation that the Russian aggression pushes on the country, but Ukraine has taken lessons from that. And one lesson is that Ukraine is testing and iterating really, really fast. And we rely a lot on the user feedback directly from the front lines to really learn what works and what doesn't work. Because one thing is clear, you know, just developing something in Germany or in the peaceful parts of Europe and being confident, you know, oh, this is what they need, you might get that wrong. So we really rely on those super fast iteration cycles with Ukraine, and we are extremely thankful for Ukraine that they have established that system and that they are interested in working with us and that they provide that feedback.
So would you say that our testing scenarios in Germany are outdated?
Not at all, actually. Today we are meeting in a very interesting time. I think procurement in Germany is changing a lot, and the way systems are tested is changing a lot, and I'm more than happy to see that there's more and more a level playing field created where like all products are being put to the test, and then there's a real competition which is not only in the interest of the soldiers that have to defend Ukraine, the heroes in Ukraine, but it's also very much in the interest of the German taxpayer who can have, you know, the demand or should have the demand that just the best product is procured.
Right. So what you mentioned in our pre-conversation, basically that the innovation cycle in Ukraine is about 14 days now. You know, that's sort of like similar to probably what the Russians actually innovate too. So you know, looking at that, you know, how do we get to certifying basically technology a lot faster so it goes into the field? You know, what has to happen there?
Thank you, Konstantin. The question of certification should be embedded in the question of mindset and strategic culture. So it doesn't help to improve bureaucratic procedures when we neglect that the time frame is very narrow. We are already under attack in the civilian field with sabotage and in the hybrid field cognitive warfare, whereas the military war is more or less in Ukraine where they learn. And we have to understand that if we only look as spectators to it, we might very easily be overruled and outlasted by the Russian aggression. Therefore, certification needs also to certify the processes and not the pieces. Mm-hmm. And we are too slow. For example, if you want to implement a drone in the German armed forces, the certification process lasts currently about 1.5 years. And if you improve the process within this 1.5 years, it will be prolonged by another 1.5 years. So this doesn't help at all. So it's a question of mindset, of political will, and also the willingness to overcome these certification processes by a more or less also focused on not serial production and not on manufacturing processes, that we also change our certification processes from a manufactural process to mass production to serial production.
So you're saying we should not do away with the certification process, but we should actually certify the process.
Yes, that's true.
So Martin, looking at the Netherlands, and important to mention also that there's a close cooperation between Germany and the Dutch armed forces through multinational corps. How do you organize test beds or sandboxes, you know, access restriction and user feedback at TNO? So MVPs can be trialed under real conditions.
Well, Constance, let me first say that I absolutely agree with the previous speakers and what they said. That applies to us. I mean, the Netherlands has a small defense industry, so I think I should apply some modesty here. But in the fields that we are successful, and then indeed from the cooperation with the German forces that I also have done during my time at the Ministry of Defense. One thing I seem to notice, and obviously I don't know the most recent experience, that in the Netherlands, where we do have defense industry, there's a very close relationship and cooperation in the triple helix, as it's called. The government, private companies, research institutes, and nowadays you could add a quadruple helix, that's investors, because certainly startups, they need investors to scale up their production. And that close cooperation is vital, because then as long as you are used to cooperating, you can address these issues and find ways around it in that sense. And for what I've seen in the past, and like I said, it's been a few years back, I noticed that the distance within Germany between those parties seems to be a bit larger than that we use. So that's perhaps one piece of advice to consider. Make sure that you form these ecosystems with those parties involved so you can address these type of issues. And then answering your question, experiment in Ukraine, that's happening a lot, also for Dutch companies that I know. But also, you cannot do a certain test scenario in Ukraine. In Ukraine, it happens what happens. You also need to test things out in a certain scenario. And then creating dedicating testing units. The Dutch Army has a robotics and autonomous systems unit just designed to do experiment with innovative products and to see what is working and what is not working and providing feedback to those companies as well. And I think that's a good example to use as well.
So with respect to sharing information, who actually owns then the mission information? What's really happening? Sort of like, how do you isolate that? How do you maintain security levels here?
Yeah, security is an issue, and certainly in dual-use companies that are moving to the defense field, you cannot just do the things in the same way you used to do it. Dutch companies that are working for the Ministry of Defense all have to adhere to quite a number of security regulations, and that also means sometimes startups, and actually we help them adhere to that as well. But research security is a big discussion in Europe now as well, certainly not only for typically military knowledge, but all these dual-use technologies which are becoming increasingly important for the military as well.
That's right, yeah. So, Susanne, the BMVG, the Ministry of Defense in Germany, is restructuring to accelerate procurement and budget processes in Germany. So looking at the innovation processes, how is this coordinated now between industry and the Ministry of Defense today, and how do we speed this up?
Yeah, I think the core of what needs to be done is really to bring the parties together, which is the BMVG, as you mentioned, our MOD, which is the industry, which is the soldier who's actually the user of the equipment, and who has to test in early stages, be part of the development process, also all the research institutes, the labs, the Fraunhofer, and others. And I think we still have a way to go to really combine all the strengths that we have in country. BMVG is indeed optimizing to a certain extent existing processes, but I think this is not sufficient in light of the security situation we are in light of the time we have left to show ultimately that we mean it serious in building up credible deterrence. And that's why R&D and innovation is a super important process. Last comment to that question is we should not just, let's say, do some R&D like in the past. We need to increase budget significantly, but they must be also derived and aligned content-wise on the capability gaps we see in the planning going forward, and then have to lead to procurement at the end of the day. So if we look back in the last 10, 20, 30 years where we were in great peace times, so the tool of giving R&D money to industry was more used to keep the industry alive somehow, rather than in a very stringent managed process to derive from capability gaps and requirements to the required budget allocation to a procurement process. So I think with respect to that, we also have to optimize a little bit. So what MOD is doing is not wrong, but it's not sufficient in light of the security situation we are in. And it's, again, like certification, it's optimizing existing structures rather than change processes and structures to meet the requirements and the needs we are in now. And that's why it's not wrong what they are doing, but it's not sufficient.
So give us a little bit of hope in the sense, like, what should we do different in the budget area?
Yeah, we have all the human capital in country. We have the industrial base. We have the knowledge and the people, but we don't bring it to the table. We are still in bureaucratic procedures of the old world and try to speed up and cut down some of the circles, rather than really think out of the box. And I think we need new formats to accelerate that. And part of the process is that startups are now coming up with great ideas, and they need to be structurally connected also to the industrial capacities which we have to be able to produce fast, in scale, in series, in industrial processes, and they also need to get access in a, let's say, for them pragmatic, easy to handle way to funding, to subsidies, and be part of the process. And this is not yet organized in a formal way. I would not put too much bureaucracy into it, but I think the platforms are not even existing in a structured way.
So in the near term, we need more pragmatic, more wiggle room in the existing structures, but in the long term, then we really have to basically change the way we do our budgetary.
No, exactly. Also connect the universities. We discussed it briefly beforehand that we still have this peace clause, or that universities still don't allow part of the universities in Germany to work together with the defense industry, hence also not with parts of the Bundeswehr. I think this makes no sense. So there is lots of room to improve, and I think we can see that in other countries like in Israel, like in Ukraine, out of the pressure of the situation they have, but also in Russia. Russia has changed dramatically the system in the last 3 years to learn to become more faster, to what you said in the beginning, to translate good ideas and technological concepts into hardware, into reality, into capabilities of the armed forces, and this is what counts at the end of the day.
So we need a change in mindset that goes across the board.
That's it.
From the student at the university all the way actually to the people.
Mindset and attitude.
Martin,
if I may add to that, because it's not
you are better.
No, I'm not. I don't say that. Not so long ago, this was totally unheard of. I mean, just a couple of years back, universities didn't want to do anything with armed forces, and we were in discussion with the European Commission on the taxonomy for investors. If you get more than 5% of your turnover from the arms industry, financial institutions couldn't invest with you. And that's changing now after the Zeitenwende, as your previous chancellor called it. And we need, for this new security situation, we need a whole of society approach for that. So
absolutely right. Credible deterrence, you mentioned that. That's sort of like the peace of tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Roderich, looking ahead to a 2028 NATO Article 5 scenarios, which is what we're reading in the media, innovation must have reached the forces. So from your long field and combat experience, how do we enable speedy and realistic field trials with the forces without compromising security, liability, interoperability, and or operational readiness?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Konstantin, 2 remarks to that. First of all, the 28-29 scenario is a mental delay operation. We are already under attack. I mentioned the hybrid warfare and the civilian warfare. Russia sees us as a war target. We don't see us in war with Russia, but they see themselves as that. And when this was mentioned by a scientist, said we need to be war-apt, kriegstüchtig, until 29, this was on purpose done last year for the next legislature of the parliament, and not for this one.
It's political date.
It was a political delay, so to create a sense of urgency, but on the other side to mitigate, to calm down. But let's be very true. The next 2 years are at stake, and I will answer the first part of your question. The next 2 years, because in 29, Putin will not confront his population with a sentence, well, we can't do anything, the West is now war fit. All was in vain, including the war economy. So the next 2 years are at stake. So what to do? And this is what you mentioned, and you also, Johannes, the key of not only certification, but innovation, close cooperation between the industry and the responsible commanders in the field, the responsible technicians and drone steerers, for example, in the field, the respective commanders having to cooperate, to coordinate the battlefield in all dimensions. This means also seabed, sea, land, space, and cyber, because Russia is using this with congestion and also with the question of commercialization. And we have to look from the sense or from the view of Russia, he's seeing we are partitioned, there is no lack, there is no willingness, there is more or less lack, there is not a coalition of the willing. What we need is a coalition of the determined, and this means to take over air defense over the western part of Ukraine. So because Ukraine has taken out 30 of the 53 drones who attacked then the Polish ground, and we only were able to take down 3 or 4 of them with a very high price, 20 times higher than the cost of the drones we invested with our anti-missile missiles.
Right.
So to make it very brief, we have to include industry experience and to combine it with frontline experience to learn from Ukraine and to include Ukrainian knowledge in our own defense, because otherwise, if Ukraine is changing the side by force, we will have not only Russia as an enemy, but also the knowledge of Ukraine.
I think that's a very important statement. So we have to go to a much faster and higher risk approach. So, Susanne, how should a direct channel between the forces, and including corporate partners, investors, as Martin mentioned, other institutional stakeholders and startups, be organized both on the technical side and organizationally, to ensure the rapid and secure flow back?
I had somewhere the idea, but not yet implemented, that we give to each of our forces, so the Navy, the Army, the Air Force, the Cyber Command, a budget annually like 10, 15, 20 million. So in this big concert of the billions we are spending, and this is below anyhow the thresholds of let's say the parliament. So give them 15, 20 million each to work directly with the industry, be it startups or others, to get early developments in early stages without certification process and all of this. So demonstrators out of the lab, out of the garage directly, start to work with it, start to play, give feedback, and be part of an agile, fast development cycle. And I think this would not at all harm. I think this would bring also the end user who ultimately and actually has to work with that equipment and has to integrate those capabilities into their operations and tactics much closer together. And I think this is one idea which I think is easy to implement. It doesn't cost a hell of a money and would enable to a great extent direct collaboration and this feedback from the end user into the development processes.
If I may, very brief, just to support this, the share of the United States Armed Forces research and development compared to the whole budget is 15%. In Germany, it's 1%. And these 15% are much more than the German defense budget.
Yeah.
So we
in
at least
absolute figures,
we really in absolute figures we really should increase from 1% to 10% because there are no budget limitations any longer.
Absolutely.
There is an EDA agreement that the R&D budget should be 2% of your defense budget. That's the standard used currently, and even some countries don't meet that.
We are less than that.
I'll definitely note this down here. I think this is very
and just to add that this would even give a great impulse into our economy in light of dual-use technologies, cross-functional technologies, which can be used in civilian and non-military applications as well. At the end of the day, we also, I think, need to make sure that the money we are spending is supporting the growth of the economy and progress generally, and not just for the purpose of being able to defend ourselves or be able to credibly deter.
Right. So I think we're not lacking innovation. We lack a little bit of mindset sometimes, right? But
pragmatism and doing it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah, absolutely. But often what comes up in the discussion there also is security, export controls, and so forth, right? And that's a sometimes quite a bit of a showstopper. What practical adjustments do we need to do on those controls? And are other European countries doing this different than Germany is?
They do it differently, definitely. I mean, we have high standards, to say something positive, with respect to export control regulations. And I'm the last one to say open everything to everybody and give any technology to everybody. However, it is one of the big obstacles, politically big obstacles in the room for European collaboration. So as long as we are perceived as Germans and the German industry as a problem, and that we even see in defense exhibitions marketing saying this is German free and this is good, not bad. So it's not made in Germany. German free is a sign of we are free to do with the product, with the technology what we want. We can export it according to our own national rules, is something positive. I think we have a problem to really foster and motivate also collaboration on a European level, which is urgently needed. So we have a super fragmented defense industry in Europe. We are all under critical in size in comparison to the big players in the world. We have too many different national solutions, national egoisms. The price per piece is not competitive. So we have all the good reasons to push and support collaboration on the European level in joint programs, which is indeed a problem with the export regulations we have in Germany. I think there is no realistic chance, and I would also not opt for that, that the other Europeans like France or Italy, or also, let's say, geographically speaking, the UK, would ever align on the standards we impose here in Germany. So this would mean that Germany has to somehow harmonize and adapt on what is the standard with the other European partners, and we were so far not prepared, able, willing to do that. And I think this is one of the key issues to be solved on a political level. There's nothing industry has in its hand.
I like to underline that, and the fragmentation is indeed a problem. I mean, we all know those comparison that the US armed forces have one type of main battle tank, and in Europe we have, I think, 8 or 9 of them, and then you cannot
27.
Depending on what source you use, the number varies.
However,
the problem there is, and that's a difficult one, and that's also perhaps a political point. If you want to make sure that that number reduces and that we can focus on one type and make sure that's innovative and at the forefront, we need to set aside national interest at some point. Now every country still wants to support their own national industry, and instead of joining efforts, we are competing with each other in that field. And I think if we don't tackle that point, it's not going to work, the strategic autonomy and building up a credible European defense industry that can compare to the US.
I would like to...
Thank you for that, because I was trying to avoid, the FCAS story.
Yeah.
But I think you got a really, very good point here.
You need to have a strategy as a nation. As a country, you need to have a strategy, which is kind of an onion. There's certain things where you said, I don't want to be dependent on anybody, not even to my best friend. This is sovereign national know-how, and we do it on our own. Then there's certain things which you do together with dear partners and allies and neighbors. And then there's something which you maybe globally source and you really don't take care. And I think we are lacking
Susanne,
that clear strategy.
I completely agree with you about we need to have a national strategy. I think also there is, to a major extent, a national strategy. But what I find we're leaving out a little bit out of the discussion right now is that the systems that will be deployed are changing strongly, right? I mean, you referred to the main battle tank. Sure. Which obviously is still a very important system, and we have, thankfully, very great companies in Germany that can build perfect battle tanks, or almost perfect battle tanks. But I get every week or so, I get a video from Ukraine where a reconnaissance drone films the battlefield, and the battlefield has become completely transparent. And as soon as a main battle tank or any other gigantic platform moves, it gets attacked, because everything is visible, everything is transparent. And so what we're basically having right now in Ukraine is a war where mass-producible, cheaper systems attack the big old platforms. And the big old platforms, they don't stand a chance. I'm not here to say we shouldn't procure any more battle tanks, not at all. It needs to be part of every procurement. But I think there needs to be somewhat of a second heart chamber of procurement that needs to be taken into account when we talk about a national strategy, because a 10K drone or a 15K drone is basically the artillery of the future. It's very cheap. It is AI enhanced, so it's much better than artillery in achieving its goal and hitting its target. And it destroys a system that is worth 2.5 or 3 million easily.
Right.
And we see the same in the air domain. Just to add on that quickly, we have this big debate: should we buy the F-35 or not in Germany? For all the obvious reasons, is there a kill switch and so on? By the way, you don't need a kill switch to shut it off. You just don't run the software update. But that's a different point, right? But also in air, it will change tremendously from having an aircraft that costs, I don't know, 200 million per piece, to autonomous, mass-producible, AI-driven
that's understood.
Weapons. Yeah,
you're absolutely right on that point, and I totally agree. But if I replace the example main battle tank with drone, how many drones are being developed in European countries? And if you start counting that number, Germany is developing drones, Netherlands is developing drones, France is developing drones. We have the same risk that we have with the main battle tanks.
Exactly. Yeah. So we really need a European
defense,
a European defense mindset, and we need a European understanding of sovereignty. So I think that's an important point. So, Roderich, we heard a lot of changes that we need to make to laws, basically, to procurement acts and so forth, right? So, but we also heard, you told us we have to move very rapidly. So, how do we do this? How do we get this done? How do we change this mindset? How do we get, the Department of Defense, Parliament, government, the administration? How do we get them behind this and move fast?
Well, I would like to say all proposals are on the table, some since years. And the other day, Moritz Schularik and Neil Ferguson made a proposal to create, for example, in Germany, an interdepartmental industrial coordinator, which is above all thresholds and above all brinks and so on, coordinating the knowledge inside the armed forces, the knowledge inside the industry, and to define supply chains by bringing them immediately to the field, to those, for example, the brigade in Lithuania, to test it, and also in real-time scenarios regarding spoofing, jamming, electronic warfare, counter-drone systems, but also simulating main battlefield tanks operations. So we should look on the tactical level, but also on the operational level, having in mind the strategic intention, the strategic intent of Russia to split NATO. And the second is, because why we need this coordinator, and we need not to reinvent the wheel again, is also that the Americans have left their predictability. The unique selling point of Trump is unpredictability. But we Europeans can only survive if our neighbors, especially in Northern Africa and in the Near Middle East, see in us a realm of predictability and reliability. And therefore it's so necessary to show that democracies are willing not only to defend themselves, but democracies are willing to win a war to avoid this war. So the second measure beside of this coordinator is to really publicly discuss and think about what our constitution is preparing for that. When the chancellor is saying we are not at war, but we are anyway not in peace any longer, so this is exactly described and laid down in our constitution, the case of tension, Spannungsfall. And this case would really ease everything. We don't have the majority in the parliament, so there is no danger that we will have this case of tension, unfortunately, because we need a 2/3 majority. But to avoid war, we need to think which laws has to be changed in Germany in the cooperation of police, federal police, armed forces, and how to improve the sense of urgency in the society. And there I come up with a societal service, a mandatory service with the right to elect, to select different branches, but that we don't talk about a conscript army, but that we think about a resilient and vigilant society, which is the third pillar. So the coordinator, the case of tension, and then a mandatory service for catastrophe and disaster relief and defense.
Yeah, we need to win this war in Ukraine. So, you know, if you look in other countries, Martin, for example, not only the Netherlands, but the United States, we talked about Israel, where there's a very vivid, I would say, startup scene around the military.
Yeah.
You know, what could we learn from them? You know, how do we actually take these models quickly over here? What would work and what would not work? You know, you mentioned government-backed seed-to-scale funding, for example, right? So what other tools do we need?
Yeah, obviously the difference Israel, and that's now changing Europe as well, that Israel is always a country that has felt an existential threat.
It has the Spannungsfall every day.
And that's why they have a huge defense industry and work well. The thing I would like to mention, that like in many other areas outside of the defense sector, you see the threat of the startups versus the incumbents, as the traditional industries. And the startups very often have very good ideas, but they have many difficulties to scale up. I think we have enough startups in Europe, but we don't have enough of them that scale up. And I don't know exactly the situation, but I think that we would look at ways of helping these startups scale up. We have now, for example, not in the defense sector, I should say, but I don't exclude that from happening in the future, started a new program. We've traditionally had spin-offs from our RTO. We have about 50, I think, now that we still have a share in. But we have now also started in spin-ins. Mm-hmm. So taking a startup, and they're always strapped for cash. They need technological support to scale up their production. And what we're trying to do is help them scale so that they can become credible players in that field. And I think that's one of the challenges that we need to tackle to fulfill the promise that the startups give us. Because they need to scale in order that they can, if a drone company wants to produce the same amount of drones that are currently being produced in Ukraine, you need a big operation for that. And the average startup is not yet ready for that.
Like one question with the spin-ins, you mean like you need large corporations, or you
no,
mean
no.
like the P&Os and Fraunhofers and so forth?
Yeah, well, we do it. I think other organizations could do it as well. It's a startup. It's not a spin-off from T&O, but we say, okay, you need help. You don't have the cash to pay us now. You don't have to pay us in cash. Pay us in equity. We become a shareholder, and we help you scale up. Mm-hmm. And then hopefully it will grow bigger, and at some point we'll exit again and get the money back that we invested in it, in that sense. That model, that's what we're trying out now.
You had a short comment?
Yeah, no, not a comment, to propose. It's very brief to support your approach. When German contract soldiers leave the armed forces and would like to become employers, it's very difficult. So the armed forces, together with the defense industry, could create an ecosphere similar than in Israel, if they so wish. And second, we are lacking a culture of, I would like to say, failure.
Right.
There is no willingness, or if somebody is failing, he's completely destroyed for the rest of his career, because the banks and other systems are seeing him as a failure. But those who fail learn, and we have to learn from their experience. So improve and don't see them as a failure.
Totally agree.
If you don't mind.
No, sure. No,
so change in risk tolerance, change in fault tolerance. So Susanne, you know, so we mentioned already a number of showstoppers or blockers here, right? Have we actually covered everything, or are we missing anything from your point of view?
I would like to add, we have discussed a lot about how to bring the startups up to speed and to connect them with the big ones. we are not taking advantage of the industrial capabilities and capacities we have in country of other sectors who have at the moment overcapacity. So think about the automotive industries and their suppliers. I think this is something we have not covered, which I think would require a more structured approach.
You're talking about the SMEs, the KMU, for example, the Maschinenbau, the Zulieferer.
Yeah, up to the big OEMs.
Right.
If you have entire factories in overcapacity, so take advantage. I mean, the defense industry will never rescue the automotive industry, but the other way around, it will work. So there is certain capabilities, capacities, knowledge, personnel, skills in the automotive industry, which is super valuable for the defense industry. So this is more cherry pick at the moment rather than a structural approach. I think this is something we can also we should improve and become better.
We have an example of that. So there was a car assembly manufacturer in the south of Holland, which used to work for BMW, I should add, but BMW pulled out. And that's now being converted into a campus for defense industry and indeed for startups that work in the defense sector.
Yeah, we have, I'm also in the board of Volkswagen, so we have also started to do that, to see how we can help the defense industry in certain ways. It doesn't solve the problems of the automotive industry again, but super valuable for the defense industry. So this is, I think, something we haven't covered yet. Other than that, some easy steps also to change law ultimately. So defense industries producing defense equipment are not allowed to pre-produce without a contract. So we could, I think we discuss it since years to get rid of that law. So there is quite some good ideas. I think the summary of everything is, and Roderick said that already, all these papers are on the table. There's lack of willingness at the moment to do it, and this is what concerns me most. We need to come into action. We know what we have to do.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to bring us back basically to the title of this table, which was Defense as an Innovation Driver from Lab to Line. So there are two ways, of course, right? Which is like, you know, bringing innovation to the battlefield, but also into credible deterrence, right? But there's also the other way around, which is like, you know, how do we learn this, and how does innovation that comes from this from this type of research and innovation, how do we bring this back into real value creation? Martin, you know, Tino is very similar to like Fraunhofer and so forth.
A bit smaller.
A bit smaller, yeah.
Quite a bit smaller.
Well, Dutch is a little bit, Netherlands is a little smaller. But can you say a few words? You know, what's the thinking behind this? And do you have an example where basically innovation that comes basically out of this? You know.
And out of this, you mean from out of this?
From you know, working towards defense.
Right.
You know, it comes back to the, and we're not talking about the zipper or the, you know, like the GPS.
I actually have quite a recent example. We have a spin-off. We also do work in the semicon industry. We don't have a large chips factory, but companies like ASML, but also we have a company which is a spin-off from Tino's. It's becoming quite successful now. They produce equipment that measure the wafers that come off a production line of a semicon company. And these are these very tiny structures, so it's microscopic scale. And now we've developed a new technology that we do those measurements with sound waves, acoustics. The part of Tino which was developing this, who was active in this field, didn't have any acoustic knowledge. The acoustic knowledge came from the defense unit, where they have traditionally a large knowledge of underwater systems, etc. And now they have to combine that into a new technology for this company. Oh, that's a nice, quite a recent example. And I see that all the time. That's why I'm also a strong believer that defense research, and certainly nowadays research in other areas, should not be separated, but should be brought together. So you get the transfer of knowledge of one domain to the other, and that's when innovation happens. And there's plenty more of examples that I've seen from that.
All right, Johannes, do you have an example there too?
Well, I think with regards to transfer of knowledge, there's another dimension we should also look at. In the last decades, Germany and Europe has lost a lot of very knowledgeable persons because they went to the United States and just worked there. And now as software is becoming so important, you find that many software engineers and especially AI engineers were drawn to the United States. And what we see at Helsing is that for many of these people, they feel a real intrinsic motivation to come back. And I think if politics would support that more, if civil society would support that more and bring that thought, okay, you can do something for your country, for your home, for your continent, for Europe, then a lot more people would actually come back. We have hired from Meta, we have hired from Palantir, and frankly, yes, it's all great, but these people need to have an intrinsic motivation to actually come back and say, I want to work for Europe again. And I think that's also a transformation that we need to look at.
Yeah, I think that's very important, and of course, like, you know, we got to have the brightest minds, of course, here. That's a great point. So, Roderich, like, you know, what single governing principle should guide the German Ministry of Defense proposed national network of test centers now? You know, like the new innovation hub, the Armed Forces System Centers, and so forth. We talked about procurement and defense technology agencies. We talked about the coordinator, you know, the two Bundeswehr universities, the Fraunhofer institutes. You know, how do we tie this all together to accelerate testing and real-world deployment? What's the next immediate step?
Normally, they ask one of the big four. But they should create another one, right? That's an inside advisory system. We have a huge number of young, scientifically educated officers, also having studied abroad or having some industrial experience. Bring them together. They have a very bureaucratic career. They have to become platoon leaders, company commanders, and. It's a very staggered approach. But you have also very innovative people amongst them. Find them. You can look to the degrees, you can look to their thesis and so on, and bring them together. Try to have an innovative pool for the army, for the other services. You could do this integrated, but use the knowledge inside the armed forces. This is really an undiscovered realm. And this combined with the others would really be helpful. There have been some trials, METIS, GIDS, and so on, but this is too bureaucratic. Also, the Cyber Innovation Hub in Berlin is too bureaucratic. And then make use of a professional reserve. There are more than 1 million former soldiers still in the industry, 11 million in Germany, but more than 1 million still in the industry. We have a volunteer reserve approach. What we need is a kind of like the technical service, Technisches Hilfswerk, which is a certain body, eine Körperschaft öffentlichen Rechts, I don't know the right term, but make a professional reserve to use the knowledge in the industry and make it easier for the industry to bring these people to certain hubs. So it costs money, but the debt brake has gone, and the brakes inside the brains have also to be overcome.
So I think the brakes is a good lead over to the end of this discussion here. You know, we're at falling walls, and, you know, all round tables at falling walls will end with the question, what is the next step we have to take to break down the wall? And I'll start with Susanne, finish that sentence. What do we do to break down the next wall?
Tell the society the truth based on facts. Don't create any panic, but just tell the truth. I think politicians still think that we cannot, I don't know, handle it or somehow get along with that. That's why tell the truth, inform about the facts, be courageous. I don't think you don't even need courage. I think the society is much more advanced than our politicians. So tell the truth is my sentence.
Right, okay. Johannes.
Honestly, stay on the same trajectory that we are now on. I think this panel is just another small proof point that the message is understood. We see that procurement is changing. We see that the Ministry of Defense really wants to do the right things. So it's all there, but it now needs to come together. People really need to act. The plan is there.
The plan is there, so we're moving in the right direction, move faster.
Yeah, basically.
If you want to keep peace, freedom, and self-determination in Europe, we have to do some things disruptive. First of all, Russia to acknowledge the right of existence of all of its neighbor states as a political goal, Ukraine to win as a military goal, and us to prevent Germany from an extension of war, to think about calling out the case of tension, as I mentioned.
Okay. Martin.
I would like to say continue to break down the wall that still exists between defense research and innovation and civilian or dual use, if you want to say so, research and innovation, because the current geopolitical situation requires a whole of society approach. And also those other sectors could benefit from breaking down that wall.
Thank you so much. I think that's a perfect statement. Thank you everyone for attending this table.
starting in 1 minute. We'll be starting in 1 minute. How are you feeling today? Everyone good? They told me I should start at 0, and I'm going to wait the last 3 seconds. No countdowns. Very good. Okay, wonderful. Good afternoon, everyone. So I like to be a little bit interactive. If you can give me a nice good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Fantastic. Good afternoon. My name is David Patrician. It's a great honor to be invited back to our Falling Walls Science Summit. Briefly about myself, I'm originally from the United States. I came over to Germany about 15 years ago on a Fulbright scholarship. In the last few years, I worked for German media, mostly in the German language, so it's great to be back in an event where I can speak my mother tongue, English. We have a fantastic panel today, a very important, a very serious subject. Our roundtable discussion today is treating Alzheimer's disease, recent advances and challenges. Before we begin, I just wanted to ask the audience, as I said, I like to go a little bit interactive. If you could raise your hands if you know anyone who unfortunately has this disease, whether it be a colleague, a friend, a family member, anyone here who knows someone with Alzheimer's, if you could raise your hands. Wow, okay. So that's almost 90%. Yeah, and that is truly a very troubling fact, but it also shows you how relevant our subject is. If we look at it, recent estimates in 2023 say that around 56 million people worldwide are living with dementia. And of course, Alzheimer's disease accounts for about 60% of these cases. This means that around 35 million people globally around the world are affected by Alzheimer's. As life expectancy rises, that's a good thing, but unfortunately the bad side of that is the number of patients with Alzheimer's is also rising. The race is certainly on now to slow down the disease, first of all, and finally, to cure the disease. Some of the questions we want to talk about today: is there a cure for Alzheimer's? Can we slow its advancement? Who is more likely to get Alzheimer's? Or even, are there things that we can do to prevent Alzheimer's, if there is such a thing at all? So, what will be the likely next milestones in Alzheimer's treatment is what we're going to try to put together in the next 50 minutes for our roundtable. I have a very distinguished panel with me today. We've been in contact before regarding our discussions, and I've learned a lot myself. I want to introduce all 4 of them, and at the end, we can give them a round of applause. When I say the name, I know you all, but raise your hand just briefly. Joachim Schulze. Joachim is with the German Center for Neurodegenerative Diseases. Then we have Frauke Polki. Frauke is with AbbVie Deutschland, the German subsidiary of the global biopharmaceutical company AbbVie. And AbbVie concentrates, if I understand correctly, on the research, development, and marketing of innovative medications across various therapeutics. At least that's what I saw on the homepage. Very good. Then we have Ludger Dinkelborg. Ludger is with the company Lantheus, a company focused also on developing and commercializing diagnostic and therapeutic products, primarily in the fields of oncology, cardiology, and neurology. Excellent. And then, last but not least, Hannes Svoboda with Roche Pharma, a very large global healthcare company that develops innovative pharmaceuticals and diagnostic solutions to advance medical science and improve patient care. Please help me welcome our guests. We had such a fun discussion in our dressing room here. I forgot to ask if we could go duzen, if I could go by first names. I find it a little bit better for the discussion. Is everyone okay? Sorry to put you on the spot. Wonderful. Then it will be Ludger, Hanno, Frauke, Joachim, and of course myself, David. Okay, I wanted to take a step back. We have, of course, here many academics, very many intelligent researchers here, but many of them that are not experts in this field. So Joachim, I wanted to start with you. If we could just take a brief step back and tell us, what is Alzheimer's disease, and also what is the difference between Alzheimer's and dementia? And I'll repeat this to everyone. We are all not doctors or researchers, so you may have to simplay it just a little bit. Please, Joachim.
I'll start with that. we know so much more right now that it's actually difficult to define that at the moment. This is in new definitions, but I make it easy. Dementia, you said that already. Many more patients with dementia, and some of them have Alzheimer. So Alzheimer is one kind of dementia. What is dementia? Maybe start with that.
Sure.
That's when you lose yourself over time. It starts with little things, memory gets lost, any cognitive functions, and every patient has a different trajectory in its path. Yeah? So we can't really tell how this is actually going forward, which symptoms will come, and each patient makes stages through. So it starts with little things, and then continuously you're losing function, brain function, mainly cognition, and with a huge variety of symptoms. And the definition was for a long time clinically, really what the patient was presenting to the physician, and we could make some tests to objectify that, but basically symptomatic definition clinically. Now, Alzheimer is a subgroup of those patients that have cognitive decline, have memory losses, agitation, many things that follow afterwards. And the reason why we have a subgroup of people that we call Alzheimer patients is really going back to the identification of a patient in the 19th century, where later on people were looking into the brain of that patient and found something that was very peculiar. You could see if a pathologist was looking in brain cuts, there was something found that should not be in a brain. At that time, it was described in a very descriptive way that it looks like it was colored by a certain color. That's another story. We have no time for that.
Yeah.
But this was basically seen. It was drawn by hand, and said if these plaques are there, then you have an Alzheimer's disease. That's stayed for 100 years. So we didn't know exactly what that was for.
Matter of fact, if I'm not mistaken, it was Mr. Alzheimer himself back in 1906 that came up with that diagnosis, correct?
Wow.
Yeah. I tried to do some research. Which we'll get into in a moment. But I wanted to ask you one question. Is there a template? Can we say, and I'm a man who likes data. I like data much more than imagination.
Yes.
And the question is, can we say male or female? Can we say with ages? I'm guessing one of us joked in the sense that you can't have a cure for Alzheimer if you never grow old. Is there more of a certain part of the world that has more of that? Do we have any kind of data that tends to one sort of person getting it more?
It's a worldwide issue. So everywhere, actually right now in the global south, we have more increase because, of course, the population is aging faster, and they also have the same aging populations as we have. We have more women than men, but both sexes that can have Alzheimer. And unfortunately, there's one type of Alzheimer. It's running in families. It's genetically defined. Is running very early. So these people have it actually in their 40s and 50s, and some of them, decline very fast.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Frauke, my next question for you. There is significant ongoing research and potential treatments for Alzheimer's disease. Could you provide us with an overview of the current landscape in this field? And I understand that your company is focusing on tau tangles. Now, I just learned about tau tangles a few days ago. TAU, it comes up very much in Alzheimer's cure. You can tell us more about it, but one quick sentence. Tau tangles are twisted clumps of a protein called tau that accumulate inside of the brain cells. And this seems to be very important when we're dealing with a possible cure for this disease. Please.
Yes, exactly. So the tau tangles, I think most of the people know that there's two different proteins that are really associated with the Alzheimer's disease. One of them is amyloid beta, and the other one is the tau. So those are proteins that have functions in the brain, but if they start really to misfold, to get post-translational modification, as we say, they lose their function. They actually induce some toxicity. One of them is amyloid beta, and the other one tau. So if that actually starts to misfold, and this really nicely correlates to the loss in cognition. The amyloid beta and the tau, that starts a little later. So those are the two risk factors that are associated with Alzheimer's disease.
Fascinating. And you say they start to fold. I'm guessing that's something people can't feel. Do we know why this process happens? or it just does for certain people? Why?
So in the disease stage, they start to misfold, and then they cause the disease.
Okay, and based on the research of the past few weeks, I know it's all about early detection,
Yes.
as in many diseases and the cures for them. Is there any way with the technology that we have now that we can detect when these early folds are happening, or do you have to be basically every month at the hospital to have a checkup? How's that process work?
So we have diagnostic tools. Actually, one of them are imaging tools that we are using, PET tracers, so-called PET tracer that we can use for diagnostics. And then the field is actually evolving to doing that more in biofluidics, like the CSF or the plasma. And I think this would be the major breakthrough, actually, if we can do an early diagnosis in fluidic biomarkers like the plasma. So that would help actually getting those data, identifying the patients early, and then also associate them to the treatments that we need to use.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and you had briefly mentioned PET scans. That brings me very nicely to my next question to Ludger. Ludger, you and your company, Lantheus, have been working on diagnosing Alzheimer's, including the development of, if I say it correctly here, positron emission tomography, PET scans. If I understand correctly, these PET images can visualize the accumulation of, and you had mentioned it, amyloid plaques and tau tangles. I'll say it again because these two things come up so much when we talk about the cure for Alzheimer's. Amyloid, A-M-Y-L-O-I-D, amyloid plaques, and tau tangles, T-A-U. These are both hallmarks of the Alzheimer's disease. So could you tell us the success rate of these tau PET tracers? How's that working, and what's your company doing with that?
Thank you so much, especially for the interest. I'm really happy that so many people are interested in this field. And I mean, 20 years ago, I started at a small company, not a small company, Sharing at that time here in Berlin. And we started to say, if Mr. Alois Amyloid finds this, Alzheimer finds those amyloid and tangles, could we do that also in imaging? So we did, after a couple of years, the first F18 label, and don't want to go too much into detail, of small compound which can be injected, which goes to crosses the blood-brain barrier, which will be a theme maybe later, and binds specifically, very specifically, to either amyloid or to tau. And we brought this to approval. 2014, we got approval of this product. But
both in the United States and in Europe? I know sometimes there's differences.
Yeah, and in Japan and wherever.
Okay.
But there was no reimbursement. So in the last 10 years, we basically had to, because, why do you need a diagnosis? We could find out that we can detect Alzheimer 15 years before onset. So that's early diagnosis. But why would you do an image of a compound if there is no consequence? Why do you want to know that you have a disease if you cannot treat it? And that, fortunately, and that's why I think it's a good theme, changed because we have now the first therapies. So that's basically our contribution to the field.
Very good. I wanted to ask you, in the research, I noticed one of your papers, or at least you were quoted in that. It's an OECD report, and it stated, I'm going to quote you here, without payers recognizing the crucial value of biomarkers and amyloid beta imaging in this devastating disease, the incentive for investment and spending resources will vanish. That sound correct?
It's very easy. Without diagnosis, without precise diagnosis, you cannot come up with a therapy. And that's what we did. We had to wait, and we did a lot of collaborations with those guys at Roche and all other pharma companies to make sure that we provide them with our imaging agent, which they were paying for. Otherwise, I wouldn't stand here today. And that allows us to help support the therapeutics, which is now approved, and now we are even making money with this. 20 years after starting with the first patient.
Long-term investment. Okay.
Long-term investment.
Very good. And you'd mentioned Roche and Hanno. Hanno, I'm going to come to you now. So your company, Roche Pharma, has extensive experience in clinical trials and the search for Alzheimer's treatments. I understand that a significant focus of your work has been on understanding the blood-brain barrier and explaining ways to facilitate the delivery of medications across it. Again, I'm guessing most of us aren't so familiar with the blood-brain barrier unless you're in this field. Could you tell us a little bit more about the work that you all have been doing with that?
Yes, absolutely. So maybe just to take a step back for 1 second. So I think we just have to recognize that we are just here at the moment when the first anti-amyloid antibodies have actually been approved for treatment, right? That has been research of decades, and I think these biomarkers were required to identify participants in trials and actually then look what is happening in the brain. And this is, I think, where the blood-brain barrier comes in. So the blood-brain barrier is this protective barrier that prevents particles like viruses, bacteria to get into the brain, but it also protects us to a certain extent from our own immune system. And while this is very useful, the issue is if we want to give a therapeutic antibody, we have about 0.1% of the antibody that we inject actually gets into the brain. And this is obviously bad news for a therapeutic. And that's where we are doing research at the moment. So developing technologies where we can sort of hijack the human's own transport system. So we use the transferrin system. It's a system to transport iron across the blood-brain barrier. And so we can get from the little small vessels in the brain directly into the brain tissue, not only getting maybe tenfold more or so into the brain, but also since capillaries are everywhere in the brain, we actually manage to access also neurons very deep in structures, allowing good access to target.
So I have to ask you this, or maybe anyone on the panel. I wanted to ask an expert about this. Doing the research, I saw that when it comes to the blood-brain barrier, some of the cures or some of the medications can't get through. One of the things, though, that can get through is alcohol. So that seemed to me a little bit ironic. A few wines gets through the blood barrier in the brain, but actual cures for potential treatments for dementia and for Alzheimer's does not. Did I read that correct? And if you could say a few words about that.
I mean, size matters in this context, and also polarity of molecules. But basically, the large molecules such as antibodies, enzymes, or other structures are not able to cross into the blood-brain barrier, whereas like small molecules like sugars, oxygen, other things that the brain needs can freely permeate. And we have been using this for a long time with small molecules, like from our colleague in MedChem, right? Some of them are actually quite good in passing through, but we have done so much progress in the field of antibody research, and it would be just a shame to not have access to this wonderful class of therapeutics that are very specific, have often very good safety profiles, and this new types of technologies really allows us to harness this technology and finally go after the targets that we have now known for about 100 years.
Let me just add to it. Alcohol is a very small molecule and it's very lipophilic, like our dye.
Yeah.
And it's the only drug which hasn't any receptor. It's just a poison.
Wow. Very good. Thank you very much.
Maybe to
Please
chime
jump in.
here as well. As you mentioned, the small molecules, and I'm a medicinal chemist by training, so I'm working most of my time with small molecules. Size does really matter. So we can efficiently design and synthesize molecules that actually penetrate the blood-brain barrier. However, not all the targets that are out there that cause diseases like Alzheimer's can be treated by a small molecule. So at some point in time, we need actually the larger molecules, and then we need the technologies that you developed to facilitate the larger molecules, the antibodies, really to get across the blood-brain barrier.
Let me jump from script for a moment, because it seems that the kind of work, the research and work we're talking about would be perfect for artificial intelligence. Yes. Can I just, in a general way, ask, everyone's nodding, I mean, is this something already a game changer, would you say, or anything in the last year that you've seen in your own companies or research? Anyone would like to jump in on that specifically?
Yeah, the whole pipeline from better understanding the biology of the disease, where we have enormous amounts of data from omics technologies, which we cannot even understand without AI these days. So that's one. And then up all the way to understand what is the protein folding. We have all heard about the Nobel Prize a year ago about AlphaFold. Yeah. So these kind of things will change the landscape of how we do science.
Fantastic. Like everywhere else, I think it's a tool just. The ideas you still have to have, but the tool is, of course, important.
Mm-hmm. Excellent.
So we are using it, for example, in areas where we want to deliver gene therapies across the blood into the brain, or we want to deliver also thinking about new ways of getting into the brain. There are very good AI tools out there that are bringing in first results, and I hope that will allow us to basically take the next step forward from where we are now.
Excellent. Please.
Yeah, so we are using them as well. You mentioned AlphaFold as well. So if there are targets...
Stop for a sec. AlphaFold?
AlphaFold.
AlphaFold, could you explain that in one sentence for us?
Yes. So this is just like if you have a target you want to address, right? If you know that causes a disease like Alzheimer's, not all of them, we know actually how it looks like. So you need to kind of have a landscape of that, right? So and if you don't have that ready, so the AI can actually help generate those so that then we can have an idea like how really to modify the molecule so that we can actually address the target in the way we want it.
Super. Thank you very much.
Computational power.
Made for AI. Joachim, go ahead.
I would like to bring one important one in. When I said in the first place, it's now much more difficult to tell you really what is dementia and what is Alzheimer, because it's a continuum probably. Yeah? And there's many other kinds of dementia, and sometimes we have even comorbidities. Now, what we want to do with large data, big data in this space and AI to better identify what is the molecular underpinning of these diseases, and what we already see by not yet having enough data, but already enough to see that we have many different subtypes of dementia. And of course that's important. If we know what the subtypes are, then we can again go directly, what is the cause for each subtype? And if I know that, I can go for targets to go after that cause. So my future from a scientific point of view is that in the future, we will have probably more subtypes, but also more specific targets, that beyond the ones that we're targeting right now might be additions.
That's going to be very helpful, of course.
And that's where AI will make a difference, because it's very hard to do that without highly sophisticated computing.
Yeah. Joachim, I had one question, because they told me you are the genetics guy. Of course, everyone here is genetics, but it's a specialty. Key genetic, environmental, or lifestyle factors that contribute to the development of Alzheimer's disease.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, is Alzheimer's, we said, passed on from generation to generation? That can happen.
Yes.
But is it something really we can say now, if you lead this kind of a lifestyle, if you do more exercise, if you eat more broccoli, whatever it may be, that there's a chance to reduce getting Alzheimer's?
Yeah.
Are we that far ahead?
If I could tell you, we're going all jogging afterwards and then we're happy, that would be fun. Yeah. Let's do it anyway. But no, just not joking. Very clear that we have to do more genetics, and we have these families, and also in other neurodegenerative diseases. It's very clear. The more we look at the genome, the more we understand that there's probably other modifying genetic variations that we need to better understand. Yeah, for example, genetic variations that lead to a change in how the immune system is interacting with the brain, and that might be a factor that is either helping us, we have that, to prevent this trajectory towards Alzheimer, or it's actually accelerating. So these kind of things are unraveling right now because we do the genomics of many, many more patients with Alzheimer and patients at risk. At the same time, over the last 10 to 15 years, epidemiologists took a long and stony road to say, like, is there something like with cardiovascular diseases, with heart attacks and so on, that there might be environmental and lifestyle factors that have also an impact on the onset of dementia? And it's almost an overlapping thing. Yeah, we have the same thing, high obesity, high blood lipids, but there's other things on top. Yeah? For example, in the elderly, if you socially isolate, that's another risk factor. Hear loss is a risk factor. Eye vision loss is a risk factor. So it's a combination. The problem what we're having right now is now we know there's genes, now we know there's lifestyle. We also know environment, for example, air pollution. But what is causing what? Yeah, so we have no causal relation to these risk factors, and like that, we don't have risk scores as we have them, for example, in cardiovascular diseases. And that's what we have to build in the next 5 to 10 years, because then we can come back and say, like, can we use these treatments even earlier for those at highest risk? Yeah, and that's what is going on in research right now. So we really go not only early diagnosis, but not even early therapy, probably even intervention in a preventative setting. We have to, and that's why I said, like, the diagnosis is not so hard, because maybe we have to push the diagnosis towards something that you are positive for, a biomarker, but not having yet any symptoms, because that's the time where you should be treated to avoid all these plaques, to avoid tau, to avoid amyloids. Yeah.
Let me jump in here real quick, because a lot of good. I see, Hannah, you wanted to add something, please?
Yeah, if I just may double down on this, I fully agree. And I think the earlier we can intervene, the more benefit we can, in the end, bring to people living with Alzheimer's disease. I mean, we have, in every trial that we have seen in large phase 3 trials, those that were like the earliest in the disease stage, they benefited the most from the therapeutics. So it absolutely makes sense. Also from a scientific point of view, right? The pathology starts 10, 20 years before the onset of the first symptoms.
Yeah.
So obviously you want to be there earlier. And now we finally have actually the tools to identify people. And this is just a wonderful situation. But obviously we have to make sure that this doesn't remain like a research idea, but it actually is brought into practice.
It's going to cost, of course, a lot of money.
And right now, even if you have a suspicion that you may have some memory problems and so on, it's a very, very long journey.
Yeah.
Even in a developed country such as Germany, it's a very long journey to a diagnosis. And I think that this we significantly have to accelerate.
Great, thank you.
David, may I just...
Please, couple sentences, go ahead, please.
For breakthrough, because that's what we're here for.
Yes,
what
absolutely.
What is the wall? So in heart attack, one of the risk factors is high blood pressure, as it is actually here as well. So it took a very long time to get statins into the game and blood pressure reducing drugs as a preventive measure for heart attack. What this field needed is to accept that blood pressure itself, high blood pressure, is a disease because before it was only a symptom. And that was required so that we could develop these therapies, because now you treated another disease, which is high blood pressure, and by that you reduce the burden of heart attack. This breakthrough still has to happen in this field, and it's a discussion point, that's why it's so difficult. What is the diagnosis of dementia now? Because in essence, what we now know is we can measure biomarkers almost 15, 20 years, and we have one person here in the room who is responsible for those measurements. He's sitting back in my back from my institute. He found that you can see it already 15 years before. Now we know 20 years before. But this is not a disease area, and the marker is not saying like, what is this? Is this disease? Because only if that part is treatable, we can actually do these treatments. Prevention is much more difficult.
And just to add, the same what you mentioned with cardio was with cancer. So we are in the field of neuro, approximately in the 60s of cancer.
70s, 80s.
Right? It was exactly the same, right? You first had to find the biomarkers, find out what kind of diseases is cancer, then treatment starts. And we just now have the first 2 therapeutics approved, but we're still in the 60s, I would say. There's still a lot to do.
I have to jump in here because they told me we have to stop on the time. One final remark, Joachim, please.
No, it's such an opener that we have these disease-modifying therapy with anti-amyloid drugs. This is what other fields just accelerated like crazy. In cancer, first ones in the 90s with the antibodies. That changed cancer research and cancer treatments completely. And I think that's why it's so exciting right now. That is hope that we can offer something that was not there for 20, 30, 40 years.
Fantastic. Frauke, I saw you also nodding. Last statement, please.
Yes, I think really it really is exciting times, and as you mentioned earlier, there's like so many pieces to the puzzle to Alzheimer's and dementia in its all. So we need to really find the right piece of the puzzle for treatment and inventing treatments to that, but we also need the diagnostics so that we really treat the right patients with the right treatment. So this is key. So this goes really along from both ends. So that'll be key to cure Alzheimer's disease, hopefully anytime soon.
Thank you. Great discussion. I'm looking at the clock. We have about 23 minutes. So for our audience, for our public here, Publikum auf Deutsch, you will have a chance, of course, to ask a few questions. I'm going to go through what we call a lightning round. No lightning is going to strike us, but it's just very short questions and short answers, open to the panel. And then I believe a gentleman or a young woman will come with a microphone, and we'll have a chance for questions from the audience. This is just to our panel in general. First question. What are the likely next milestones in the treatment of Alzheimer's disease after the recently approved antibody-based medicines? I think, Joachim, we basically touched on that. Early prevention is one of that. 1 or 2 other keywords. I want to keep the answers now short for takeaways.
Education.
Education. Key to many things.
The neurologists have to learn that they can treat patients today.
Oh, that's not the case now? That's or very hard to change that mindset?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know whether we have neurologists here. I don't want to say.
Any neurologists in the room?
Absolutely.
But my understanding is, and I'm not an expert in this, but my understanding is that they are not treating patients. Some of them do, but the majority is doing tests. And
I think it's basically
it's a little bit arrogant what I'm saying, but and I'm overdoing it. I mean, a lot of experts and neurologists who treat, but it's not there. It's still not around, and it will take 10, 15, 20 years before.
Okay.
This is the same that we have in oncology.
Excellent.
I would have thinking out of the box.
Please.
It's not only proteinopathies, it's many other mechanisms. And we should not forget to look left and right. Shingrix vaccine suddenly drops Alzheimer incidences. We don't know why, but we need to know why. So there are other things that might be in the equation that we also have to focus.
Please, 1 or 2 sentences about the vaccine you just mentioned, Shingrix?
Shingrix is against zoster, so you know, and if people get a vaccine against zoster, it prevents zoster, which is fine. That's what a vaccine should do. It's an infectious disease. There was a natural experiment in Wales where people then looked at, economists actually, was interesting because they know how to do and analyze natural experiments. One group was not vaccinated, the other one was vaccinated because they had not enough doses of vaccine. So they said, like, if you're born before that, you don't get it. Afterwards, you get it. If you compare them 7 years later, the ones that got vaccinated, the incidence of Alzheimer dropped 20%. We have only 2 hypotheses why this is the case. We don't know why. So we need to understand that and bring it back into the equation. Are these the should we do that together with the amyloid antibodies? So there's so much excitement because we now, with all the data, all the analysis, all the looking at things that we do, we have suddenly options that we were dreaming of 20 years ago.
And I can imagine there's going to be a big discussion we saw a few years ago here with the COVID pandemic and vaccines and how that became politicized in many countries.
And this one is a very good one because it does 2 things at the same time, at least.
Very good. My next question in our speed round here, and that is that how can diagnostic and therapeutic breakthroughs be rolled out in a way that ensure public accessibility? It's nice to talk about it in a room here, but what can we do to make it affordable and available for the general public? And please.
I mean, we just talked about it, right? We are moving from imaging biomarkers to blood-based biomarkers, which are really accessible for patients, right, in the primary care setting. And these are things that are already on the market. There are more that are coming on the market right now, and they can be implemented in healthcare guidelines. And I think that's the opportunity. That doesn't mean that the rest is obsolete. They have very, very important, clear roles. But this really has the opportunity to democratize diagnosis for Alzheimer's disease.
Just add to it, there are 3 tests. One is a blood test, which is currently just being approved. Very good sensitivity. If it's negative, you have no problem. If it's positive, you don't know. Then you need imaging still to confirm or other cerebrospinal fluid activity. If you want to measure the treatment of your disease, you have to take PET currently and this imaging, non-invasive imaging, because then you can see how much amyloid did you have before he broke the blood-brain barrier and took the amyloid out. And so you can measure then the effect of your treatment with a PET imaging agent.
With the PET imaging, are there many of them around, let's say in Germany, or is it very exclusive, several hospitals per city?
It's not exclusive, you can get it everywhere. And it's a more complicated activity. It's for sure not for screening. That's why it's not blood markers or imaging or cerebrospinal fluid, where they take some fluid.
That's very painful also.
You need all 3 of them. You need it for different purposes. The early screening is for sure not for the PET imaging, it's rather for the blood markers. But if you then want to know what happens in your brain and what treatment does, because you can stop the treatment when amyloid is out, at least we can discuss that further, and that's where you need the imaging.
Great. So I am a journalist. We're part of the problem as well on this one. We're living in an era dominated by very fast-paced media, short-term attention spans, sometimes for very bigger problems, whether that be climate change or here long-term cures for Alzheimer's and dementia. So the question I have is, especially since this is a very long-term disease, both the cure as well as the disease itself, how can we gain more media attention and more that the everyday person has this in their discussion and on their radar? Any ideas or suggestions for that?
I can start as the publicly funded research organization. Outreach and communication is increasing now since we have something to offer. I mean, it's much harder to communicate something. We're working hard, but we don't have solutions. Now we have the first ones actually, and then comes follow questions. So what we're doing right now, we're really going with campaigns on all channels. We had 1.5 years ago a channel which a campaign was called Bademantel Challenge, where we had everybody had like just bathrobe dressed, and went to places where you would not go with a Bademantel. Just to say, like, that could happen to an Alzheimer patient. Just is confused, doesn't know where he or she is, and we just wanted to illustrate. Do you have the guts even to go to a hotel in a bathrobe, yeah, and just walk in, which would happen to an Alzheimer patient, and then later on he or she might recognize how appalling that is, yeah. So, and this campaign with many people from politics, from the media, from TV, movie stars, they all joined in, and the awareness that we've been analyzing that was much increased. So these kind of things we need to do.
But speaking of awareness and short scam, we have to be. I have to say something good for the neurologists now, right? It's not that we can just solve the problem. We have now therapy and we take everything away. That's wrong. We need neurologists to find out exactly, like you say, what is the age of the patient, when does this start, is that the right therapy? There's also side effects that this therapy has currently, so this is a serious disease, and you cannot just say, now we have the therapy and we all get the drug and we don't have any Alzheimer's. So it's just the first step. First drug disease modifying drugs are there. This is excitement, but we need, and I'm not saying anything against neurologists, we need these neurologists who are then doing the right diagnosis, selecting the right patients to do the therapy, and it's just the first step.
Super. But that's within the community, basically, that you build these networks from the centers all the way down to the GPs.
Yeah, I was just about to say that there's like a lot of collaboration ongoing and needed still, right? So that we can exchange on the data, collect more data, and do the right analysis. Yeah. You mentioned awareness. I think it's really transparent communication. Maybe there's a piece of stigmatization still to it, so we need to get really across those barriers so that we accept that it's out there.
That's a perfect point. That's exactly what I wanted to go to. Now that we have these tools, right, are we going to use them? Because if you're in, let's say, in your 60s, you're in the middle of your job, do you want to know that you have Alzheimer's disease, that you may have underlying pathology, but you may be at risk of developing Alzheimer's disease? What does it mean for your job, for your self-worth? And so that's sensitive topics that we really need to start discussing, and also maybe look differently at people with Alzheimer's disease. I've seen this like very heartbreaking 60 Minutes thing where I think the reporter met the same family for 10 years and cut it together, right? And in early stages, people are very able, right? They do their hobbies, they can do a lot of things. They might have some small memory issues, and then it progresses. So it really changes over time, and we need to talk about this.
Let me jump in, Hannah, and I'm going to ask this to you first. So we have two weighing issues here. One, corporations, companies, they want to find a cure for dementia and Alzheimer's, but in the same sense, you have to make a profit to survive and make a little bit to reward the shareholders and so forth. So what kind of communication between companies is there, in the sense that, of course, some things are exclusive, they're trade secrets, but are companies also open to sharing some things to make sure that we get closer to the cure without having financial ruin?
I mean, yes.
In 2 seconds, you want to discuss?
I'll give you 10 seconds because you've been good looker.
No,
10 seconds.
No,
go ahead.
My point is simply, maybe we all get Alzheimer if we get old enough. Yeah, I mean, maybe some more. Most of us have the pleasure to die before you have Alzheimer's.
I've heard that several times.
You have dementia,
yes,
right?
Yes.
So, and if I'm now in my 60s and I have an amyloid in my brain, then I know I still have maybe 15, 20 years to go before I have onset. So therefore, I think even this diagnostic is important. It is, to my understanding, we always say, we need to come up with a therapy which reduces costs. That is difficult to achieve, and I think sometimes it's really naive. The ethical question is, what is the worth of your life if it's 2 years more without dementia? And dementia means you, by definition, you cannot live alone. Yeah. So what is the worth of 2 years or 3 years or 5 years you can come up with of living where you still know what you're doing? And that is not an easy question
ethical,
to answer. I cannot answer that.
Yeah.
But also
last sentence, because on time I want to get to our Q&A. Please go ahead, Joachim.
One of our researchers did the economy about this, and the costs are so enormously increasing because, as you said, it's a 24/7. These people cannot live alone. It's not like a cancer patient who is in a chronic disease but lives otherwise normal. These people cost indirect costs. We cannot afford it. So even if that treatment is expensive, and it can be taken for 1 or 2 years, we can make the calculations that it's not getting necessarily more expensive. It's just a different expense.
Right.
And now we're playing on the next generation because those are the ones that help their elderly, their parents, their aunts, and so on to live through this crisis.
Excellent. And I wanted to add one more thing. In the news business, we always look for the rote Faden, so the hook to get you into the story. And that's where I came across the research that Alzheimer's disease was discovered by the German psychiatrist and neurologist. I believe it's Alois. Alois, okay. Alois Alzheimer.
In Berlin.
Yeah.
So I had here Frankfurt in my research.
In Frankfurt?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, so then I'm wrong.
Okay, no fake news here. Okay, it was definitely in Germany, but my research was Frankfurt. But it's 1906, that we're in agreement with. And that's important because that means we have the 120-year anniversary coming up now where we first came up with Alzheimer's and that diagnosis. So for anyone writing papers or talking to other people, that might be a good hook to get them in. Hey, by the way, do you know this gentleman, of course, here in Germany, he was German, and the 120th anniversary of the first diagnosis came here. Let's talk about it. And so maybe that can be something to help you open up or write essays to discuss this issue. Okay, we have a little bit over 10 minutes left. As promised, I'd like to open up now to our audience. If we have microphones there, if there's any questions, go ahead. If it's a comment, please try to keep it short. We do have 10 minutes, and I'll scan around the room here. If we have any questions, I see a gentleman here. Please, yes, we can get him the... Or is this... I'm sorry, you first, ma'am, and then we'll go to the gentleman here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Verena. I'm a neuroimmunologist, and I work at Charité right now. Spent a bit of time working on AD the last 4 years.
Could you make your question really loud? I want to hear it. I want to feel it.
Okay, so there are GWAS studies showing that there are AD risk variants in microglia and astrocytes. We know about microglia that are associated with disease, which we call DAM, and we also know about these disease-associated astrocyte populations being described. So I just want to know your take on developing therapies that might actually target these cells, even though it's not as easy because they reside in the brain, obviously, and they are not amyloid or tau tangles, but there are patients that have non-amyloid and non-tau. So I just wanted to...
Before they answer, I just want to say that we are starting with imaging of microglia and astrocytes, which we currently have in clinical trials, but therapy is for you.
I think even together, so absolutely, that's the next frontier. Yeah, microglia, but also other immune cells. We, for those in the room, we do these genetic studies. Hundreds of thousands of people are looked whether they have variations in the genome, and what came up, there's 100 gene loci in our genomes that are associated with a higher risk. What's interesting that almost half of them are mainly expressed in these cells, in these immune cells. But not only in those, also in cells in the rest of the body that are belonging to the immune system. We call them myeloid cells. So there is something about immune.
She knows that.
Of course
she's an expert. Be aware.
Me too.
You too. Great.
I'm an immunologist. No, but that's important. That's the next frontier, and I think that's what we wanted to bring to the table here today. We didn't talk about this, and we have drugs that are. We have targets where we want to build drugs against, and there's a couple of them are already in clinical trials now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Actually, you mentioned those, and there's research ongoing really to I would always say Alzheimer in a dish, right? So that we can really mimic what's out there and really work on that and screen for that early on and develop the therapeutics that act on that. Yeah, it's a very good point, and that's research that is ongoing and excites us.
I mean, even an anti-amyloid antibody, the cleanup job is done by the microglia, right? And the antibody just attracts the microglia to do their job. But I think the whole industry is working on it, and we are very much interested in things like TREM2 or like the inflammasome, and so there's many compounds already in development, and I hope that we'll see results soon. What this sort of innate immunity or the innate immune system will contribute to Alzheimer's disease and potentially its stop of progression.
Thank you, and thank you for the great question. Please, the gentleman here was first, and then we'll have him, and then we'll have the second one. And this side of the room, I don't want to ignore you all. Anyone in the back there? Okay, so we'll go 1, 2, and then 3. Please go ahead.
Thanks. I'm curious about the complexity of Alzheimer's beyond the amyloid hypothesis, and in particular, what you all think about sort of the observation that a lot of people who have significant amyloid in their brain but no cognitive impairment.
I can.
Yeah,
I mean,
go ahead.
Pretty easy. What I said, 20 years. A lot of people have Alzheimer, but they don't have to have. It takes 20 years. It's the timing. I would predict that everybody will get Alzheimer if you get old enough, and if you don't take any treatment. The question is if you stop, and that's maybe important. You have Americans have more pictures, right? So you can think amyloid is like a gun, right? This is like a gun. The bullet is the tau. Without the gun, without amyloid, you usually, at least in these diseases where you have, like Alzheimer, you have first the amyloid, then the tau. and the tau makes the problem. So the question for me is, what Alois Alzheimer finds, if you take it out early enough, would you develop Alzheimer? And that's what I think will be found out in the next 5 or 10 years.
Yeah. That's an excellent question, and we mentioned tau that often today during the discussion, and it does really correlate better with the symptoms that we have, that we do see in mild cognitive impairment. The tau correlates much better with that, so there might be actually, in addition to the really exciting treatments that are currently there and being developed, that there might be a potential for others like tau. There's an inflammatory component to that as well. So there's future options to treat different parts of the disease.
And you can protect, probably the protective factors, we call them resilient factors, that are in the brain. So some brains can cope with more plaques than others. And we have to find them, because if we know what these are, maybe we can trigger that a little bit better so that you can even live longer with plaques without having symptoms. That doesn't mean definition-wise you're not having the disease, as you said, but you don't have symptoms. That's what we want, right? In the end, how we get there by blocking one pathway plus another one or putting more resilience on, that's the questions that we have to answer now. That's the research. But it's not as simple as it was, and that's when I started, as in the early days. The definition gets more complex, but also the opportunities by that. And we're getting more open. The field understands that there's more pathophysiology behind, and there are different kinds of patients with different disease types, and that helps us to be more stratified and more precise.
Super, very good, thank you. We have time for 2 or 3 more questions. We have the young lady in red, then the gentleman here in blue, and then the young lady here in the corner. We'll go. Please go ahead.
First of all, thank you very much for this very interesting discussion and sharing these very exciting and hopeful developments. And my question is that there's this new research showing that having APOE4 gene almost inevitably leads to early life dementia and Alzheimer's. So I was just wondering, would you recommend to do this genetic testing for everybody, considering what you've just mentioned, the cost of kind of having this information that perhaps you will develop this disease, let's say in your 40s, and there is no real treatment at the moment, or perhaps there's just some developing treatment.
So thank you.
Yeah, so beyond the genetic forms of Alzheimer's disease, APOE4 is the biggest risk factor. So we have a distribution of genotypes in the population, and about 10-15% carry a homozygous APOE4 allele, and this means that you're about 15-fold higher likelihood of developing Alzheimer's disease. I mean, it's still a risk factor, right? It doesn't mean that you do, but it is a higher risk. And I think it opens up the opportunity that you are able to use diagnostics in a smart way once you have therapeutic agents available. And I also, it gives us a little bit of an understanding of a disease. It might be actually an interesting target, because to the gentleman before, right, there are also APOE variants that might protect us. You know, there's the so-called Christchurch mutation, where exactly you have these phenotypes where people have a brain full of amyloid, but they seem to be relatively doing well without symptoms. And so it's an opportunity both to assess risks, steer interventions maybe, but at the same time also gives us new insights into the disease and hopefully allows us new approaches to targeting it.
Super. We have about 3 minutes left, so short question, short answer, fantastic discussion. Please go ahead, sir.
Yes, you mentioned the shingles vaccine result with the 20% reduction. Are there any other infectious organisms or causes that you think may be able to take a good chunk of that of the risk off the table?
Yeah, so there's other epidemiology that many virus infections lead to a higher risk. Yeah, and also there's a new study came out, if you have only this one zoster several times, your Alzheimer risk increases. So it is infections. My hypothesis at the moment is you accumulate immune stress over time and you can only cope with so much. And if your resilience, your reserve is gone, then symptoms start. And that's what we have to now prove. It's a clear hypothesis that we can prove.
Super. And final question for the young woman here, please.
I have a question about the role of a microbiome.
A little louder if you can, please.
I have a question about the role of microbiome, both as a source for biomarkers and as possibly a strategy for prevention and treatment of Alzheimer.
For me, an understudied area, but a very complex one. Yeah, and I think there's a couple of other things we should do first. For example, the ApoE4, to really understand how these things work, because the effect size of those factors seems to be so much higher than the heterogeneity in the microbiome studies. So I would say we have enough to do, and the ones that I think is more prominent to go for first. But that's maybe also a very subjective opinion about where to go science-wise.
Thank you. Thank you for the excellent questions. Here we have a tradition at our Falling Walls Science Summit, and that is to take a look into the futures. And it's a final question. We only have literally about 2 minutes. So the question is, what is the next step we have to take to further accelerate the development of early detection methods and enhance the accessibility of disease-modifying therapies for Alzheimer's patients? We've covered some of that in discussion today, but in 1 or 2 sentences, we could just start off. Ludger.
So again, education, be honest about it, learn that you cannot treat everything, but if the earlier you do the diagnosis, the better do you have to do the chance. We now to have an opportunity to treat the disease, and I think that is for me the most important. Yeah.
Thank you, Hanno.
I think go from a watch and wait attitude to fast diagnostics and actual use of the therapeutics that are available, and think about the next generation and how we bring innovation effectively to patients.
Super. Frauke?
So it's probably also the next generation of therapies. Actually, we know that there's more to it than the pathology. So really looking out there for neuroinflammation is one part, and we touched upon that, but also general more the protein homeostasis. So there are drug targets out there that can work in addition to what we know by now.
Super. And Joachim, the last word.
At the DZNE, we have a very simple mission: lower the incidence, lower the prevalence, and push out the clinical symptoms to 95+. That's all our science has to do.
Excellent. Ludger Dinkelberg, Frauke Polke, Joachim Schulze, and Hanno Svoboda, thank you. Thank you all for the great questions today. Thank you all for a wonderful discussion. Great job, and thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Can start. Hello, hello. Hello, all of you. Welcome to our session of Industrial AI and how we unlocking Europe's next growth engine all together. So, first of all, first try, is this working? Yes, it is. Great. So, Industrial AI is Europe's next big opportunity, driving innovation, resilience, and competitiveness. But let's start with who are we and how many are we? So, but we start with a little round here. So let me introduce you to Michelangelo. He is the global head of Group Smart Manufacturing of Merck. My name is Yvonne. I'm part of the Siemens Accelerator team at Siemens headquarters, and I'm covering up Bettina, who got stuck with, surprise, Deutsche Bahn. So she couldn't make it here in time, so maybe Industrial AI would be also good for them in predictive maintenance. Little warm-up joke. So I just said a little bit in the beginning and how many we are, with many more behind the two of us and Bettina, who are part of the Siemens Accelerator ecosystem driving Industrial AI, but I will come to this at a later point. Today we will show you also some examples where and how Industrial AI is being used already. But as it is, I think it's not the last session, but close to the last session, and you may be all a little bit tired. We thought we will start with a little warm-up, a little exercise. So I think we are having here a very well-informed group and audience. So assuming you all know what LLMs are and is. So, who has used LLMs in the last week? Please sit down if you haven't. So, standing up if you have. Okay, we do not have an LLM issue here. So, let's go one step further. Who has used a more sophisticated prompt, using a persona as a prerequisite? Please keep standing if you have. Ooh. We go one stage further. Who has used an agent? Who has created an agent? Ah, perfect. So welcome you guys to our session. That's good to see. So as you can see, you can sit down if you want. So. LLMs have become the normality of our lives in our daily usage. And they have entered the mass market. So an invention has become an innovation. But it's so funny if you forget to swap the PowerPoint, but we are getting there. So let's have a quick glimpse on what is Industrial AI and why is it different. What we are all using right now is AI with its LLMs predicting the next word. What if the LLMs need to speak a different language? What if they have to speak an unknown language to unfold their greatest potential? How this can look like, please allow me to show you a quick short video. What you just have seen is the Siemens Industrial Foundation model. It's a specialized AI model developed to understand and process complex industry data across all domains. So today we will show you some more videos, just one more, but we will also give you then also the practical understanding of how we are working together with Merck. But before we come to that, let me give you just a quick understanding of why industrial AI is so important. Looking at the changes we are facing in the labor market, it can mitigate talent shortages, which limit industrial growth worldwide. As you can see, the order volume cannot be realized until 2030. There is the prediction that until 2030, 8 million employees will be missing. 1.5 million employees of automation engineers. So basically, 1 of 5 jobs in automation and digitalization. So there's a clear need to onboard and upskill novices quickly. But, there's always a but, industry is complicated. Engineering tools are very complicated. I don't even understand everything. So it needs almost 5 years to become an expert. So there's a big need to make company and industry knowledge available. But it's not just like that. If we look from the challenges in the labor market, why is industrial AI so important also in the operational efficiency, coming to the big point or important point of sustainability? It can save resources at scale and increase efficiency in every sector. If you look at the InDesign market, so there is 75% less scrap with holistic digital twins compared to normal or traditional methods. In the in-build and in-operation area, it's up to 40% faster delivery, saving energy and resources in trials and operations. So Gen AI can change. If we are looking at the software engineering, it can increase the productivity from 20 to 35% just by using coded assistants. Which brings me to the next point, from industrial foundation model to agents. We just saw some people here in the crowd creating agents. So thinking about how to bring that into industry. Is it possible? Is it not possible? Of course it's possible. Everything is possible. But we need to adapt Gen AI to the industry. So if you close your eyes for a second and just get an imagination. Imagine an industrial co-pilot, your intelligence assistant to manage all the complexity in the engineering and automation tasks. At its heart, it's an orchestration or an orchestration agent. Your main interface, and the good point here is you are in charge. So you're always in control, deciding which which agents are active. So the human factor, which is also so important in the AI area, is included, is involved. So this co-pilot is transforming problem solvings. It's faster, it's more transparent, and empowers engineer to focus on innovation and not just troubleshooting. To give you an idea of this and how this can look like, we come to the next little video we have prepared for you. So, well, now you got a bit of a glimpse of the Siemens industrial foundation model and its agents to improve productivity by leveraging a deep understanding of the complexity of engineering language. But maybe let's explore a little bit with the audience, before I hand over to Michelangelo, where you see chances and risks. Maybe if you take all your fingers, 10, and 1 is not at all, and 10 is fully, how much do you trust either of the big players in AI? Not at all was 1, and 10 was fully. Trusting the big players in AI, how much trust do you have in them? Trust in terms of, for example, hallucination, your data and everything. 4. So I think we have a trust. We have a trust issue. Okay, I expected something like this. Thank you very much. But hands up, who has experienced hallucination with AI? Yeah. Hallucinations are there, and in B2C, yes, but in B2B, and particularly in healthcare, and life science, pharma and life science, where people's lives are dependent on it, we cannot accept hallucinations. So, industrial AI needs to be, first of all, reliable, safe, and trustworthy. And talking about pharma and life science, Siemens and Merck have a long collaboration already. I just learned more than 100 years, and it takes more than 10 years to bring finally a drug into the market, from the research area, development, production, studies. And in this case, I would like to ask you, Michelangelo, what does industrial AI and everything means for Merck?
Thank you very much, Yvonne, and hello, everyone. So before we go into the topic of how does industrial AI materialize at Merck, yes, the partnership with Siemens started actually when we bought the first light bulb at Siemens. And it was so good that we bought 20 of it. And that's the starting point of this collaboration started a while ago. So Merck, for those who don't know who Merck is, so Merck is a German company with the headquarters in Darmstadt in 66 different countries. And for those who are not familiar with it, there are 2 different companies with the same name. That's why I'm giving this name here. So Merck, the German Merck, is organized in 3 different business sectors. Healthcare, the classical pharma business, life science, which you may know under Sigma, which is more or less the Amazon for the biotech industry, and electronics. Electronics is basically our business where we provide raw materials and services to the semiconductor industry. So a completely diversified business, if you will. And since then, we have organized our way in with 320,000 products worldwide that we serve 1.5 million customers and around 100 million patients worldwide. So operations for us is quite a big deal, as you can imagine, with 120 manufacturing sites, distribution centers, and so on and so on. So the footprint of manufacturing is quite a bit, with entire laboratories, research and development activities across the globe. So before answering the question about how do we use now industrial AI, I would like to start with a picture that actually is a summary of a couple of conversations that I have with some peers. Maybe because of my name, I love pictures, so I brought one for you. And this picture is actually showing you what I heard very often when people talking about digital transformation in companies. One is about silos in organization, and particularly in larger organizations. And I'm sure that you have heard about it. That makes sense? Silos is quite something that we do, but apparently nobody does. So nobody is creating up silos, but we do have. I think my free interpretation of that situation is that you are creating silos when you focus on your job, on your projects, and that you don't know how to get access to the data when someone else may need it. So you're creating data silos on the one end. On the other end, every single company that I've been talking to, regardless whether small, medium, or enterprise size, are talking about workload, time, and cost pressure. And I don't know a single person that is not complaining about too much work. And on the other end, the fear towards AI and how AI is replacing our jobs. Another topic that I've been hearing very often is about incompatible technologies. And yes, 357 years for a company for sure comes with legacy systems, and they may not necessarily work with new systems as well. We actually started with 40 different ERP systems so far. And so it's quite a bit to converge that into a new technology framework. But let me also tell you that even new technologies don't talk to each other. And the reason is because everyone is coming with its own standard. So too many standards doesn't make it any easier. The different understanding of what digital is, I think we know about that, and so many buzzwords, and what does it actually mean? The big data topic, I think big data is not the problem. The problem is that it's not still locked. And one reason is this unstructured data. One of the next reasons is it's frozen information. So you know the data is there, but actually 80% of the time of so-called data scientists is about cleaning data and getting access to data. So only 20% of the time is really creating that value. And the challenge for pharma business still is the one size fits all. So how long does it take to get the product on the market for a pharma business? Up to 12 years, depending on the modality. And what's the cost of one single compound, end to end? Any idea? 2 million, oh, that would be good. Yes, 2 to 3 billion. And the probability of success. What's the probability of success that a molecule that starts in R&D gets all the way to the market? How much? 1 to 50. Oh, 50 would be high. But it's actually approximately 5 to 10%. So it's quite low. And the probability is low, not because people are sitting around and drinking coffee the whole day and don't know what they do. It's super complex. And I would like to allude on this complexity just in the next couple of slides. So first of all, you start with a lot of different compounds, and you're actually ending up of having maybe 1 or 2. And there are a couple of steps that you need to make sure. The clinical trials, the preclinical trials, there are certainly a lot of molecules that need to be identified for the manufacturing processes, from small scale to large scale, and. Lots of discussions that need to be having with regulators and inspectors to actually make sure that the drug that is coming on the market is safe, secure, and it does its job. That also means, and this is a super simplified slide, that across all the value chain operations, from R&D all the way to commercial operations, you have lots of different experiments that you have to do. Small scale, large scale, different unit operations, so manufacturing steps that need to be optimized. It's like cooking your recipe at home. And while you're doing this and optimizing all of the different parameters, it gives you the insight about what's the best quality of the product, and the quantity, and. Lots of data is generated. However, you can imagine all of this data is not only in one format. Different data formats across the value chain, from small to large scale, but across all unit operations. And now you're getting all this data and compressing in Excel. Good luck of getting the right result. It doesn't mean it's not possible. That's exactly what we have done in a couple of years. But it's quite challenging, and it's not time consuming. In addition to the internal challenges, we do have also external challenges. Those external challenges are, it's another picture, showing you here some of them. Unfortunately, still ongoing geopolitical conflicts that are affecting all of us, as we know. It's also unpredictable demands. It's challenging us in terms of cost and speed of delivery to our customers. The cost of raw materials, energy, and so on, it's going up through the roof. It's also adding the price pressure on our products. The rising quality and compliance needs. For those who are a bit more familiar, regulators are asking to actually evaluate even more when you use AI in GXP regulated environments. That actually means that you're adding work, you're actually adding more cost to make sure that when you use AI, it's safe, reliable, and secure. And last but not least, sustainability and circular economy. We have a common and joint responsibility to make that happen. But how do you do that in a brownfield environment? How do you get the data? How do you get actually not only the data, but the insight that they generated, especially if 90% and more of your environment is brownfield, where your manufacturing is running and you can't just stop them? So I was asking myself, how did we do this in the past? The challenges are maybe different, but we still had challenges in the past. And I was looking and reflecting myself when I was in the lab in the manufacturing area. And this is how it looked like. For those who have been maybe in the same environment, How would this environment look like today? Any thoughts? Would there be any major difference? No humans? So possible. The reality I faced so far is actually the same, just in color. And so actually it didn't really change a lot. Of course we have a bit more technologies, of course we have a bit more software. But what really, really changed is the awareness and understanding how valuable data are. That is undiscutable. This is clear. But how do we use that data and how do we integrate them? Now, what we also know and what we have seen is through the use of data, we've been able in the last couple of years to reduce massively the cost of molecules, regardless of whether it's a chemical compound for the semiconductor industry or whether it's a molecule such as an antibody for the pharma industry, such as a vaccine, for example. And if we would use the same approach as we have done in the past for the old molecules, such as insulin, antibodies, and vaccines, we do the same for the cell and gene therapy. Cell and gene therapy is a quite promising therapy at the moment for lots of patients. If we would apply the same logic, the cost at the moment is 400K per patient for each treatment. And you need a couple of treatments. Where would we end up? Would we end up at 200K, 50K, 15K, or 7K? There's nothing to win, so you can just... 15? Yes, correct. 15K. It has been quite a bit that we have been able, through PAT, process analytical technologies, Excel, don't forget about Excel, and a couple of analytical exercises like design of experiments and so on. These are data-based exercises that we've been able to actually use it. Automation, robotics, all of that plays into this. Now, when you look into where we stand at the moment with the manufacturing industry, there are so-called maturity levels out there. The digital maturity level gives you insights about what's your maturity with regards to AI, data, automation, robotics, with a couple of dimensions that looks into it, including the people aspect. Level 1 means that you are on paper, a manual-driven manufacturing. Level 5 actually means the complete opposite. You are basically their self-driving car in operations. It's fully adaptable and automated. In 2022, 80% of the manufacturing industry have been in maturity level 2, which actually means that we just managed to jump from paper to computerized system. Great. So we made a good step here. And you only see that 4% started to connect those systems, so you get end-to-end transparency and visibility of those systems in 2022. Now, question to you, and by the way, none have been predictive so far. In 2024, 2 years later, where are we now? Any thoughts? Did this move at all? And I'm not saying in Germany particularly, just in general. There is some movement. There is some movement, which is a good sign. However, the majority is still in level 2. And we got a massive increase in level 3, which actually means companies are massively investing into connecting the systems and getting the system into the cloud. And the first movers we see also in predictive. Not sure about everyone is like not in pre-digital anymore. I'm questioning that. However, we do have some movers also in predictive. Now, if you want to move into this field, what I've also heard is lots of use cases and they're not scalable. We're actually in the so-called pilotitis or pilot purgatory. We're not actually able to scale and to execute on those scaling. Why is that? So when I look at this, what the challenge is that we're always talking about AI, industrial AI or Gen AI and the advanced capabilities, but nobody really talks about IT-OT convergence. IT-OT convergence, anyone familiar with IT-OT convergence? OT stands for operations technologies. Basically, every single pump, every single balance comes with its own software. Who owns that software? Is it IT departments? Good luck with that. Who owns the cybersecurity of that software? How do you get the data from that equipment connected to your IT infrastructure in a safe manner so that from level 0 of an automation pyramid, it goes all the way out to the cloud? How do you structure the data? How do you get the ontologies? How do you get the knowledge graphs into it so that you can scale any use case across the network? So that you don't have to redo the whole work every single time and restart the learnings. So basically what we learned is that you have all of those aspects that you see here from the IT/OT layer, data, advanced capabilities or advanced data analytics, and then you start building the predictive layer. Throughout all the dimensions, you have the people and culture aspect. So people first. We know that technology is not the transformation. It's us as humans making the transformation possible. Technologies are just enabling. So how do we get them along? What are the new skills that we all need? Does everyone need to be able to make an agent, or that's particular skills that we need in certain roles? So I showed this slide here to our executive board, and you can imagine the emotions behind that slide was quite intense, because I told them that the foundation will be very expensive and there is no MPV. And the reality is that this is exactly what is stopping us in scaling AI. Building the foundation means that you have to do a lot of investment into your brownfield and greenfield with infrastructure and beyond to build that layer. Once you have the foundation done in a scalable manner, you start building your digital transformation and smart manufacturing. Now, if that is clear, the question is, that you may raise yourself, is what happens if you don't do it? I have some answers here. So I checked what the industry at the moment is investing into smart manufacturing. And what you see is that there's a massive investment over the last years in smart manufacturing. I'm not talking even into the foundation layer. And the projection is that those numbers are going to double even in the next years. 41% of all manufacturing companies, global manufacturing companies, are actually now adopting and scaling those smart manufacturing capabilities. And those who are doing it, they see an increased speed to market by 83%. They see an increase of productivity by 90%. They even see a reduction in quality deviations by 52%. So long story short, for those who are not doing it, it's a competitive disadvantage. It's not a question anymore whether you need to do it or not. The question is, how fast can you start and where do you focus? How do you build the foundation and how do you upskill your people? It's very easy. You're going to be out of the market quite soon because this is happening as we speak. Not only in Germany, just around the globe, maybe even faster as we think. So as always, I'm confronted every single day with tons of technologies which you could use. But that's not the problem. The problem is not the technology. The problem is that what is the problem? What is your business challenge in operations or in the labs? Where are you losing money? Where are you slow? What are your customers saying? What are the new modalities? What are the conflicts that you're facing that you need to be addressed? And where can data help? And advanced analytics. And that's what needs to be done, a clear exercise in analytics for your business. And that ends up in understanding what needs to be done. We have done this exercise quite intensively so that we identified the need of not only investing to this massively, but it's now an executive program sponsored by the board. So that's a top-down and bottom-up approach that we have of Merck across all sectors. This is the one that I lead across Merck. And since then, we have been able to develop lots of those capabilities. Together with Siemens, we've been able to scale them further and to do all of the above, whether it's predictive maintenance, whether it is a Gen AI use case in supply chain, anything that helped us to scale this further. And some of the examples I've brought here, so you see here, so-called digital twin. I'm sure you've heard about this buzzword. So what is a digital twin for you? Let me ask you differently. Which digital twin do you use quite regularly, for example, daily? Any thoughts? Any digital twin that you use daily or maybe weekly? For me, one of those examples is Google Maps. So Google Maps is, if you will, a digital twin. It's virtualizing the reality. It's a human-machine interface with models behind the scenes with real-time data, and it gives you not only a prediction, estimated time of arrival, for example, but also gives you a prescription of what you should do to avoid traffic. So, and if that would be connected even to driving my car, you would be all the level up into automated driving. That's what we did in the pharma industry now, and this digital twin was predicting any kind of outcome for a molecule that was fermented in the bioreactor. Through that, we've been able to reduce 50% of the workload that usually would be happening in the labs. We've been not only faster, but we are also able to reduce the waste, energy consumption. People could do more with the same time. We have done the same also in a couple of sites, for example, in Nantong here for life science and healthcare, where we used advanced technologies such as IoT and advanced data analytics to actually reduce the energy consumption by 20%. In each site that we're scaling the same capability. We're also reducing the CO2 emission and footprint by 435 tons every single year. Another example where we're collaborating here with Siemens and industrial AI is how we actually build the modular plant, basically the plug and produce. When you connect your equipment into the infrastructure, once you get there, how long does it take? Any thoughts how long it takes? For very complex equipment, it can take up to 9 months. 6 to 9 months, very complex. It can be maybe a month or 2 for less complex. You need data engineers, you need actually automation engineers, a lot of experts, which are lacking actually in the future, as we heard earlier. So if you connect your computer and your printer to your computer, how long does it take? It's quite quick, right? You would not expect it would take 6 months. This is not a reality in manufacturing, but that's exactly the ambition. And that's what we did. We created a so-called driver, MTP, Model Type Package, is a driver that is an industry standard that we developed together with Siemens and other consortia that we're able to connect this equipment now within hours. This is a massive change. Imagine now you have a standard that you connect any equipment, massively speeding up the integration of your equipment. With 120 manufacturing sites worldwide that needs to be connected to get your data with all of your use cases, that's the one that accelerates the most. And it also not only gives you faster time to market, it's also reducing engineering efforts, increased flexibility, and it reduces, again, carbon footprint by 30%. All numbers that have been confirmed internally at Merck. And one of the biggest challenges is always the same when you're transferring knowledge from one side to another. When you are transferring knowledge means you're developing something in R&D, a cooking recipe, if you will, and transfer that to somewhere else around the globe that needs to be done on a large scale. Good luck of getting the same result. Different technologies, different people, different understanding to this process, which I've never seen before. And then there's so much tacit knowledge that is not explicitly written in those documents. How do you get this transferred so that you can reduce all of the rework and lots of failures that needs to be adjusted, and it's all money and time that you're losing. That's what we're doing here across pharma and other industries together, and Siemens to collaborate with knowledge graphs, industrial AI, to make that a one-click tech transfer. With that, I hope that I showed a bit how it materialized at Merck, and how we do look at AI, industrial AI, and those advanced capabilities not only as a technology, but as a true enabler of your business to stay competitive and resilient. And that only happens when you start thinking about your business needs and needs to be addressed not only alone, but in an ecosystem of partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelangelo. Thank you for guiding us through the importance of smart factoring, of why and how we need industrial AI in order to speed up things. I think that's a good keyword, speeding up. Brings me to a next question and the importance of the industrial foundation model, which will leverage your business and speed up your business very much. But not critical, but a question to the audience. Why is the industrial foundation model built in Europe, knowing which challenges we are facing? First of all, Europe seems to be a little bit stuck between these two giant AI powerhouses, China and the US. But I think the second, and that's the more not worrying part, but we face the pressure from the regulations with the UA Data Act and the AI Act. The question could be maybe a little bit more deregulation if you want to stay competitive. But with these acts and with these giants in front of us, we should ask ourselves, shall we give up? Does it mean that we give up? What would you think? No, we are not giving up. It means Europe needs to stand up, and Europe needs to build its own future. How this can look like, you can see here on this picture. This is a groundbreaking data alliance, which has been built together with Siemens. So Europe is the cradle of industrial domain know-how. We need to train the industrial foundation model together on those data. We need data. With data from our champions, big or small, doesn't matter, in Europe. Because beyond this data alliance and what Michelangelo just has described from Merck and from Darmstadt, there are hundreds of partners in the ecosystem of industrial AI and in collaboration and co-creating. And co-creating, I think that's the message I would like to give to you here today, to the audience, is to join us, to be part of the accelerator system, and to become, most important, a part of shaping the future of industrial AI. Having said this, before we come to some Q&As, we still have some time left. The most important question after each session here: what is the next step we have to take to break down the wall to build AI for Europe? Any suggestions?
No.
Sorry?
I mean, maybe more lobby to the politics to change. So it's a political question, right? Mostly somehow influence the politics.
Innovation industry is super fast. More regulation is not really helping there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Any other suggestions? What we need to break down the wall? I would like to give you 2 words here with this. What we need is, first of all, data in order to speed up the innovations and in the industry. And we need trust. Trust into the systems, trust that what is happening with our data. So at the moment, lots of data lakes will be existing in the future. And we can all do it together and speed up the industrial AI. So thank you for listening to us. Thank you, Michelangelo.
Thank you, Yvonne.
And we would come now to the part of, if you have any questions, please raise your hand. Oh, we have a hand over there.
Just following on your last point, where do we stand at the moment? Who are the main competitors of Siemens in industrial AI? I mean, there was always, when we have seen the digitalization and the B2C business, and everyone said, well, that is for the Americans, but wait until the B2B business is more developing. That's where then the European opportunity arrives. Is your main competitor Amazon, Google, Microsoft? Is it SAP, Oracle? Who is competing worldwide with you on the solutions you are offering, not only to Merck, but hopefully for hundreds of thousands other clients?
You just mentioned everyone who is on the competitor list. Let me try to answer it properly, because I'm covering up here today. I got informed 10 a.m. this morning to do this. So, but maybe, but you just mentioned them all. But I think it's what we see is that we have an alliance of all of them. So we are working also closely together. So it's not really who is now the benchmark or the number one.
There is something that I would like to add here. So I remember a couple of years ago, there was a question, will Google take over from pharma at a certain point? Today, I still didn't see Google happening, and neither Amazon, who also tried. And that's because you need certain domain knowledge on certain topics. You might be good in technologies, but domain knowledge about how do you actually do pharma, there's tons of knowledge, domain knowledge, which is the same is true for Amazon services and other topics. The question is then, as you said, Yvonne, is the collaboration. How do we make this happen? Because we all depend from each other on certain aspects that we are not the best in. So that's why the question is always, do we build, do we buy, do we license? How do we partner up with whom? And I believe beyond technologies, it's really about the mindset that you bring. And the mindset that you bring in the collaboration is way more worth than the technology itself. Why am I saying that so easily? Because even if you invest in technology, but you don't have the mindset of co-creation, you will fail, for sure. And it gets very complex into processes, and we are so good in processes, and so many governance bodies, and so many alignments that we need before we get started. The can-do mentality, let's do it, let's try it, let's learn, let's do the failure mode, and let's see what's going to happen. There are not so many partners out there who are having this. And there are not so many companies who also will be willing to go through a learning cycle. However, we all believe digital is something that needs to be perfect straight away, although it's a learning cycle, which I usually say is like riding a bicycle. Buying a bicycle doesn't make you a rider. It takes time, and it will need to learn, and it needs to be adjusted to your business. There are certain aspects that the technology that you can learn quite quickly, but how do you apply that to your business processes and transformation? So it needs a partnership that understands each other's language and translates. So that's why I believe the right partner with technologies in their hands will be helpful with the other company with the domain knowledge of what needs to be done. And that is a true partnership.
And also in Siemens, to sum this up, our thought leadership is in industrial AI. So we want to be the leader in the industrial AI area. And collaboration and co-creation is most important. We have four.
Oh.
But this gentleman was, I think, or? Okay.
I have already macro, so I maybe start. Sorry. Yeah, good question. Maybe a little bit go under the hood. So industrial AI. So I'm Max. I'm from Bayer. We're also doing these kinds of things. We're building agents. Yeah, for our biggest challenge is the semantic layer, for example, right? So really not building the fancy agents, but really doing the groundwork. Ontologies, data, semantic layers. So my interest, how you would solve it, and what are your technical improvements, and how you want to solve this to be more on the technical side.
So the way we do it, right? So the technology out there is, regardless of where you put your ontologies, how you store it, and so on. I personally believe, if you talk, for example, about ontologies, you shouldn't do this alone, and there should be an industrial standardized ontology for the processes, for example. The data model and the respective ontologies need to be then put into, a certain governance structure and technologies set that you have. But unfortunately, yes, it's a lot of manual work so far. And there's nothing you can do rather than investing into this foundation. But it will pay off, as we know. So understanding why, back to the discussion here, why you need to invest into foundation, and it may take you longer than just a quick win. And people are always looking for quick wins, but this is not a quick win. Ontology is something that will pay off later. So you'd have to do both, I believe. And I've not seen something so far that accelerates massively the building of ontologies, respective data models. There are technologies out there like Palantir and others who are a bit stronger in building those data models. Questionable whether it's exactly what you want to do and what you need, but yes.
To your point about standardizing the modular format, how replicable is that across other industries than pharma?
Oh yeah. It actually didn't come from pharma. So it started actually in the automotive industry. And it actually is now applied in the ship industry, it's in the aerospace. So it's actually applying across different industry now these days. And I see the acceleration is actually coming from those industries. The same is true, for example, for the data hub or data broker principle. It started in the automotive industry as a result of having so many point-to-point connections and the cost of changing the systems. So I believe what we can learn from the automotive industry is quite a lot. And that's what's now coming over also to the life science and healthcare industry. So yes, it is applicable and scalable.
Hey, David, Forschungszentrum Jülich. So I was wondering, you talked about data, and I think this is like an important bit that you have the data and the knowledge. My question would be about the compute power. So you need the compute power to run the foundation models. So I was wondering, now with the push to AI factories and gigafactories, do you think you will have enough compute in Europe? And maybe you can share if you have your in-house compute capabilities, or if you still need to source out to American vendors with your data.
No, we're building our own. That's the answer. And I was just on Monday and Tuesday, I was in Copenhagen at the World Economic Forum, where we discuss how to, what are the investments that we need to do in Europe and beyond to create competitiveness and to stay competitive. And data centers was one of them. Energy, building the respective energy layers to it was another one. And then talking about, if you're talking about federated AI learning, that needs another layer of standardization across the industry and infrastructure. But data centers was absolutely known with gigafactories and so on. Question is, how can we create a public-private investment for the future, not only in Europe, just beyond, that helps us to stay competitive also in Europe. But yes.
Hello, I'm Cornelia Denz. I'm the president of the National Metrology Institute of Germany. We are responsible for setting standards and harmonize things, like the National Institute of Standards. We are a network of these institutions. And what we do is doing certification of data and certification also of the quality processes for digital calibration. And many of the pharmacy industry is forerunners there. My question is that's why I think that data and trust, we are caring for the trust, so that's maybe not the wall. But did I understand you right that your digital twin is yet based on large language model and is not a copy of a full physical system so that it's explainable and robust? So it's just a large language model based digital twin, or is it a real copy of the physical parameters of your system?
So there are two elements to it. So the one is the digital twin of the physical asset that we have with all of the relevant data that we get from COMOS and other elements, plus the digital twin of the biochemical reactions that are happening within the cell, or the mammalian cell, the reaction, basically. And we have mechanistic models, we have advanced models, we have database models, and with respect to ontologies, it helped us to create that hybrid model, plus the physical digital twin helped us to actually create the holistic digital twin of that manufacturing process. So it goes beyond the classical large language model.
I think we need to come to an end, but maybe we can answer short.
I was wondering about the relation between quantum computing and AI that you see. Because the disadvantage of AI is that sometimes it hallucinates, it gives you results that are just weird. Whereas for quantum computing, you have algorithms that are really well understood. All you lack is a machine. So will they compete with each other? Will they work with each other? What do you see?
You have 10 seconds for the most complex question.
Look, it's my gut feeling. I don't have the crystal ball, but my gut feeling is with RapidMiner, for example, knowledge graphs that we have, it may advance, it will help to reduce hallucination a lot. That's what we have seen internally. It will compete, for sure, for a certain moment of time where we have uncertainty, but my gut feeling is they will advance and hallucination will go down, where we are able to control it better.
Thank you, Michelangelo.
Thank you so
In
much.
time, 1 second
very good.
left. Thank you very much and have a lovely evening.
Okay, I see that the countdown is now on. I've been given the signal to start, so thank you very much for joining us for today's final session. And yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of discussion today about drug discovery and the fact that 90% of drugs actually fail in clinical trials. The question is, to what extent can AI actually buck that trend and help create faster, smarter drug discovery? My name's Chrissia Sommers, and I'm really happy to be here and moderating this session with 4 very distinguished panelists. And we have with us Ulla Evkist, so Executive Director of Discovery at AstraZeneca. We also have Kurt Dohrmann, who is Chief Scientific Officer at Evotec. We have another Chief Technical Officer at BioZero. This is Rob Harkness. And Mark Owen is here from Sartorius, who's a researcher of image analysis at Sartorius. Yeah, so big round of applause for all of you. Yeah. So normally with a panel discussion like this, one would end with a visionary question: where do we see this all heading in 5 years' time? I'm going to reverse that, and I'm going to start with this question. Looking at AI drug discovery and the exponential rates of development in this field, where do you see this whole field in 5 years' time? And I choose 5 and not 2050 because the rate of development is so fast. I'm going to start with you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I think I would like to give 2 answers there. The first answer is, how do we find which target to work on? So to say, for Alzheimer's, for COPD, or other type of diseases. And I think there is really to understand the biology. And I think through automation and AI, particularly around technology like omics, I think we will do a very big progress in the next few years, particularly if we can combine with patient data as well. The second part is what I'm involved in myself, is what's called the drug design. How do you take a starting point that potentially can be a drug until a clinical candidate? And I think here's all about acceleration. There's a lot of patients waiting, and we really should accelerate so we can do the critical experiments as quickly as possible to determine, is this a viable pathway we are targeting, or we should stop working on this pathway and work on another pathway instead.
Okay, thank you. So that's more the molecular standpoint.
Yeah.
Maybe Kurt, from the biotech standpoint, what do you think?
Yeah, well, thank you. So I think this is actually probably one of the most important topics for everybody in the life science industry currently. It is super fundamental to the drug discovery process and how science is done more generally, I would say, going forward. And especially for European countries, North America, if we want to stay competitive over the next 5 years, we really, really have to invest into these areas. There's no way that Europe or North America can compete with countries such as China or India based on human efforts in a lab, or if without automation. That's simply impossible. If you look at the number of graduates in India and China versus Europe, we're completely outgunned in this space. So there's only one way to stay competitive, and that is to keep automating, to keep industrializing, to keep having AI driving the science. And because science and technology is sort of the foundation of our wealth in Europe, so we got to invest here and we got to build this up. So in 5 years' time, I think, I hope that in 5 years' time, the whole landscape will have to look very different in Germany and Europe compared to where we are now.
In what sense?
in the sense that I think for me it all starts at the universities. The way we currently teach biology, teach chemistry, biochemistry, that's in my mind that's in the past. The problem nowadays is nobody cares if you can pipette a PCR reaction or whatever. That's just irrelevant. It's all about understanding technology and what it can do for you, what it can deliver, and probably even more importantly, because the innovation cycles have become so fast on individual technologies that one has to almost try to teach what the landscape will look like when you graduate, because it will change. And so I feel ultimately this is where it all starts. We have to think about this differently. It's not about knowing how to pipette a PCR reaction or do a proteomics experiment. It's irrelevant. It's what it can do for you, how you analyze it, what it means to the world when you do such an experiment. And then this has to be seamlessly translated into a view that once again we're focusing way too much on sort of the handiwork. Yeah, it's the brain work that counts, and you can't do in nowadays world with, and Ola was alluding to that, I think very very well. You can't work in this area, in this field anymore, because without the support of AI, it's impossible. We are always talking about extremely complex data sets, clinical data sets, omics data sets, vast chemical space. This is impossible to crunch without AI, essentially. So
I'm going to stop you there.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think it's really interesting what you're saying also about looking ahead, teaching academia in this field, and it's also knowing what to focus on in the future, because this area is changing so quickly. Who are we going to go with? I'm going to go with Rob.
Yeah, I think it was just being said there that everyone sees that AI is the way forward, right? There's no future there in 5 years' time where people are not using AI to do drug discovery. And I think in 5 years, I would hope is that all of the models that are needed are, available and accessible. And I think we're seeing, just in the last couple of weeks, we've seen, Eli Lilly release their TuneLab, I think it's TuneLab, which is a federated learning platform, which means that their AI models are available to other biotech companies, other pharma companies, or smaller pharma companies. But in return, they provide training information to make the models better. We need to see more of that. We've seen, there was a talk earlier that was talking about what we saw with AlphaFold. And, that opening that up to everyone. I believe it's something like 1 billion research hours have been reduced by just that being available. So if we keep that open approach and allow everyone to get the benefits from AI machine learning, then I think what we're going to see is that every company is AI first. It's not just an assisted. We're not just going to use AI to assist us with doing drug discovery. It's going to be embedded into everything that we do.
Brilliant. Mark, what do you think?
Yeah, I think everyone's made some great points here. What I would say, which kind of complements what Ula and Rob have said, is within 5 years, I think it's quite reasonable that we're going to have these mechanistic AI models, which will start to not necessarily fully replace, but at least to supplement cell models and animal models as well. So I could imagine that in the next 5 years, what AI can be doing for us to essentially accelerate the time to market is to actually replace some of the laborious and expensive manual lab-based work with more AI, let's say, augmented or assisted assays as well. I think that'll make a big difference.
Okay. I'd like to come back to what you were saying about accessibility, generative AI, ownership, because we had a discussion earlier where I would actually think topics like Python, do we actually need coders these days?
Yeah.
I mean, we need, for this to be successful, we need to understand that it's not just about having chemists and biologists in the labs. It's about also having data scientists. It's about having programmers, because it's always been about technology and science, but that overlap between the two is getting bigger and bigger, and we need more people. This is actually one of the barriers right now to adoption, is that we haven't got these skill sets. I know of a number of companies that are really tackling that and trying to get that embedded within their teams, but it's not across the board, and that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, I think it's very important for everyone, both in their actually private life but also professional life, to actually use the AI tools to the maximum to actually gain the productivity. And I think like software development is a typical example. That field is moving forward very quickly. The tools are getting better and better as we speak. And I think it's to change how one thinks and for the use to think more strategic, that let the AI do the grunt work, but thinks more strategically about how should I do the software architecture for this program. So I think it's to let the AI do the grunt work and really focus more on the strategic part of one's work. It's very important.
Okay, which is a good segue into my next question. We've talked about the vision in 5 years. What's the main barrier to overcome? Maybe one of which would be more strategic thinking. Kurt, what would you add?
Well, I would like to connect it to the previous question, also access. And when I think about this, I always feel like there are three components that are absolutely essential. And the first and probably most important component nowadays is access to data. This is very often just overlooked. You cannot develop, so it's data, you need algorithms, you need compute power. Without sufficient data, there are no good algorithms, ultimately. And so we need to think about strategies to really being able to pull huge amounts of data. You were mentioning omics revolution in life sciences, which is happening. People are also crunching all over the world now clinical data sets, more and more in combination with omics data sets, mostly genomics, but increasingly also transcriptomics, proteomics. You need to combine these things. You need to bring this together. And the bigger your database, the better you will be able to stratify patients, the better you will be able to diagnose patients, the better you will be able to develop the next possible drug. This belongs together. So strategically, I think there has to be a whole lot more thought about how to get access to critical mass of data in many areas, because the algorithms, I mean, the fundamental tools are out there. They're open source, you can access them, but you have to train them on something, and that's the key.
And when I listen to you talking about we need more data, it's, obviously there are areas such as neurology, highly complex. We're already using AI in areas like oncology, heart disease is even more complex, but neurology, it's the holy grail. If we imagine a situation where AI is taking all of these different molecular elements and coming up with suggestions and recommendations, and we talk about the human in the loop, to what extent will the human be capable of detecting errors when the complexity is just so high?
I think one needs to train the AI to come up with it's a simple explanation of their thinking. I think even in areas where the AI is really good, you can usually distill actually a logic reasoning that has been behind it. And I hope that will stay like that for a little while longer. And then I think it's also to basically have the AI to propose an experiment, because then you can kind of validate it experimentally. Is the AI correct or not? That would be my suggestions.
There are also handshakes that happen whenever AI hands off information to something else, and that's like
handshakes.
Yes,
Can you explain what you mean by that?
so kind of like a contract between the giver and the receiver. So if you imagine that the AI is saying you should do this, and then there's some other piece of software, possibly another agentic AI that's taking it, then there's a contract there, and that contract should fulfill certain criteria, and that's one way that you can logically guarantee that the information coming from agent 1 is then going to whatever the next part is properly. And I mean, that's also a concept called guard railing as well. There's various protocols that can control that to an extent. You're right, though, unknown unknowns, how can you predict them? It's very, very difficult.
And how controllable will it be once all these agents are talking to one another? And yeah.
I'd like to build on that, Mark, what you were saying. I think there's a whole new set of rules being developed right now. Just one example, if you're thinking about single-cell sequencing, which is a type of resolution of biology we've never seen before, this essentially creates a world. In the past, we were talking about 220 or 250 different cell types in the human body. And nowadays, I would say with single-cell sequencing, this gets completely redefined. Think about every cell type that you have in your body. It's from its inception, maturing over time, being mature, and then going in senescence, every single cell type, and then have that single cell type, every single cell type in different genetic backgrounds plus disease backgrounds. Multiply all of these things, and it becomes a tremendous number, and only the computer can still define what is what. The human mind can't anymore, and that is a completely different scenario. So I think we are still trying to figure out actually how to redefine cell types, and are constantly identifying and defining new cell types by now. Because the more you sequence, the more you find, and so I think that's really the complexity goes so way up now that ultimately, once again, without the computers, without the algorithms, and also a new set of rules, it's very difficult to even compare an experiment that has been done in one lab versus the other. It becomes an incredibly complex world right now.
I mean, that's a good example of where human can't do the work, right? Because we're not very good at humans of thinking beyond 4 or 5 dimensions. Well, personally, 3 dimensions. But anyway, but I think where human comes in, though, is they can set the direction, the outcome, right? So you can say, I want this AI tool now to work in this space, and then look at the results and bring some sense to them, right? I think of any process that you have typically within a business, you still want to have gate reviews, points where you kind of sense check that everything's right, ground it in a bit of reality. So I think this idea that gets bandied around of fully autonomous loops is a long way off, right?
And Ulla, you were talking earlier about the dexterity of AI and saying it's not flexible enough. Can you explain what you mean by that?
So we basically, I think, start with the human. I think we have a very high level of dexterity, particularly with our hands. We can do really complex manual operations with our hands, and that is actually tremendously difficult for a robot at the moment.
I think Boston Dynamics would beg to differ.
No, I don't. I think the problem with Boston Dynamics is you see a movie or video they're doing when you have a robot dancing, but then in your brain you think, okay, then it can make me a sandwich as well, but it can't. It can just dance. So I think that's a human imagination that then thinks that robot can do much more than it actually can. And I think that's important to understand, that the robots are very good at repetitive tasks, but if it's not fully predicted what you're going to do, you need a lot of flexibility. I don't think we are there yet, and then the human dexterity is actually very impressive.
But this is exactly where you're heading now, isn't it, Mark? automated labs,
well,
humanoids, robots?
Yes. So, I mean, I think it's going to come in two waves. The more immediate wave, what we'll do is instead of having some super smart robot that can navigate any space, we'll fix the space around the robot. Really, that's already happening, but maybe it'll be the AI telling the robot. So you can imagine it's like an arm of an AI moving things from A to B. And then more further into the future, when we're a bit more comfortable, maybe with the dexterity if we get there, but also the visual side of it as well. These visual models need to be able to handle very diverse and often risky environments. You don't want them crashing into people, for example. So yeah, maybe in the future, in 10 to 15 years, then we will get the more humanoid robots where they'll come and actually pick things up and open tubes and twist things. Maybe, maybe not. But I think for the time being, you can get around it by fixing things in space. Rob, I'm sure you could relate to that as well.
Yeah, I mean, robots are pretty dumb, really. I mean, they'll do what you tell them to do, but don't, in general, tend to react when something goes wrong. I think there's a lot of potential there of AI. I mean, some work we were doing in the past, research around handling these. So in labs, we kind of standardized on presenting samples in what called a microplates. It's like an array of test tubes. And trying to use vision on robots to actually adapt, to misplacement of these plates, because it happens. Sometimes the instrument or the device that you're working with doesn't present itself in a way that you expect. It's really difficult. I mean, and it's been difficult for many years. And I think vision or AI that's been used for vision detection is improving. But this is a good example of how, when we talk about autonomous labs or closed loop, it's not just one big closed loop that's monitoring everything and doing all the work. It's lots of little loops. So inside the robot doing the work, there's a closed loop. But that in turn, there could be a closed loop on the liquid handler that robot's interacting with. So yeah, it's as Mark said, I think let's tackle these little things first, get the reliability and robustness, because if it's not reliable and robustness, we can't trust our science, and that's fundamental. But then once we get those building blocks in place, then we can start to build it up.
And when we come to applicability, so we've spoken about molecular science, and obviously when it comes to pharmaceuticals, we're in this paradigm shift, moving from treating symptoms to potentially reversing the course of disease with cell and gene therapies. How can AI serve to decrease the costs of these therapies? Because at the moment, they're pretty expensive. Quote.
Yeah, I think Mark is really the expert here, but I'll give it a shot. So essentially, I think when it comes to, for example, to manufacturing processes, if you can fully automate the process, it's not only that you save on the cost of human beings having to be in the lab all the time, but I think much more importantly, I think you take a lot of potential errors out of the system. This is completely underestimated how many errors happen in laboratories every day through human causes. People just mislabel a tube, they misplace it, they do all sorts of stuff that is just human. Yeah, a robot usually doesn't make this mistake. And even if there is such a mistake, there is usually a system in place to double check that the right label is on the right tube, and so on and so forth. So there's an incredible amount of savings essentially right in front of us if we can really fully automate manufacturing processes, and that's just one part of the answer. There's a whole different world, what you were alluding to, we're coming from interventionist treatments to disease modification to reversal of disease progression, and we are basically now on the trajectory to preventative medicine, which is it's all within reach nowadays because of omics. And much more detailed and earlier diagnostics that can detect diseases in their early stages of development. So this opens up a whole new box of reducing the healthcare costs. 'Costs. Moving essentially from this in this continuum towards preventative medicine, essentially.
Did you want to add anything, Mark, to that?
I think that was a pretty comprehensive, to be honest. I would add one thing that what the AI can do is also to reduce the number of experiments that we need, just by, at the moment we kind of have a system where we have a bunch of conditions, then we have an endpoint, and then that's the end of the experiment, whereas what AI can do is by having real-time updating, it can start to learn as we go along within the same experiment, which should then be able to cut down the number as well.
Okay. So going from futuristic medicine, potentially healing, back to molecular medicine, where that's your area of expertise, Ulla. And I think it's amazing that you're here with us because you're one of the world's first pioneers to be driving AI in the pharmaceutical domain. And back in 2017, so your team was one of the first to be leveraging reinforcement learning. So I'd just be keen to learn and discover. I think everybody's thinking, okay, so what are you doing now? What's your next big bet?
I think, so to say, we have started already 2017 to generate new molecular ideas for a drug discovery project. And so it was generative AI before actually it became very common when you could start to generate sentences in English and so on. And we have evolved over time, particularly with different type of architecture. So we started up with architecture called recurrent neural network. Then 2018 transformers came, and they were clearly better. So we used them for quite a few years. And now we are working a lot with what's called diffusion models. So we all use diffusion models to generate pictures. And what we are using diffusion models for is that we have a protein pocket, and then we generate molecules in the protein pocket, and then we see which fits best. And then basically those molecules are we then prioritizing to be synthesized and tested. And we try to prioritize molecules that are quite easy to synthesize, because then we can use the automation platform to speed up the synthesis of the compound and also test them as quickly as possible. So we can speed up what's called design, make, test, analyze cycle.
Okay, so you're integrating all the different elements of everything that we've spoken about here.
I think that's very important, because it's many times, particularly in the laboratory setting, to have the AI to get better ideas is not enough. You need to test them quicker as well. So really, there's a lot of synergy effects between AI and automation.
Okay, very good. So I'm looking at the clock here. I did another session this morning and had 10 minutes of questions, and it wasn't enough. And there were so many people who wanted to ask a question, which is why I'm going to take a little break here, look into the audience, and hand it over to you. And if we dry up, we can come back to the discussion. Any questions? I know it's late. Yes.
I'm Cornelia Denz. I'm the president of the National Metrology Institute of Germany, and we are responsible for quality of things, also quality of data, quality of AI. And you are, especially if we're talking about more and more data, would be very beneficial for having better AI results. What is about the quality of the data? The sort of bias-free features, this timeliness, sort of, First, what is your quality matrix to assess if the data are the right ones? That's my question.
Thank you for the question, because I believe this is another really key to success in the field of AI. I mean, these more generalized ChatGPT-like models that are trained on sort of very diverse and not always reliable data sets are flawed. We know this. The only way to fix this is through data quality and also to have data sets very clearly compartmentalized to what the question you actually want to answer. Because the lower the quality of your data, the less clearly compartmentalized your data is, the weaker your algorithms will be. That's just very simple. And so that is another key, and this is also why I'm saying that very often simply the amount of data is not sufficient, because the high quality data gets drowned out by the low quality data currently, and that needs to be fixed.
Very good question. I've got a follow-up question to that, because I learned recently that if you have huge amounts of data, you need to divide them up into batches. Yeah, and between each batch, there's often little anomalies. Yeah, so how do you actually create a universal effect that you can come to a conclusion?
Yeah, so that's essentially, it's almost the same answer that we actually, why we're here. It's about automating processes. It's about AI, driven quality controls. I always like to mention, though, so we've been working a lot with human patient data, and not just genome data, but in particular proteomics, transcriptomics data, these data sets are so incredibly powerful when they're high quality, that you can actually, from the sample, from a blood sample where you do the transcriptome profiling, you can connect what hospital it came from. You can just look at the data, and the data can tell you what hospital it came from. And then if you can't do that, then you can essentially say, look, we can correct this. Yeah, there's a way to normalize the data sets and make them more homogeneous. But all of these things happen in silico, happen with machine learning. It's none of that you do by hand. And if you get now one more important point, why can we see in our blood transcriptome data what hospital it came from? Because there's a human process. There are people that have established a process in a lab. They do certain things a certain way, and that leads to differences.
Okay.
If it was a fully automated machine where you just take your blood sample, you put it in there, and it would be the same in every hospital, you would take this out.
So always room for the human in the loop, Ulla?
Yeah.
Just to add on data, that I think actually works very well is private-public partnerships around generating data. Because then we all share the cost, but we can all share the benefits. And I think one example is from the UK, the Genome England initiative, which I think has been a huge success. So I think if in Europe can continue to do that and use vehicles like the Innovative Health Initiative from in Horizon Europe, I think we can generate high-quality data sets really cost-efficiently. And others say also, I think in the future, also synthetic data in many areas can be important, that actually you have algorithms to generate your data sets. It could be around patient data due to the privacy concern, but also where I'm working, we are basically combining machine learning, AI, we call physics-based theory, like quantum mechanics or molecular dynamics simulations, and then we can generate new data sets by physics methods. I think that can be very important for our field.
Okay.
I think, so I just want to add to this as well about the quality of data. One of the things on the different types of projects that we're involved in, it's always coming up about ensuring that data is fair. Okay, so if anyone doesn't know what that means, it means that the data is findable, it's accessible, it's interoperable, and it's reusable. And I think those last two actually are probably the most important ones, right? Because if you've got an automated system that's generating lots of data, good quality data, you don't want to just use it then and that's it. You want other people to be able to build on the shoulders of giants and be able to reuse that data later on. Unfortunately, not everyone thinks in that kind of way. And I know AstraZeneca, that comes up, but I've seen it in other places where the data has almost been an afterthought. And to the point, what we've been discussing around AI, you can have the best model in the world, but if you're putting in bad data, you're going to get bad results. So, all these things are very symbiotic, right? But we've got to get the basics right, and fair is so important to be able to achieve that.
in the end as well, it relies on the end user scientists buying into this idea as well, because there's a lot of data that I've seen that's lovely data, but it doesn't have the metadata, so we just can't use it. So it really requires buy-in from everyone, including the scientists who maybe wouldn't be training the models, to understand that if you do that at some point down the line, it's going to be really helpful for us.
Yeah, I mean, that metadata, enriching your data. And again, this is where automation comes in. And automation is not just about the physical, we always think of robots as being what automation is, but actually, there's three aspects to it. You've got data, you've got that logical aspect where you run, building out your workflows, and then you've got the data automation as well. It's almost the data automation that's the most important part. That's what frees up scientists, and that's, you alluded to it earlier about the mistakes that are made. Often it's at that data side of things. Thankfully, we've moved past people using USB sticks to move data around, but there's still a lot of manual work going on. People using Excel to format their data, and it's very easy to make mistakes, and that's where we get the problems, and that's where we lose trust in science, unfortunately.
Just like to come back to the regional perspectives. Sorry, Germany, Sweden, UK. We've mentioned. What about China? Because we had a discussion earlier where you were mentioning actually the quality of data in China is excellent. Yeah. To what extent are we collaborating, integrating?
I mean, what we were discussing earlier was just the fact that they've got so many more resources there than we have to be able to do the work. And I think in the past we always looked at it as being that they had more people to do manual work, but actually the technology over there is amazing. And there's, I was just reading about some Volvo executives that went over to China recently to see how they're building cars over there, and they came back shocked, at how advanced they were and everything like that. So to the point that was being made earlier about, being a threat to the way that we, to the very, almost the very existence of scientific institutes over here, I think it's something we need to certainly pay attention to.
Just one question from the audience before we get, thanks.
Yeah, so in the next maybe 5 to 15 to 10 years, 10 to 15 years, once our laboratories become fully digitalized and autonomous, there's a human aspect to it. Like, I don't want to be like what happens to our jobs, but I think right now there's something that we are fully underprepared for. So how do you think that universities should change the curriculum so as to better prepare like graduates to be able to adapt to the new industry? Because Kurt said that you no longer need people to just hold pipettes and kind of like do all this manipulation. So there is a new way that, I don't know, you have to employ people. There are new types of skills that they need. So how should universities right now start changing those curriculums?
Yeah, so I try to sort of alluded it in the beginning a little bit, but let me try sort of to make it clear. So once again, I think in order to develop new products in the life science industry, but also in other areas, increasingly you need to collaborate within different technology platforms, essentially. And what we really need in the future are more people who understand the benefits of biology, chemistry, AI, not just focus on one thing. You have to be able to work across this. Because, I mean, how are you ever going to build a fully automated lab in drug discovery if you can't think across these various disciplines? It's just not doable. And the problem is, what I'm trying to allude to is that when you just look at a very sort of small discipline, let's say transcriptomics or something, or proteomics, the innovation cycles are so incredibly fast right now that within a year or 2 years, the game has changed. You're moving on. And I mean, we've moved in transcriptomics, for example, from doing a transcriptomic experiments, once in a blue moon, to 96-well format, to 384-well format, We are now doing screens, 250,000 compound screens on transcriptomics. Think about those data sets. It's exploding, and now becomes the next level with single cell transcriptomics on cells, and now even the next level is spatial transcriptomics. It's mind-blowing amounts of data and this is just a single field in biology. Do you see what I mean? So as a student, it is much more important trying to understand the power of each and every platform out there, and what you can do with it, and how you can analyze potentially the data coming out of this, and then how you can leverage into a product opportunity.
I would just add on the more practical side of it. I myself did an upskilling course, so it's a government incentivized course, and it was more or less free. And I know that there's lots of engagement with workforces, biological sciences, for example, to really push these courses as a way of upskilling the workforce, because, as Kors just alluded to, it's moving so quickly and we need to keep up. And often it's not necessarily so easy for someone who's already 20 years down their career to change, but with these kinds of incentivizations, I think that's going to make a big difference. Well, then they would hopefully be the ones operating the robots and doing the code. Sorry? They would by then, though, because they would have done the course.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
Considering that it is autonomous, I would accept this word autonomous lab to the point where we can get the data, and the AI has no interpolation or interpretation or understanding of it. Because if we consider AI as the frame for such a thing, then we are constraining ourselves. Because so many inventions has been created by mistakes, antibiotics, for example, and now we are sacrificing such a thing because we are putting the AI to create our data, or also to constrain our minds. Okay, we can accept that it can generate sort the data that we get it from the lab, but not do the measurement or do the experiment itself, because human beings has error, and human errors can lead to inventions. How would you comment about this? Are you going to sacrifice such an inventions that comes from mistakes?
Well, this is why humans need to stay in the loop. Yeah. Right? Well, no, I mean, I don't think any of us here on the panel here are saying that we're going to have, I mean, to the question just a moment ago about, fully autonomous labs. We need to still have humans in the lab. But to that point about mistakes, that's a really good point, actually. It's really important that these platforms capture not just the good things that happen, but also the bad data as well, because like you say, we actually, in a way, it's even more insightful than good results, right? So these autonomous labs, the point I was making a moment ago, is about capturing the data at every step. So it doesn't matter if it's a robot doing it or it's a human, we're capturing everything, and that's going to help us, right, in the process. But for sure, you need humans there because of for what you just said.
But I think it's a really, really good point. And surely, I mean, the whole point of automation is to free up capacity so that we're moving away from the manual labor so that you can have those discovery moments.
Yeah. So it's worth being clear.
Ideally.
And I think the computer's usually very good at anomaly detection. So you can actually, I still think with an AI system, you can have serendipity. Because if it's the result is expected from the, so say you have the expected result and you find another result, then you should be able to detect it with your machine learning AI algorithms. And that can be a completely new discovery.
That's correct, but the robot is only doing what we teach it to do, or what we train. We said, I consider this data, it's considering it. I mean, if there is an error or someone put the flask somewhere else, it's not recognizing such a thing.
Do you know what? This is a really fascinating discussion. And later on, there's going to be drinks and food, and we can all continue this. But I do think another colleague has got a question, been waiting very patiently, so I'm going to hand over to you.
Hi. I have, humans are still policymakers, right? So, and in the life sciences and drug discovery, we have the validation regulation and then GMP, GLP compliances. And I know in European Commission and some colleagues working in silico medicine, they are trying to make some policies on good in silico practices. So I wonder your perspective on the future of good in silico practices in life sciences, patient-driven discoveries or bedside.
I think they should be treated the same as all the other software in GMP. So reproducibility and repeatability. Why not have the same policy for the AI as well? So before you use it, you rigorously test it with various scenarios. And actually with AI, it's easier because it's less expensive to really probe it with a wide range. Where if you're developing an assay or something, of course, you're limited by cost and time. Not so much of AI, so you can really throw everything at it and really test it from every angle. And as long as you're always getting back what you're expecting, then you would hope that's okay. To your point about unknown unknowns, of course, it's really hard to mitigate fully for that, but that's the best you could do.
Just to add, I think it's like AstraZeneca, I'm sure other pharma companies as well. We have on our homepage stated our ethical policy around AI and of course particularly around patient data and so on and how it's used to make decisions.
Very good. So we've got 4 minutes left and every session ends with a question. So what do we want to do to break down the walls, to leverage AI in order to speed up drug discovery?
I mean, I think the way to accelerate all of this is to ensure that we've got a good platform to be able to do all of the work that we've been discussing right now. So you've got all these different agents that are going to be doing work. We don't have to develop that kind of platform from scratch every time. We need something like, it's 30 years since Microsoft Windows came out, right? And I know there's a lot of people that hate it still, but there was a real step change in productivity because there was suddenly a platform that people could then develop applications against, and we saw a real step change in the mid-90s. We need the same really within the lab. We need a platform there to allow us then to build the tools to get us closer then to that autonomous lab.
Okay, and the wall that we need to break down?
I mean, that is the wall for me. I mean, that's the thing that we need to get away from everyone doing things on their own, working in silos, working together. That's the way to address that.
Yeah.
I think I have a similar question. I think we need to break down the current business processes, how we actually do drug discovery, and actually rethink it. Now it's 2025 moving forward. How should we change the business processes to really take advantage of both AI and automation and create also the right culture for that?
Perfect. Thank you. Mark?
So break down the wall of disharmony, and I mean that from instrumentation disharmony, so different protocols for interacting with the data, but also AI harmony, always the same protocols, making sure that they interact properly. Then from the robotics, having robotics that can interact with all the instruments properly, and then kind of a workforce harmony as well, where we can actually have all the required skills in the same place.
Excellent. Kurt?
Yeah, my thought is always that it always starts with patients and patient data. And we, at least in Germany, we have electronic healthcare records nowadays. But I'm hoping we're breaking down the wall from these electronic healthcare records, that we actually can connect them to omics data and use them for the drug discovery process. I think this is the fundamental aspect of it all. This is where we need to start.
Excellent. So we've learned that the human will remain in the loop for foreseeable future. There's a lot of hope and aspiration looking ahead. Collaboration is the key. And with that, I wish you fun collaboration for the evening session now. This is the last session of Falling Walls today, so thank you very much for your attention. Thank you to our panelists, and have a nice evening. Thank you.